Good morning and welcome along to Anglesey Circuit for this 750 Motor Club. It's day 2 of this event, streamed by Alpha Live again. So welcome along. In the commentary box, it will be Johnny Palmer alongside me, Joshua Barrett, and in the pit lane and in Parc Ferme chatting to the winners will be Andy McEwen. We're on the international circuit this weekend, 2.1 miles in length, a first for the 750 Motor Club, and it was an enjoyable day for the competitors yesterday, and we looked forward to more of the same today, but with a very different look to the weather. It was sunny yesterday, there is rain forecast throughout the day, so that may bring a brand new challenge for the competitors over the course of what is a 9-race programme today, which will be getting underway in just a few moments' time with the Yokohama Low Cost Championship, which will have 2 races this morning. We'll also have 2 races over the course of the day for the 5 Club Racing MX5 Cup and the Calm All Porsche Trophy. Back again today also will be the aimshop.com Mazda 7 Championship and the Mighty Mini Championship, and rounding off the programme at 2:30 will be the second round of the Tagiwa Club Enduro Championship for their latest 2-hour race. So we look forward to our first race of the day, and Johnny Palmer's here and ready to go for a day of racing.
An achievement in itself, you might say, Josh. Yes, I made it. 10 minutes? No, 9 minutes to spare, in fairness. The weather's going to be really interesting today, I think. They say, don't they, here, that if you can't see Snowdon, it's about to rain. If you can see Snowdon, it's already raining. We had perfect views of it yesterday and actually wall-to-wall sunshine, so that proved that rule wrong. But the nature of this coastal circuit means with a bit of wind, it's going to be blowing various weather systems in and out, and so tough to judge, therefore, because it's actually quite a small footprint, this 2.1 mile circuit, but I've known it before where it's been raining up at Rocket and bone dry in towards turn 1 and the banking, and that can change literally with every lap. So you're going to have your wits about you, particularly if you want to in one of those single make races, the one that we're just about to witness, in fact, because the racing is concentration heavy enough to then factor weather into it as well. Could be a very, very tough day.
Yeah, absolutely. We've had our first qualifying session of the day for the Club Enduro Championship, the only qualifying session of the day, and that saw Will Stacey go quickest in his Lotus Elise, which he will share today with Rob Boston, the alternator that broke yesterday. They've got a new one, and they've set the pole position time of 1 minute 32.02. Second quickest was Alec Livesley and Adam Bessel in their Ginetta G20, with Mark Grice and Will Beach's Sayat in third. Joe Oswick's BMW fourth. Fifth for Rob Baker and Cole Swift in their Golf, and Ryan Parkin's Audi was 6th quickest. The 6 cars that had that great battle 4 weeks ago at Croft, and they are the top 6 again in qualifying today. Scott Parkin was quickest in Class B, and David Lawrence's Honda was quickest in Class C. But we'll look forward to Club Enduro towards the end of the day. But up first, we will have the Yokohama Low Cost Championship. It'll be the second of 3 races this weekend for the Yokohama Low Cost Championship. The car's just being released from the assembly area now, and they will go straight into action because there'll be no green flag lap again for the low cost there. You can see the cars lining up on the grid now. 23 of them, I think we should see this grid set by the second best lap times from qualifying yesterday, which will put the championship leader, Todd Boucher, on pole position, who was yesterday's winner. He beat Craig Land by 7/10 of a second, and he's using, it would seem, every single inch of where he can park the car on the grid in that grid box, Johnny.
Yeah, you can legitimately work your way to the left or the right within that, but also, yeah, front wheels are right on the line. Wants to get the ideal run into the first corner. It's not a stagger grid, it's 2x2, so you're absolutely side by side with, in his case, Craig Land. Let's hope that no officials have seen that and thought that's a little bit on the line, if you excuse the pun.
So he and Craig Land will start from the first row of the grid, ahead of David Hitchin and Tom Parker. Tom Parker was the driver who finished third yesterday. And with that third position, he moves up the championship into fourth. And we've got the countdown beginning now, so the race is shortly going to get underway. On the third row is Glenn Boyer and David Martin. On the fourth row, Tor Tuller and Ian Hardy, who was involved in an incident yesterday. Fifth row is Paul Clark and Sean Brame, who was deemed at fault for that incident yesterday and got some points on his licence. On the sixth row is Jack Linus and Glyn Griffiths. On row 7, Barry Stewart and Alan Harmon. On the eighth row is Rob Sisson and Alistair Parker. The race is about to get underway, though, because the lights go out. It's a good start from Craig Land, who manages to draw up alongside and ahead of Todd Boucher, but they're still level. But on the outside line, Craig Land has the momentum to begin this 15-minute race for the fourth round of the championship as the leader. And for Boucher, he's losing out on second place because Tom Parker moves ahead of yesterday's race winner. And he's all that already. Rain Sports on our camera lens is up there at the banking, Johnny.
Yeah, so we know already that the banking could be a little treacherous on this first lap, particularly on cold tyres as well. Those extra centimetres didn't pay off for Todd Boucher then, did they, from the start? Because Craig Land got the traction away far more readily, but Boucher is on the fight back already. So Tom Parker sneaked into second position at the banking in the all-red number 79, but is now under immediate pressure to have that place back again from Todd Boucher.
Yeah, so Boucher wasn't able to go through, I don't think. Then you've got David Hitchin there in fourth, ahead of Glenn Boyer and Ian Hardy, who's hoping to have a better race yesterday. There you can see in the background, you can't see the mountains at the moment, so it's raining on parts of the circuit. But last year's champion then, Craig Land, leads the way. He's yet to win a race this season. He has had that second place yesterday. He had a second at Donington and a sixth at Donington, but can he win a race today? That's his aim. After winning 13 rounds of the championship just last season, and he's got this good advantage, and he's got that buffer now of Tom Parker between himself and the driver he battled with yesterday, Todd Boucher. You can see, if you weren't following the action yesterday, this is the part of the circuit we don't tend to use on 750 Motor Club meetings at Anglesey on the international circuit. So down the Tom Price straight, down towards the hairpin and back again. And it does mean the last corner of the lap, Johnny, very different to the coastal circuit. Yeah,
it's much slower and a harder stop, of course. I think over a 90-degree bend. Yes, it is. More like 100 or 110-degree left-hander. But that wide shot of the extension down the Tom Price straight gives you an idea of the difference in height between Tom Price straight, much higher than the return Nameless straight, and into bus stop, the final corner. So a lot of gradient change even in that small section of the Anglesey International Circuit. Nice dice here between Ian Hardy, who was caught up in a moment yesterday, not necessarily of his own making, but he got tangled up with somebody else over at Rocket, so hoping for a better result today. This is Tom Parker under pressure for second place from Todd Boucher, who had a really good previous lap, Josh, and he's now fully alongside.
And is ahead, I think, as they head out of school and up towards Rocket. The battle's behind continually. You've got Tor Tuller and Ian Hardy going wheel to wheel with Paul Clark just behind. Paul Clark, who made his debut in the Clio Series a couple of weeks ago, back in his low cost this weekend, and he makes his move there on one of the many TSR run cars there of David Martin. So David Martin drops a spot for now. You've got Sean Brame behind him. Jack Linus, who had his best race, only his third ever race yesterday, and he finished fifth after not managing a top 10 at Donington. So great to see the driver from Essex, who's come out of the British University Karting Series, moving into low cost and having a big improvement on his second meeting.
Glyn Griffiths in the lone orange car with the white rollover hoop. That car was very sideways at times as the tyres, I think it was described by one driver, turned to jelly partway into the race with about 5 minutes to go, and all the low-cost drivers will need to be mindful of that and their tyre makeup effectively, especially if you push it hard. But that was on a hot day. Maybe it's going to be less of an issue now that the temperatures are certainly a lot cooler than they were here on Saturday. Two cars nose to tail still for second place. They are Tom Parker and Todd Boucher, but Boucher now ahead, having made that move through school, and really sideways for Ian Hardy. He's going to lose at least one, maybe 2 or 3 places now, because slotting through is the Paul Clark car, bringing with Paul Clark David Martin sneak through as well.
So that group of cars, well, about 7 of them I think in that battle, make their way up towards the fast right-hander at Church Corner. And there's Paul Clark then in 82, the 38-year-old lorry driver from Southampton, but he's losing out to Tortulla, who accelerates through, the 19-year-old student from Oxford. But now he's gaining another place. He's got past Boyer as well, who braked a bit earlier than the rest around him, so he's lost the place actually to David Martin and to Paul Clark. So they all make their way through there. Yeah, so Tortulla's a bit further back, isn't he, in the similar liveried car. He's in 11th spot, but they make their way through, and there is 90. Yeah, that's Tuller. So he's they've swapped cars, I think, from the last time I saw them race. So that's what tricked me. They've both got different liveries on their cars for this season. They make their way then up the Tom Price straight again, and David Martin, who's gained those positions, Johnny, is trying to pull clear of this pack. Yeah, Hardy round the outside and on the brakes can just about pick off Glenn Boyer, but Boyer's not going to take that line down and will have a better exit, quite possibly from Hairpin. Two U-bends on this circuit. One's actually called Hairpin, the other one the banking, which is significantly positively cambered for the drivers. Really throws you into the corner at turn 2, and then you can get a good slingshot out of there. But Boyer was not able to stay ahead of Ian Hardy, and Hardy, having lost those places after a big moment exiting the first corner at turn 1, that's much more neat and tidy this time around, and stays in front of Boyer for 5th position. The lead gap remains out over 2 seconds, so today Todd Boucher is not able to close in on the race leader, Craig Land, so we'll continue to enjoy these battles further down the top 10, including Sean Brame there in car number 8, the retired IT manager from Suffolk, who's been racing in low cost for 15 seasons or so now. Very experienced driver. He's up alongside Glenn Boyer there in 33, and Brame's going, oh, and there's big contact. Boyer there rides over the side there of Hardy's car, but Hardy seems to have got away with it, and Glenn Boyer's only lost a few positions as well, so that could have gone a lot worse than it did. So you had a couple of drivers in that side-by-side moment who were involved in the incident yesterday, but I think they both were sort of innocent on that occasion. It was Glenn Boyer who just sprayed a little bit late. There you can see the slight damage to Ian Hardy's car, but it could have been a lot worse, Johnny. Hardy by name, Hardy by nature, it would seem, because he did sort of take that in his stride and lost a little bit of bodywork, although it's not fully disconnected, as you say, hanging on just about. He's lost a front left mudguard, but frankly, as we said yesterday, if you return to the pit lane with both intact, you haven't been pushing hard enough. It's going to be side by side into the hairpin as well, and that is a move for Sean Brame losing a spot to Jack Linus, who's again making some progress. So Linus charging hard early on in his low-cost career, but that does not seem to matter because he's mixing with some veterans of the category now. So they come through to complete 4 laps. Interestingly, in these cooler conditions, the lap times are basically identical to yesterday, 0.03 of a second quicker than yesterday's fastest lap for Craig Land. So certainly on best lap pace, it doesn't seem to make huge amounts of difference. So there's Brame then, who is now up in 7th position ahead of Linus, and then Ian Hardy, Tortulla, Glyn Griffiths, all involved in this battle, and now it's side by side between Hardy and Tuller. Tuller on the inside is unable to make that move, and that just might mean he is vulnerable to Glyn Griffiths behind as they head uphill. They're side by side in front as well, and that is between Brame and Linus is slipstreaming his way up into 7th place, but Brame's a little bit later on the brakes, but he can't make that as they go into the corner. So the rookie driver Jack Linus is now up to 7th. Car placement from Jack Linus, considering his relative inexperience, very, very good there. He got a good run, as you said, on Sean Brame, but then it was all about where he was putting the car into Rocket, right in the middle of the road. Brame forced to go to the outside, and it's very tough to get by at Rocket then. You have to be forceful around the outside to then deliver the car into the second bit of Rocket, which was that right-hander, much tighter right-hander. It's almost a bit like the Brooklands Lovefield sequence at Silverstone, in that if you brave it out on the outside, you've then got the ideal line into the next corner. Glyn Griffiths going slowly from 11th position. The bright orange car, no pace whatsoever on Tom Price Straight, and he's already lost, I think, at least 1 position. Yeah, just crawling right in the foreground there, and I sense that Glyn will be heading straight to the pit lane, Josh. Real shame for Glyn Griffiths, who got a 9th position finish yesterday. which was his best result of the season so far. There's Todd Boucher really pushing on. He's sliding the car there through the banking, but it's not enough to keep up with Craig Land, who's just set another fastest lap of the race, a 1 minute 48.09. So unlike yesterday, Johnny, where all the fastest lap came early on, I think track conditions mean the tyres aren't going off so much today, and that means the lap times come down as the fuel load comes down.
Yeah, which, well, all the drivers will be grateful for that, I think, to know that the Yokohamas are beneath them to push throughout the course of the race. 15 minutes, you wouldn't expect tyre wear to be an issue, but it certainly was yesterday. And when you compare qualifying pace to race pace yesterday afternoon, it was significantly slower. So Todd Boucher, 2.7 seconds adrift of this man, Craig Land, who still hangs on to that fastest lap and has bettered it on at least one occasion. 1:48.0 is a cracking time, and, well, the closest to that is actually Todd Boucher's effort, 0.4 of a second slower. Bit of a recorrection of steering into the left-hander at Siemens there for the race leader, but he has so much time in hand, he can afford the very slight errors there. Really more about corrective steering than a big slide. And the gap for Tom Parker, now having scrapped early on with Todd Boucher, is too wide, I would suggest, to close in on the top two, but it's healthy behind, back to David Hitchin and the rest.
For Tom Parker, he's much closer to the top two than he was yesterday. He was 15 seconds behind, where today he's within 5 seconds of the leader, so I'm sure he'll be pleased with that. And within the same second, his best lap as the leaders, where yesterday he was the best part of a couple of seconds slower. So it's a better day for Tom Parker, even if the result for him is going to remain the same. So there's Hitchin across the line in 4th position, the ex-Clio racer. Then the battle for 5th. There's 3 of them involved because David Martin has been caught by Paul Clark and Jack Liner. So this is a good battle here with the TSR car of David Martin at the head of it. The driver who finished 4th in the championship last year. Then Paul Clark behind, who's in his 6th season of the low-cost championship. And he says basically the whole paddock have helped him build this car, but not so good for Glenn Boyer. He was the driver who had the incident up at Rocket a few laps ago, and he has had an off there out of 11th position at turn 1, so that will have cost him some positions. But going back now to the battle involving Paul Clark, he's lost 6th position then to Jack Linus, who continues to make progress, Johnny.
Linus is impressing me, to be honest. You wouldn't think this was his first season in the low-cost championship, and he's now nibbling all over the back of David Martin in the all-gold car. The start of the lap for Glenn Boyer, he had Sean Brame right in front of him, 0.7 of a second, that's all. So I hope that the two of them didn't get tangled up. Brame is still going, and Brame taking the fight to Ian Hardy right now. So Brame in the red-nosed green car to the outside of sky blue liveried Ian Hardy. And Hardy carrying some battle scars, particularly on the rear left, but tucked in nicely at Siemens there to defend through the left-hander, and it's important to do that because Tom Price Straight's a great opportunity to overtake, as perhaps Jack Linus is demonstrating here, shown the outside line, but getting great drive off the corner. But the downside for Linus now is that the next corner's a left-hander at bus stop, so they are side by side. David Martin on the left, Linus on the right, and on the grass is the 77 car of Andy Perkins, currently in 18th position.
Linus didn't quite get himself up ahead of David Martin, so he's still there in 6th place with a couple of laps to go for Jack Linus. He started on the 6th row of the grid. He's up to 6th. Paul Clark's on the grass out of turn 1. He's back on the tarmac again without too much of a problem. But that would have been a bit of an entertaining ride for Paul this morning. But yeah, for Jack Linus, he got up to 5th yesterday. And can he do the same today? Can he get himself up ahead of David Martin, who finished just in front of him yesterday? He was 4th. Behind them at this stage still, though, is Paul Clark. But here comes Linus then, using the tow as they go uphill. He's now alongside in this ex-Gary Brandon car, who was a supporter of the series for a long time, who's spectating this weekend, and he's gone through. So Jack Linus is now up into 5th spot. I guess the question, Johnny, though, is with a lap and a half to go, can he stay there?
I think he can. I think, you know, it's not just ability to overtake here, but he's also got great lap speed. And the early indication is that the 74 car of Linus is going to just extend that gap a little bit. David Martin sticking with him first of all. And this car, Paul Clark, still recovering really from the moment he had at the start of the lap. Ian Hardy still got his hands full as well. Behind him, he's got Sean Brame in the green and red car. And Tor Tuller in that confusingly liveried number 90, not normally running in the black and white, but Tortulla is well in that fight for 8th, 9th and 10th places, currently in the hands of Ian Hardy. And here is the leader, soon to be winner, Josh.
1 lap to go, so we're going to get the last lap board out, so they get the extra lap in today, which they didn't yesterday, so it's going to be a 9-lap race yesterday. It's wheel to wheel through the hairpin. Sean Brame versus Tuller, who lost that place to Ian Hardy a moment ago, and he's hoping to hang on as they head up to the final corner into Siemens to start their 9th lap. And Tuller's dropped behind Sean Brame, but there is the leader then, Craig Land, who we haven't seen much of. He's extended his lead out now to 3 seconds in the Team Sellers racing car, last year's champion, the ex-Super 1 Carter, who's now 30 years of age. He's a product developer from Derbyshire, and he turns his way then up towards the left-hander at Rocket, and then turns right and makes his way up towards Peel. But this is a much better race. This is more what Craig Land had hoped for this season after winning so many races last year. Having not won the first 3, Johnny, he must have been wondering when that first win was going to come.
True, it's been a game of patience, I suppose, for Craig. I notice his very smooth driving style, and even with a bit of push, if you like, or no, that's the wrong expression, oversteer, looking a little bit loose through the left-hander at Siemens, but he just mops it up with a slight bit of corrective steering. But the application into these tricky tight corners, very, very decisive control of the car, and into and out of hairpin. Can stare behind him briefly into the mirrors and see a 3-second gap very nearly back to Todd Boucher, and it's been a convincing drive by Craig Land for his first victory.
Yeah, he came into the race 14 points behind. He's going to pull 4 of those back with his first win of the season. So Craig Land wins round 4 of the Yokohama Low Cost Championship from Todd Boucher and Tom Parker for the battle for 8th position. And that's going to go right to the line. It's side by side as Tortulla now is fighting back. He's got himself ahead of Sean Brame and he's challenging Ian Hardy up towards the final corner. Meanwhile, across the line in 4th position has come David Hitchin, who was being clawed in by Jack Linus at the end. David Martin was 6th, ahead of Paul Clark in the 8th position, a race to the line, which is just headed by Ian Hardy, who narrowly beats Tortulla and Sean Brame in that battle. The best of the rest is going to be Barry Stewart, who comes through in 11th position now, just ahead of Alan Harmon. And after that spin and a moment earlier in the race, Glenn Boyer, he's 13th, and he's got a nice battle just behind him, which sees Rob Sisson get the better of Alistair Parker on the last lap, and Mark Rue completes the top 16. So it's a different race to yesterday, because that good start for Craig Land just gave him enough to pull clear of the toe, and I think that would probably was... Yeah, they say you can't win races on the first lap, but sometimes perhaps you can.
I don't know whether Todd Boucher was mindful of where he'd parked the car and whether he was in a slightly questionable position from the steward's point of view. We didn't hear anything during the race anyway, but he just couldn't get the car off the line to the tune that Craig Land managed it. And then Boucher was thrown into a battle with Tom Parker early on. I think that did Craig a massive favour, because that was the point where he was able to leap away. Happy to see the red car of Tom Parker up into 2nd place. Boucher eventually got by, but by that point, Craig had gone, and 3 seconds, well, just less than 3 seconds as Craig eased off on that final lap. But 2.4 in low cost is a very convincing margin indeed.
And let's take a look at the results of round 4 of the Yokohama Low Cost Championship. As Johnny said there, a victory of 2.4 seconds for last year's champion, Craig Land. Todd Boucher continues his run of great races. 2nd place is the lowest he's finished this year, and he's 2nd again this morning. Tom Parker came home in 3rd, dropped 10 seconds back by the end. David Hitchin was 4th. Jack Linus impressed again to 5th. And David Martin completed the top 6 ahead of Paul Clark. Ian Hardy, who was involved in that great battle with Tortulla and Sean Brame, right to the checkered flag. Barry Stewart came home 11th ahead of Alan Harmon, Glenn Boyer and Rob Sisson. Alistair Parker, he came home 15th, just ahead of Mark Rue. Trevor Faunch and Keith Malpas were up next, two long-time low-cost racers. Andy Perkins, Steve Brown and Tony Mole also took the checkered flag ahead of Nick Tuller. And then Glyn Griffiths, the one-car who didn't make it to the checkered flag. And we'll see the locals again about midday, so they've only got a couple of hours to wait till their third race of the weekend. Andy McEwen, meanwhile, we can say good morning to Andy because he's downstairs with our top three.
Well, took him a while, but Craigland finally gets his first victory of the season in the Yokohama Low Cost Championship, and he's out of his car now, so we can have a quick chat with race winner Craigland. That sounds good. It's taken you a little while to get going this season, hasn't it? Not a terrible year, but must be glad to get that first win.
Yeah, definitely. After the first incident at Donington, obviously that just set. We just obviously making the most of 24th and getting back to 6th. But yeah, it's nice. I think in the first race I managed to pull away in the first 2 laps. So I obviously thought about that last night and tried to make the most of that for this race. And obviously the tow in low cost is huge. So trying to break that 2-second barrier was probably the most important part of the race. And I'm just trying to keep that every lap. But yeah, it's definitely, if it's going to continue like this, it should be an exciting season, I think.
Fingers crossed, that's certainly what we want to see. Looking ahead now to the third race later on, good for you really that this is a triple header because you can hopefully use this win now as a springboard maybe for another later on today.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, looking at the weather, it could be wet as well. So, I mean, wet normally goes towards us a little bit, depending, I don't know, obviously we're not raced hard much in the wet, so that'll make it even more exciting, I guess, for the spectators. But yeah, hopefully, obviously, having one more race today, there's some more points on the table to get, so let's go for it, I think.
Looking forward to it. Congratulations, Craig, on that victory. Now, where's Todd Boucher gone to? He is over here having a chat. What was a solid race for you, really, there? Back on the podium again. Happy with that?
Yeah, I was quite happy with it. Yeah, Craig pulled away once he got out in front of us from the start. But, yeah, no, it was good. A lot cooler than yesterday. Car was a bit slippier, but, yeah, no, it was good fun.
Consistency is your thing this year, isn't it? Podium every race so far. What's the chance of getting on that top step later on today?
We'll give it our best shot, see what we can do.
Sounds like a plan. Todd Boucher then in second place, and third place went the way of Tom Parker, who is right behind me. There we go. One question very quickly then, Tom. Happy with that, another third place?
Yeah, it's good to be on the podium again. Very enjoyable race. Just these two boys are just a little bit too quick for me, unfortunately. Yeah, great fun.
Excellent stuff. Going to have to leave you because we've already got cars heading out onto the grid then for our 5 Club MX5 Cup race, their second of the weekend.
So it's time for the switch, MX5 Cup by 5 Club race, and the car's already on the grid and the countdown has begun with yesterday's winner, Jordan Johnson, on pole position, who takes the Todd Boucher approach to his pole position slot. He's alongside Ben Hansey, the championship leader. On the second row is Ian Tomlinson and Oak Richardson. Felix Lowe and Adrian Johnson on row 3 as the race gets underway. It's a good start, though, for Jordan Johnson, who pulls clear of Ben Hansey as they turn into the opening corner to begin the 5th round of the season for another 15-minute race. And Tomlinson there in third. Richardson, who didn't have a good run yesterday, a winner from Croft, he's there in 4th, ahead of Felix Lowe. It's 3 abreast through the banking. On the outside line is Matthew Short, probably about the most experienced driver on the grid, and he's just trying to work his way around the outside there, but it is Jordan Johnson then, yesterday's winner, the first 2-time winner of the season, who leads the way. It was a close battle between him and Ben Hansey yesterday, so we'll see if that continues into day 2.
Johnson getting good speed down through school then, out of church, but he's definitely under pressure from Ben Hansey, and this dice looks a close one as well, with Adrian Johnson, I should say, scrapping away with behind him Lloyd Huggins. And on the inside, Matthew Short, 2 further white cars tucked in behind. Short's going to get the place here, though, on Lloyd Huggins, as long as he can close into the apex at Peel Corner. And yeah, just nips through to slot in behind Adrian Johnson in the black car with the green door mirrors. Blue car on the inside of this twosome is David Brown in number 27, trying to be later on the brakes, but around the outside, a neat little overtake there on Brown. But here's the race leader, together with the next 3 cars, really. It's the primer grey of Jordan Johnson from pole position, still leading as we almost complete the first lap.
So accelerate their way back towards the line. They have to deal with the left-hander at bus stop before that first lap can be completed, though, with Johnson as the leader. The 31-year-old HGV mechanic from Gloucester then leads the way, as he did all day yesterday. He led a lot of the time at Croft as well, but was involved in an incident with Ben Hansey. Ben was very apologetic for that one, and then Jordan came through to win on the Sunday on that occasion. Ian Tomlinson, who's having a good run here at Anglesey, he's still there in third spot. Matthew Short, though, under threat from Lloyd Huggins, whose birthday is today. So happy birthday to Lloyd, who's 27 today. He's running in 8th position and battling away with Matthew Short. What a better way to spend your birthday. It could be sunny, but apart from that, it's a good way, isn't it, Johnny?
True. I'm sure he had a good evening last night, though, and thinking about business today. A very busy birthday, and he's busy right in this moment too, because Huggins all again about where he's putting the car in the middle of the road. Meanwhile, Matthew Short trying to be later on the brakes than the car on his inside, Adrian Johnson, and Johnson caught a bit too much of the curb there. That's a great bit of driving from Short to be on the outside line through the first bit of rocket, but then inside for the crucial right-hander and picked off the place. And now that means Johnson is well out of position, and to capitalise, Lloyd Huggins. So 27 years old today, and he's now into the top 7 places, although here comes the 22 back on the fight back, and Johnson can get again on the inside line onto Tom Price Straight and take the place back again. Brilliant racing.
3 cars in the lead, scrap still, because Jordan Johnson can't break clear of Ben Hansey and Ian Tomlinson at this stage. And then this battle that we've been enjoying between Adrian Johnson, Lloyd Huggins. You've got Matthew Pennyfather-Neal and Jake Micklewright in there too. Jake, who had a spin at the start of yesterday's race, but qualified really well yesterday. So can Jake Micklewright get through this scrabble as a lock up for the race leader? Jordan Johnson, who runs out wide, so Ben Hansey's alongside. This is Ben's first opportunity of the weekend to take the lead of the race, and he's on that inside line for turn 1, but Johnson's going to try and hang it out on the outside. This could give Ian Tomlinson a chance. Johnson uses all the road and all the curb as well to keep that lead, and if anything, Ben Hansey may lose out now, because Tomlinson on the outside line equally can't get through. So Ian Tomlinson, who was the runner-up in 2019 to Ben Hansey in the championship, they both at this stage, Johnny, can't find a way past Jordan Johnson.
Very easy for Jordan to have lost his head there and then outbrake himself into turn 1, the very next corner, but he actually ran really deep into it, but it was in a controlled fashion, rode the curb as you said, and actually retained the race lead. But here comes Ben Hansey, having been under pressure through the banking by Ian Tomlinson. Hansey reckons his car's better on the brakes, and he might have an argument there, trying to give him some room on the exit of the first bit of rocket. Is the race leader Jordan Johnson? He's not the race leader anymore, because Ben Hansey has forced his way through. I don't think there was any contact though. Hansey realising he's got to strike right now, and here comes Ian Tomlinson wanting a bit of it too on the inside of Peel. Next corner's a left-hander, so Hansey changing up through the box there, stays in 3rd position. To be honest, the win could come from any of these 3 right now.
And Oak Richardson's not far back, and if they continue their battle, we could get a 4th car into this lead battle. This is much more like Mazda MX-5 racing that we've come to expect. We had a great triple header at Croft 4 weeks ago, and this is very much replicating the battles that we had on that occasion. And it is Hansey then who leads Johnson as they make their way up towards the final corner again. This is where it all started a lap ago, when Jordan Johnson locked up, ran out wide, and then for about the next half a lap, he and Ben Hansey were running side by side, and Hansey finally took that lead. And can he now clear the toe? Can he pull away from Jordan Johnson? That's perhaps unlikely, with 9.5 minutes of the race to go. A good scrap for 5th position now, because Matthew Short is coming under pressure from birthday boy Lloyd Huggins, and then just behind them is Adrian Johnson, Matthew Neal and Jake Micklewright. So that's a great battle. That's all because Felix Lowe has dropped behind that group after perhaps a mistake on that last lap. But the race leaders up towards Church Corner. Can Jordan Johnson do to what Ben Hansey, to what he did to him a lap ago?
I think there was a hint of a lock-up for Ben Hansey that time around. On a bit of bump drafting now from Jordan Johnson. He definitely gave him a shove as they came out of church and now through school. So Johnson feeling that he's a little quicker than the white and black car with the green stripe of Ben Hansey that currently leads. 92. Again, it's the draft really that is benefiting, because when the 92 car was out front, it did not seem to have any speed whatsoever, and Hansey had the more potent machine. Now the roles have reversed. Definitely the advantage again with the 2nd place car, and Ian Tomlinson needing to stay in touch as well. There's a spin further back out of vision for 91.31. So that is Neil Burrows, who was running a little further outside of the top 10. Meantime, bit wide there for the car in front of Adrian Johnson, who is now the 32 car of Micklewright. So Jake Micklewright with a slight moment out onto the grass. He controlled it well and could defend into Siemens.
And he's gained places since the start of the lap because he was 2 places behind Adrian Johnson, and he has passed both Johnson and Matthew Neal as Matthew Short runs out wide. This is going really well for Lloyd Huggins. He could get 5th position out of this before the end, or Micklewright gets shown the edge of the circuit and a little bit further there on the outside of hairpins. He's also going to lose places as we complete 4 laps of the race just before half distance. Short has held on to 5th then. You've got a glimpse of that ahead of Lloyd Huggins. The leaders head through with a new fastest lap for Ben Hansey, 1 minute 49.3. And like the low cost, not quite able to get quicker than they went yesterday at this stage. A few tenths slower than the warm conditions yesterday, but perhaps those lap times will come down as the tyres get into their operating window without overheating like they were yesterday. Looking back to the battle for 5th position, and Lloyd Huggins has gone through then. He's ahead of Matthew Short. So Huggins, who started racing 4 seasons ago, has got himself ahead of Short, but they've got Adrian Johnson not far behind with Matthew Neal and Jake Micklewright. So this could all change again at the next corner, Johnny.
Yeah, glued to Lloyd Huggins' rear bumper then is Matthew Short, and is Huggins going to keep that door open? Well, he is, because he's actually got very good speed into Rocket, can hit the brakes with confidence, and on neither side of the red car was Matthew Short. Just couldn't get the car slowed as readily as the one he's battling with. 3 cars as one leaving Rocket towards Peel. That's Johnson, Matthew Pennyfather Neal, and tucked in behind is the Jake Micklewright car, and they've been switching places for the last couple of laps as well. So there's Pennyfather Neal in the second of the white cars, number 21. Lloyd Huggins trying to eke that gap out though over Matthew Short. This is for 5th position now. Oak Richardson is up the road and gone, but it's still just about a 5-car train arriving and now departing hairpin.
All this battle quite important for the later race as well, which is a reverse grid, and anything between 6 and 10 cars can be reversed, similar to the British Touring Car Championship. So this group of cars is likely to see the pole sitter for later on, which should add a bit of spice to the 3rd race of the weekend, which will come this afternoon. But for the lead of the race, Jordan Johnson has reclosed in on Ben Hansey. I just wonder, a couple of laps ago, Johnny, where you saw Jordan Johnson happy just to push Ben Hansey along. He was just hoping for the 2 of them to pull clear of Ian Tomlinson, which they have done so now, and he doesn't have to worry about looking in his mirrors. He can just go forwards and get ahead of Ben Hansey. And is that going to come up at the next corner?
Yeah, might do, because again, he's got a good run, and that gap is definitely closing. Again, tucked right in behind the rear bumper of the race leader, Ben Hansey. But what you don't want to do is jink out of line too early, because you'll instantly run out of momentum then, and the benefit that the car in front is giving to you. So it's line astern at the moment. Ben Hansey ahead of Jordan Johnson, but that gap has been growing for the last few laps back to Ian Tomlinson. A little bit helpless there in 3rd position. The better news for him is that he's under no immediate threat for 3rd. From Oak Richardson, who likewise doesn't have any threat from behind, because Lloyd Huggins has his arms full of this Matthew Short, Adrian Johnson and Jake Micklewright battle.
Yeah, so plenty to watch for during the course of this 5th round of the Switch MX5 Cup by 5 Club Racing. And Jordan Johnson breaks desperately late. He's right there on the bumper of Ben Hansey. I feared for a moment he may have tagged the back, but he managed to avoid that. As he said yesterday to Andy, he doesn't want any more contact after what happened at Croft. And they turn their way up towards Siemens for the up towards the bus stop, I should say, for the 6th time of asking. Hansey gets a bit sideways, a wider line used by Johnson, but it's still the double champion Ben Hansey who leads the way ahead of Jordan Johnson, who only won for the 3rd time in his racing career yesterday. He's looking to add another one, but if he can do that, he will have to get past Ben Hansey first. The fastest lap still with Hansey, though, the race leader of 1:49.3. Not as quick as Hansey could manage yesterday. So they head up towards Church Corner. Johnson will be looking for a good exit here so he can get that long run up towards the Rocket braking zone. He's catching by the time they get through the school right-hander. He's alongside Ben Hansey. His nose in the head, but he's on the outside line as they head into Rocket. So Hansey brakes later than Johnson, and that means he stays in the lead, and he slides out wide But it's not a bad thing to slide out wide at Rocket in, because that gives you the inside line for Rocket out.
True, and automatically defends then into the second apex at Rocket, but you have to make sure there's nobody alongside you as you do that. In fairness, most of the time this weekend there's been a lot of fair racing and ability to read where the car is alongside you. So Johnson trying, that was a dangerous game, maybe to get his front wheels level with the rears of Ben Hansey in the braking area for Siemens. Half drifting his way through the left-hander onto Tom Price straight was Oak Richardson there in the blue car running fourth. Again, Johnson pulling out a line from Ben Hansey briefly into the braking area. Now he can apply the throttle a little earlier than Hansey ahead of him, but there's no real estate really to aim at. Goes to the right. This again is the more awkward place to be attempting an overtake because it's the outside line. And this time, almost side by side for the two leaders, but they're going to be presented with the driving standards flag. Let's hope not for either of those, and we'll try and work out exactly who it's been flown towards. Back across the line they go, 2 minutes left.
Yes, we should squeeze 2 further laps out like we did in the low costs a moment ago. And Johnson to the outside of Hansey. There was just a gap of 0.13 of a second at the line. But Johnson has realised over the last couple of laps it's not so easy to get into the lead of the race. And he's only got a few more chances to manage that. So as they turn right through Church Corner, slightly tighter line used by Johnson. Is that going to give him a better exit speed? He's right down the bumper of Hansey. Again, he's happy just to push Hansey along and give Hansey a mile per hour or two's advantage. Perhaps so towards Rocket. Are we going to see a challenge, or is he going to leave it to the last lap, Johnny?
Interesting, Ben Hansey actually defends way out of the corner at Rocket. He moves his car over to the left when the more natural racing line is probably a car width or two to the right of that. But that's just fending off Johnson's main line of attack. And I suppose one movement like that is okay. They're still under power at the time that he's doing that, but it means that Johnson can't then slither his way up the inside by the time they're hitting the brakes at the top of the hill. There is Ian Tomlinson then in the beautifully turned out number 9 car with that sort of dark metallic maroon colour. Looks pretty stable through the left-hander at Siemens, just doesn't quite have the potency of these two cars, and the same can be said for Oak Richardson in 4th place. Lloyd Huggins, by the way, still embroiled in a battle with Matthew Short and has Adrian Johnson and Jake Mickelwright at close quarters, but understandably so. We're focusing on this lead battle, which again, Ben Hansey's feeling the need to move from the right, now to the middle, now to the right again, to fend off any chance that Jordan Johnson can get to move by.
1 lap to go then. They will get the final lap board now as they cross the line with Hansey ahead of Johnson. Now, Jordan Johnson's had a few laps to think where he may be stronger than Ben Hansey. Can he bring that to use? How Ben Hansey's defending, particularly into the final corner, makes you wonder if he feels that Johnson may be better there. It's a good exit to the banking, though, for Ben Hansey. So that's a good start to the lap, then, for the race leader in one of the many BS Motorsport run cars, the Ben Short run team. But Johnson's got a really, really good exit out of Church Corner, so he draws up behind Hansey and alongside Hansey. He's on the right-hand side of the circuit, though, which is the outside line into Rocket. Who will be the last of the late breakers? It's going to be Hansey on the inside line, but they're absolutely level. The better line for Hansey, though, means he hangs on here, but only just, with Johnson trying the outside line.
Can't do it around the outside at Rocket, because the inside line is that much shorter. I wondered whether it was going to be the outside-inside touch at Rocket, but I haven't seen that done all weekend, and you need so much ability to judge the car dimensions around you. More likely manoeuvre maybe into hairpin, but Jordan's going to need a good exit coming out of Siemens, this corner, the left-hander, and as they climb then over the rise, it's a significant incline. Again, the grey car, number 92, is going to be level just about in the braking area with Ben Hansey, but Hansey has the crucial inside line. As long as he doesn't overdo it, let's see what the exit is like for the two cars. Johnson had to check out of the throttle there, and I think that's his chance gone now of a real challenge into the final corner, Josh.
Yeah, let's see. He looks at the last moment. Let's hope this doesn't end how it ended at Croft. It was the opposite way around on that occasion, but no, Ben Hansey hangs on. He runs a little bit wider than Jordan Johnson, but it's a short run to the line, and the BS Motorsport team celebrate on the pit wall. Ben Hansey celebrates in the car. A great race then from the 5 Club Racing MX5 Cup by 0.14 of a second. Ben Hansey is the race winner from Jordan Johnson and Ian Tomlinson in 3rd. Fourth went the way of Oak Richardson. Fifth to Lloyd Huggins. Congratulations to Lloyd. I think that's his best result in the series. In sixth position for Matthew Short for seventh. Well, there's four of them all together now because Martin Vernon closed in at the end. Wasn't able to progress though, with Adrian Johnson seventh ahead of Matthew Pennefather-Neal and Jake Mickelwright. Nico Favo comes home in what is 11th position ahead of David Brown, who beats Mary Barnard. And then up across the line, another battle as well that we weren't able to focus on much during the course of the race because of the battles at the front. That was Steve Quemby beating Martina Ward. So battles all the way through the pack there, Johnny, and really good racing, as you said, during the course of that race as well. Really respectful racing between the competitors here.
And that's important because, you know, the nature of this club racing, budgets are always going to be tight and you need to try and avoid contact where possible. Always there's going to be a bit of damage and therefore some money put aside to repair that. But what we don't want is big incidents and cars in barriers. And as you said, it was side by side, it was very close, but very little contact, if any at all.
Yeah, that's how we do it with the 5 Club Racing category. And this is how the 5th round of the championship saw the checkered flag, with Ben Hansey taking his second win of the season with a victory margin of just over a tenth of a second over Jordan Johnson after that race-long scrap. Ian Tomlinson, he came third, another podium for him here this weekend at Anglesey. Oak Richardson, lonely fourth again, with Lloyd Huggins celebrating his birthday with a top 5 finish. Matthew Short took 6th, ahead of Adrian Johnson, who narrowly beat Matthew Pennefather-Neal. Even closer finishing margin between those two than the top 2. Jake Mickelwright was 9th and Martin Vernon 10th, ahead of Nico Favo, David Brown, Mary Barnard and Steve Quemby. In 15th position, in fact, was Martina Ward. In 16th was Chris Moore. And 17th was Neil Burrows, with Felix Lowe not making it to the checkered flag. And becomes the first retirement of the MX5 weekend here at Anglesey. The race winners have already headed down into the pit lane, so we can say hello once more to Andy McEwen.
Well, what a fantastic race of the weekend, that one. Probably always close stuff with the 5 Club MX5's got our top 3 drivers here, and what a brilliant battle that was between Ben Hansey and Jordan Johnson. We'll let Ben get out of his car and then have a quick chat with our race winner. But Ben, that was much more like it, really, wasn't it? Proper nip and tuck stuff.
Yeah, I think when I spoke to you yesterday, I said it was a fairly dull race by 5 Club standards. I think we put that right this morning. Teammate did a bit of tweaks overnight, and just meant I was able to live with Jordan through turn 1 a bit better, which meant that the extra I had on him at Rocket I was able to capitalise on. But I thought Student was going to become the teacher on those last couple of laps, because everything I've ever thrown at Jordan was coming back out of the kit bag to see what he could do, but still got the edge on him.
There was sort of one decisive moment there, wasn't there, when Jordan made the mistake just at the final corner, because track position is so key, you had to pounce.
Yeah, I think that certainly gave me the run through turn 1 and then all the way up to Rocket, and I think he got himself in his own head of that mistake that he'd made. So,
reverse grid race coming up later on, your thoughts?
Reverse grid's always epic. Spend all day finding out who's the fastest. It can get a bit boring, so turn it upside down on its head, and I'm sure we'll be somewhere near the front anyway, but it should be a giggle. Looking
forward to it. Ben Hansey then getting his second victory of the season, just by a tenth of a second over Jordan Johnson. Jordan, that one could have gone either way. We enjoyed watching it. Did you enjoy being part of it?
Yeah, apart from the coming second part, but yeah, it was an awesome race, fair racing between me and Ben. He's done his time and he's taken me to school a bit lately, so I need to cut that out and stop giving him an easy overtakes.
You say easy overtake, you certainly made it difficult for him, but it was that little mistake at the final turn that I just chatted to Ben about. Just a little lock-up, what caused that, do you know?
Him showing me a nose and me being an idiot, really.
Not the words I'd have used, Jordan, but although Ben is agreeing with you over there. Right, let's have a wander around here and chat with Ian Tomlinson again. Second, third place finish for Ian this weekend, and Ian not quite got the pace to stick with these two, but another solid result.
Yeah, no, I'm happy enough with that, really. It's about as good as could have expected. So, yeah.
Whilst these two were trading the lead every lap, you had a pretty quiet race. Did that suit you, or would you have rather been in the fight?
No, I'd have rather been in the fight, really, but it's just the way it goes, isn't it? So, yeah, see what happens the next one.
Well, of course, for that next one with the reversed grid, you get a bit of a track position advantage now. You'll start just ahead of these two. Can you capitalise on that, do you think?
I'll give it a go, but yeah, it's probably going to be difficult. I think they're both, you know, a little bit quicker than me, so just have to see how wide I can make it. Yeah.
Looking forward to it. Ian Tomlinson then back on the podium after a fantastic race. Second race of 3 this weekend for the 5 Club MX-5s. Just behind us, we've got the Porsches leaving the assembly area now for the Calm All Porsche Trophy. Their second of 3 races this weekend, but this is their final 15-minute sprint before the 40-minute race later on.
That's absolutely right. Another sprint race then for the Calm All Porsche Trophy, which have a green flag lap, and this is how they will line up after the green flag lap. Ahead of their 15-minute race, it's Steve Hewson on pole because he won yesterday in his Porsche Cayman alongside Invitational driver Richard Harmon in his Porsche 944 Turbo. Son, Christian Walker alongside father John Walker in their Porsche Boxsters on row 2, with Paul Simpson on row 3 alongside Gary Goodwin, again in similar cars. The 4th row sees Sam Callahan in his Boxster alongside Class 3 winner from yesterday, Jamie McHugh in his Porsche 968. On the 5th row is Andrew Duce and Mike Kurtler, who are up ahead of Stephen Cunniff and Graham Hurd, and those 4 all in Porsche Boxster S's. On row 7 is Gabriel Yilmaz. He is alongside William Kurtler. And again, you'll find these 2 are Porsche Boxsters ahead of Ferdinand Gattino and Clayton Sampson, Boxster in 968. Thomas McHugh will go from 17th in his 944 alongside Jessica Wilkinson in her Boxster, making her Calm debut this weekend. Andy Baker is in his Boxster alongside Alvaro Crago's 968 Club Sport. Rich Gravestock here start 21st in his Porsche 944, ahead of the first of the 924s, driven by Hugh Pert. On the 12th row of the grid is Paul Hicks in his Cayman alongside Philip Waters in his 924, one of the men behind the series. On row 13 is Chris Waltenspool in his Boxster alongside John Jones, who's out there in his 924. Ken Van Howen is out there in the only Porsche 911, who starts alongside Andrew Peck in his 968, who retired yesterday. And hopefully we'll see James Harvey at the back, who wasn't able to start yesterday's race, in his Porsche Boxster S. So the cars are on their green flag warming up lap, which gives us a good chance to say hello to Nicky Emerson, who's not able to be with us this weekend. Get well soon, Nicky, and hopefully we'll see you back at the track soon, because pretty much every competitor's asked where you are this weekend. So the cars are on their green flag lap and making their way towards the line. And Johnny, as Nicky's watching, means we must make sure we make no mistakes.
Oh dear, the pressure's on. I made a pretty crucial one yesterday. I'll tell you no more about it, but Nicky was the first to put me right, fear not. She would have been downstairs, I'm sure, rushing upstairs to tap me on the shoulder, but the beauty of WhatsApp meant she could put me right there. But yes, to be honest, Nicky, the whole place is falling apart by the seams without your presence. So when's the next meeting for 750?
Next weekend at Brands Hatch.
OK, got 6 days to improve health-wise and be in Kent, hopefully. But what is hopefully nice for you at home is to have your feet up and actually enjoy the racing, which has been tremendous so far. Beautiful day here at Anglesey yesterday. We're not blessed with quite as nice weather today, with the threat of rain. I was just checking the forecast a moment or 2 ago, and there's a 92% chance of rain over the next hour or so. It might well bite in this race, which is of 15 minutes. If not maybe during the Aim Shop Master 7 Championship. But the rest of this morning could be very changeable indeed. It's also very, very windy, as you can tell from the turbine and indeed from that little boat, which will be a choppy old ride for the morning. It was very calm indeed, the Irish Sea yesterday, but how quickly things can change. And there, in our effects mics, you can hear just how blustery it is as well. Cars are back though onto their starting grid. It's a cracking assembly of Porsches of various different vintages, shapes and sizes. And we're about to go racing for a second time this weekend, Josh, for 15 minutes.
That's right, the biggest grid that we've had for the Calm All Porsche Trophy. It began with the 750 Motor Club just a few seasons ago, and it's really come of health in 2023. And we have that Porsche Cayman of Steve Hewson then, who is lined up at the front of the grid. It's good to see James Harvey at the back, so I think we have got a full complement of 29 Porsches that will see the red lights turn on now for the third round of the 2023 season, which gets underway with a good start from Steve Hewson, a big belch of smoke out the back of the second place car, Richard Harman, as the turbocharger on the 944 gets into action. He hangs on to second place ahead of the first class 2 car, which is Christian Walker, who didn't make a very good start yesterday, but he's really pushing on today, going around the outside of Richard Harman through the banking. Can Christian Walker then get himself up into second place? Not quite. Hasn't quite got the brake horsepower that the car Richard Harman has ahead of him. Behind, it's side by side between Christian's father John, who loses out there to Paul Simpson, who had a spin towards the end of yesterday's race. And the cars then climb uphill with that battle between Paul Simpson and John Walker going on. And there is, on the grid, it said Stephen Cunniff. I wonder if that has been a driver change, because that car's already up into 6th position, up ahead of Sam Callahan. A big slide there for the 25 car, which was Jamie McHugh, as they turned their way through Rocket for the first time. So plenty of place changes in just the first moments of this race, Johnny.
Yeah, and as you say, that slight variation of driver being assigned to this particular race as well, which will keep us on our toes. So the opening stages of this second calm all Porsche Trophy race, with the threat of wet weather quite possibly. So far everybody just about keeping it on the island and making a break, just as he did yesterday. The same race leader with the the car ability really beneath him, heading into the final corner to complete the first lap, Josh.
Yeah, so Steve Hewson pulling clear, the driver from the West Midlands, in this 2-litre turbocharged Porsche Cayman. One car kicking out a bit of dust there and a spin. Was it more than just dust? Was there a bit of smoke perhaps? And we've seen a big spin for 72, which is Mike Kurtler, who's going to lose a handful of places. He's got first gear though and has continued on his way. And everybody else has got through okay. But yeah, there was one car that sort of belched out. I thought it was dust, but it may well have been smoke actually from that car. They're in 3rd position. This is the Class 2 battle with Christian Walker ahead of his dad John, who's managed to move ahead of Paul Simpson. Now, who is showing in 6th position? Yeah, it's showing is Patrick Scharfegger. So Patrick has got into that car that Stephen Cunniff drove yesterday, and he's challenging in this Class 2 battle, which may go free or best as they turn into Rocket. It doesn't quite, but Scharfegger, who started 11th then, has moved himself up into the top 6 at this stage, and it's been a really good start there. For the ex-Caterham racer, who was also seen out in the 116 Trophy in recent seasons. He's joining now what has become a 4-car battle between these Porsche Boxsters.
A little bit of tape trailing from the front left of Scharfegger's car, but that certainly won't be affecting its speed. So looping its way through Siemens corner, you get an idea there of the cars heading into the braking area at Rocket in the background, and then in the foreground as the circuit loops around down through Siemens, where the corkscrew breaks away on the coastal circuit. Scharfegger, almost some, I think there was a tap actually to the rear of Paul Simpson's car, because Paul may be struggling for a gear partway through the hairpin, couldn't get the desired traction off the corner, so purely accidental contact with Scharfegger really nowhere to go. Steve Hewson's over the line now to complete the 2nd lap. Then the gap back to Richard Harman's 944 Turbo. Is the smoke coming from his car perhaps? You're right, as it left the line, there was a real lurch as he got that secondary bit of power.
It's Scharfegger's car that's had that bit of smoke again across the line, but it's still going, and it's going pretty strong with this Class 2 battle intensifying, led by Christian Walker, the 19-year-old university student from Ascot, ahead of his dad, John Walker, who's been racing for about 15 years now, the former Caterham Superlight driver, chasing after his son. And then the battle of a 5th position between Paul Simpson, who is there just ahead of Patrick Scharfegger, who tried to get past him a lap ago. He's giving it another go this time, though, into the left-hander at Rocket. And the 2 Boxster S cars run together, with Simpson hanging on ahead then at this stage in the 88 machine. He's still there in what is 5th overall, but for 3rd position in the class, with trying to move forwards up towards the Walker family ahead.
Had a good view there of Scharfegger's car belching smoke through Rocket corner. That cannot be healthy. But Scharfegger and Simpson really putting on a good show in their battle for 3rd and 4th within category, 5th and 6th overall. Paul Simpson had quite a moment through Church that he needed to sort out, and that therefore put him on the back foot. There's potentially some contact there as well as they work their way through. Now that was one of the 968s, car 35 that received some contact. So Alvaro Krigo. And again, Krigo from one side of the road to the other to defend from not one, but two similarly liveried Caymans. Boxsters, rather.
Yeah, that I think the car that just got into him a little bit was Mike Kurtler, who was the driver who had the spin on the first lap. Also involved in that battle is Gary Goodwin, who finished 5th yesterday. He's much further back today, though, at this stage of the race. He'll be looking to move forwards. He's there just behind the 50 car, which is William Kurtler. So we've got both the Kurtler family in there. Mike, the dad, the car salesman from London. William's a student. There's a few students in this race. 96 is coming through well from the back of the grid. Andrew Peck, who retired yesterday, he was running high up before his problems in his 968. He's up inside probably about the top 15 now with some more positions gained at the start of this lap. I wonder how much further he can get. There he is then in that 968 Club Sport that started the lap in something like 17th position, but is already progressing at the start of this lap and potentially gaining more positions. There's a 99 Graham Hurd. He has had a few problems over the course of the weekend as well, but his Boxster continues ahead of William Kurtler, who's another driver who's had experience in the British University Karting Series, which I think is also streamed here on Alpha Live. So a good progression from one Alpha Live category to another, from karting to car racing. That's a great thing to do. Number 3 is in this battle as well, which is Fernando Gattino's Boxster. So a great grid of Boxsters with a number of other types of Porsche all involved in these battles, Johnny.
Here again is the 35 car of Alvaro Krigo then in his 968, doing battle with 1, 2, 3. I can certainly see in sight to Boxster S's. And they all as one head down towards the final corner at bus stop. Meanwhile, keeping my eye out for the latest condition of Patrick Scharfegger's car, zigzagging their way down the start-finish straight. I can't see any more smoke from Scharfegger's car, so that will take as a good news, potentially. Steve Houston still leading by 3.4 seconds, but really mixing it well here, this fight for 11th and downwards. Mike Kurtler's just tucked in behind there in the red, number 72, and ahead of Krigo at the line was Metin Yilmaz in that multicoloured number 26, and now losing one of its headlights. In fact, it's trying to work its way out of the socket for the front right headlight. That will be causing 1 or 2 problems for downforce, I would think, as well, because it'll be gulping in air. Krigo has wriggled by and got himself into 10th position now.
And Mike Kurtler's going to try and follow him, the spinner from the first lap. So he's made good recovery, but can't quite get past Yilmaz at this stage. So it's Metin Yilmaz racing in this one. It was Gabriel yesterday. And there you can see the damage that Johnny was describing to you a moment ago. He'll be hoping that hangs on, because I'm guessing a light bulb on a Porsche is perhaps not as affordable as on some cars. So he
Fair comment, I think.
they turned their way through Siemens with 6.5 minutes or so for that to hang on. The leaders are just completing 5 laps. We did 9 laps in the duration yesterday. The lead gap, by the way, around 3 seconds. And Kurtler's got up the inside, a big slide. It was close there to perhaps some more damage being done than just the light bulb, but I think they got away with that. Oh, they may not have got away with that, because Mike Kurtler's had a big moment coming down towards the final corner. He spun going out of the final corner on lap 1, but bizarrely this time, Johnny, he spun on the brakes before they got to the corner.
I thought that was possibly too early to be braking, but maybe not in one of these production-derived Boxsters. And yeah, looking to just initially apply the brakes, and it just looped him round. A very strange moment, that, but thankfully he got pointing in the right direction very quickly indeed, William Kurtler, and is going again. Now immediately into a battle with another 968, this time in the hands of Andrew Peck, the white car with the green lines over the rear light clusters there. They have ahead of them Graham Hurd, who has, not for necessarily the right reasons, had an eventful weekend. retired from the qualifying session yesterday. Then it had a very smoky number 99 car in the first race Saturday night. But that's obviously all been patched up and fixed, and that car going well again, right in behind the semi-damaged Metin Yilmaz's car.
Let's take a look at a replay and see if we can work out what happened then to the Kurtler Boxster a moment ago. Firstly, he got there sideways as he almost brushed the Yilmaz car, but then as they headed down towards the final corner, Johnny, let's see what happened.
Yeah, no, he is applying the brakes. The lights came on, but the battle actually forced the Kurtler car onto the grass, and because the front wheels were slightly on the turf, it's then not braking at the same rate left to right, and it very quickly spun him round, but he dealt with it really well, and still very much in a similar place, actually. So considering he went through a full 360 and then applied the throttle again, good going.
Up towards the final corner come this battle with Andrew Peck, the driver who started from the back of the grid in his 968, continuing to make his way through this group of Boxsters. He's 12th now as he gets himself up ahead of Graham Hurd, who immediately comes under pressure from William Kurtler, who looks up the inside, and those two drivers are running side by side. We haven't seen the Class 2 battle for a while, but it's still Christian Walker who leads. He's pulled clear now of John, who's just ahead of Paul Simpson and Patrick Scharfegger, and that was a lock-up for Scharfegger, or again a puff of smoke that's come out the back of the 199 machine. But there is then John Walker, who's hanging on to what is 4th position overall for the 59-year-old engineer in this Porsche Boxer that's prepared by Charles Ivy Racing, who run Porsches at Le Mans in the 1980s and still continuing to run Porsches, but perhaps at a slightly different level.
Along Tom Price Straight, this collection of Porsches will go then. And what about this patch as well, with Graham Hurd just ahead of a recovering number 50, William Kurtler. He's trying to go around the outside of Metin Yilmaz in the multicoloured Boxster S, and that light now is literally hanging on by a cord and is causing Metin a distraction, I'm sure, because that's the side of the car he is sitting. Again, Scharfegger's car is very smoky coming out of the final corner. But that whole light assembly will be a fair weight, I would imagine, if you were to hold it, and it's literally dangling by an electrical cord now. So it depends how strongly built Porsche make that particular component, the actual wire or cable itself. But it is flipping from left to right, and I wouldn't be surprised to see that fully detach fairly shortly, which will obviously do that component even further damage.
It's all on driver's side as well, so as you said, Johnny, that would be quite a distraction, you would imagine. But this is a good advertisement for Porsche strength.
It's gone.
Oh, it has gone now, just as I say that.
Another commentator's curse there from Joshua Barrett, but now it's not landed on the racing line. The debris flag will come out at turn 1 to warn everybody as they head towards that part of the circuit. The bulk of the light assembly is off the track. There's just a little bit of extra stuff in the middle of it. But the leader potentially here, Josh, might be losing some speed. It was a 1.8 second gap. It's much, much less than that now.
Yeah, and it was 3 or 4 seconds before. So Richard Harman is catching in this Porsche 944 Turbo, a car from 1986, which has a 2.5 litre turbocharged engine producing 350 brake horsepower. So it doesn't fit quite into the power to weight ratio classes we have in the All Porsche Trophy, but he's catching Steve Hewson. And Steve Hewson's lap times have dropped off a couple of seconds from what he was doing earlier in the race. We've had a spin for one of the new drivers to racing, which is the Paul Hicks, but today Trevor Bale-driven Porsche Cayman. But we're concentrating on this lead battle because Richard Harman's now only a second behind Steve Hewson. Harman in his first run out in the Carmel Porsche series for the driver from Shropshire, chasing after Steve Hewson, a long-time 750 Motor Club competitor. His first season in this particular series, though, for the 2018 Club Enduro champion. But there is Harman then, in a car that is much older than the Cayman, 30-plus years older, I would think. But it's a great car to have on this grid, even if it is running in the invitational class. And there's lap traffic to deal with, Johnny, on this final lap.
which will be a further hazard for Steve Hewson if the car is just starting to drop away from its top speed.
There's been a big change in Class 2 because Paul Simpson has got past both Christian and John Walker on that latest lap, and he's up to third. So it's quite a lot happening in the final stages of this race.
Indeed, yeah. So the 986 Boxster now leading the secondary class. Hewson getting good speed down Tom Price Straight. Here's the traffic that Josh was talking about, though. And Steve having to thread the eye there with traffic to right and left, but he's got ahead, crucially, and quicker than Richard Harmon. So a little bit more breathing space. The clock is at 0, though. So the checkered flag is being readied for race leader Steve Hewson. Not too far for him to go now.
Yeah, it's 100% win record kept up just by Steve Hewson, beating the flame-belching 944 Turbo of Richard Harmon. For Class 2, though, he had a spin yesterday, but Paul Simpson is the winner. Talking about spin, there's been a big spin up at the top of the circuit for car number 3, which is driven by Gary Martin today. He's got back going, though. But, yeah, Paul Simpson, who spun yesterday, he wins Class 2 today on his first weekend with us in the All Porsche Trophy, beating Christian and John Walker, with Patrick Scharfeger bringing his car home in what is 6th position. Andrew Juice came home in what is 7th, ahead of the Class 3 winner, who takes a checkered flag now, Jamie McHugh, ahead of Sam Callahan. And completing the top 10 should be Alvaro Krigo after he pulled past that Porsche Boxster battle a little bit earlier on. And he will beat Andrew Peck, who was recovering from starting from the very back of the grid. So the class winners so far have been Steve Hewson, Paul Simpson and Jamie McHugh. The Class 4 winner is John Jones, and I think we saw him go a lap down, so he's also taken the checkered flag in his 924. But lots of battles still coming up across the line, like this one here, which involved Edward Sampson, who gained positions on that last lap. With that spin for Gary Martin, it looked like Mike Kurtler could have got involved in that, because, or Metin Yilmaz as well, because they dropped back on the last lap or so. But another good race for the Porsches, and I think all 29 cars that came here to race at Anglesey have taken the checkered flag as well.
Good news, because these are rather costly machines, and we don't want to hear about engine problems or worse, damage after some contact. Unfortunately for Metin Yilmaz, well, he might be reacquainted with that light assembly. How much of it is still able to be put back on the car, he'll have to find out. But otherwise, unscathed. Yilmaz did lose at 1 or 2 places, but Steve Hewson has driven brilliantly. Whether he was fighting a problem with that car late on, we'll have to learn that later in the day.
The results then of the 3rd round will show that Steve Hewson is a winner again, but by the smallest margin yet, 1.4 seconds over Richard Harmon. Paul Simpson wins Class 2 by just half a second over Christian Walker, with John Walker in what is 5th overall, ahead of Patrick Scharfeger. 7th went to Andrew Juice. A Class 3 victory for Jamie McHugh in 8th, with Sam Callahan and Alvaro Krigo completing the top 10. Andrew Peck from the back of the grid got to 11th, ahead of William Kurtler, Graham Hurd and Gary Goodwin. Edward Sampson finished 15th, ahead of Mike Kurtler, who had an eventful race. Metin Yilmaz brought most of his Boxster home in 17th, ahead of Thomas McHugh, Gary Martin and Andy Baker. Jess Wilkinson was 21st, ahead of James Harvey, who didn't race yesterday. He got up to 22nd today. Rich Gravestock, Trevor Bale came up next. And John Jones won Class 4, the first driver to go a lap down, ahead of Philip Waters and Hugh Pert. 2 Remainer finishers were Harry Nerger and Ken Van Houen, bringing his Porsche 911 home in 29th position. We'll see the Porsches again later on, like we'll see the Locos and MX-5s that we've seen so far. So we look forward to a longer race later. But for now, Andy McEwen will be catching up with the class winners down in Parc Fermé.
So our second calm all Porsche trophy race of the weekend complete, and another race victory for Steve Hewson, a dominant second victory of the weekend, and he's climbing out of his car looking cool as a cucumber. So let's have a chat with him as he's just immediately launching into a chat with another driver. What is it about you drivers? You know, you get out of the car, the first thing you want to do is talk to each other.
This is why we do this.
That's a big part of this championship, though, isn't it? The camaraderie and the sense of family amongst you all.
Yeah, I mean, it's fun. It's very proper club racing, so it really does feel like that, which is great. It's first year in this series for me, and yeah, it's got a real good atmosphere to it.
As far as that race went, pretty much a carbon copy of yesterday, I guess.
That was always the plan. The Nine Meister car was brilliant. It just went really well. Better grip today, so I think slightly faster times, and certainly the car felt easier to drive for the first half of the race. But then in the second half, Richard started catching me again. So it's obviously lighter car, I think, the 944, so that started to make a difference. Should be a good battle later.
Looking forward to that 40-minute race coming up later on. Thank you very much to Steve. Now, Paul Simpson's car is here. Paul Simpson himself appears to have vanished, so we might have to try and circle back to him in a moment or two. Jamie McHugh, of course, was our SP3 winner, and for him we're looking for the number 25 car. This is always a bit of an adventure, this, trying to find drivers. There's no particular order to where they park themselves, unfortunately. And, of course, John Jones getting the victory in SP4 in the 639. Here is the wounded 126 car that we were following during that race. You can see the damage done to the right front corner of that one. So a little bit of repair work to be done before that race a bit later on. I think part of the problem here is that we're still actually getting cars off the track. There's so many of these Porsches that it takes a little bit of organisation to get them all in off the racetrack back into Parc Fermé. But we will try and have a wander around and find a few more of our podium finishers. In fact, I think we might have to throw back to the box, because already, as ever with 750 Motor Club, we are moving on quickly. We've got our next race getting underway very shortly, the Aim Shop Mazda 7 Championship. Cars just leaving the Parc Fermé area behind me. So I'll go and have a chat off camera with some of our other class winners. In the meantime, back to the box.
It's time for the only race today for the aimshop.com Mazda 7 Championship. This is round 5 of the season, and the cars already lining up ahead of their race. Let's take you through the grid with yesterday's winner, Martin West, on pole alongside Daniel Sibbons. On the second row, good qualifying for Lucas Bass alongside championship leader and last year's champion John Lisseter. David Mason and Ben Powney on row 3. The fourth row sees David Bowen and Martin Shelton line up ahead of Simon Court and Callum Barnes. Good to see Court there today. He didn't race yesterday. Matt Groh and Daniel Court start on row 6 ahead of Peter Wood and Imran Khan making his debut in the series this weekend. Lewis Penstone Smith and Ayrton Rogers on row 8 with Ian Deves and Steve Gross making up the 18 starters, both new to racing for this weekend. The countdown has begun. Yesterday it was Martin West who won by 1.6 seconds over the championship leader John Lisseter. They come into this race with Lisseter leading the championship by 21 points over Ben Powney, who starts 6th today. David Mason 3rd in the championship. Martin Westow moves up to 4th with that victory. The red lights are on. It's Daniel Sibbons alongside West as the case gets underway for the 5th round of the championship. Another fantastic start from Lisseter, and there's contact as he pulls across the circuit and gets it into Lucas Batt. But I think they've got away with that. But Lisseter, just like yesterday, making by far the best start. But there were just too many cars around him on this occasion to make particular progress, and he just brushed the side of Lucas Batt's car. But they've got away with that, thankfully. I don't think with any damage of any sort, so that's good news. But that's all allowed the winner from yesterday, the former low-cost champion, Martin West, to lead. Lisseter's now got 2nd, though, away from Daniel Simmons. So that aggressive start for Lisseter's kind of worked out still for him, Johnny. Yeah, it's not always advisable, in truth, but they did breathe in and just about came out of it unscathed or without any lasting consequences. Lisseter, really good run up the hill, but he's going to lose out potentially here on Daniel Sibbons, who started ahead of him on the grid. Sibbons will have to go the high side around, though, and he can't make it work through the second bit of Rocket. So Lisseter hanging on for 2nd position. What this is doing, though, is allowing Martin West to disappear up the road. There's Martin, about 4 or 5 car lengths ahead as they are virtually 3 abreast, exiting Peel, tumbling their way down towards Siemens now, that awkward left-hander which is slightly off camber on the downhill approach. So onto Tom Price straight they go for the first time. It's important to gap the rest of your field where possible, and Martin West has started very early with that challenge. Yeah, that's absolutely right, Johnny. So he's pulled clear of Lisseter. A big look up at the rear of the field there for 10, I think that was, which is Ian Deves, who's new this weekend, as he tries to keep up with the rest of the pack that's headed, well, Martin West isn't really in the pack, is he? He's so far ahead of John Lissetter, who's under pressure, and Daniel Simmons, who had a great run out of the final corner, is on the inside line. And Daniel Simmons, the wind turbine engineer from Lincoln, takes second place as West hooks a wheel over the grass there. That hasn't affected him terribly, though, with this lead gap he has over the pack of a couple of seconds, with Simmons now second, Lissetter third, fourth David Mason getting involved as well now. So David Mason round the outside and pulls clear of Lissetter. Has Lissetter got a problem? Because he's just lost 2 places in very quick succession. Or was he just offline? No, he hasn't got the straight line speed. So last year's champion, the championship leader, is slowing. I don't think Jonathan Lissetter's going to finish this race. You can see him pulling a big spin for Daniel Simmons, and I'm afraid he's going to hit the barriers at a fair rate of speed. But it looks like Daniel, I think, was still moving in the car there, so that's a good sign. And David Mason, I think that's the car he came into contact with, who has also ended up off the circuit as well. But a large incident there on the run up towards Rocket, and the tow makes it for exciting racing, Johnny, that sometimes perhaps the cars change in speed a bit more than the drivers realise now.
And obviously, at the time, we were concentrating on Jonathan Lissetter's lack of speed, but the contact had happened just ahead of them. Lissetter's still got his elbows out, by the way, being covered by local yellows at the moment. But what I don't like is that the tyres that Simmons hit have now been left away from the Armco barrier.
He's getting out of the car, Johnny, so that's good news. There he is, you can see on the screen now. It's a very damaged car, but Daniel's okay, so that's the best thing of that incident, so that's good news.
But it is a safety car, and I thought as much, because we've got bare Armco now exposed because the tyres have been pulled away. So yellows being shown all the way around the circuit. Yeah, nasty incident that. Not one I particularly enjoyed watching, because we could see what was going to happen from a long way off, and unfortunately for Daniel, he had his back to the tyre wall, so he didn't quite know where the impact was going to be made.
No, that's absolutely right, and luckily no one else got caught up in that very high speed. They can see the damaged tyre wall as well, because that's all happened before the braking zone, I would suggest. So a speed in probably over 100 miles per hour across potentially damp grass as well, into one row of tyres before you get into the Armco barriers. Whereas Daniel's out of the car, and okay, we're going to show you a replay and try and work out what happened, because it all happened at such a speed it was hard to tell at the time. So we've already seen Jonathan Lissetter slow down, so he was out of the battle. Mason got alongside Simmons, and they just came together. One driver, I think, going towards the left, the other driver going towards the right, and the car didn't slow down much at all. But damage to the rear of the car. But obviously the safety features on these Mazda 7s were enough to show that Daniel Simmons was able to climb out of the car unaided. Because, though, of that damage to the barriers, the race control have made the decision that red flag is necessary. As you said, Johnny, it was now an uncovered barrier basically up there. We've seen one accident. You could well get another. There's Daniel, though, looking over the damage of his car. That's the main thing out of that incident, that he is okay.
Yeah, crouched down. I would imagine he's going to be pretty badly winded, because you sit so close to the rear of these cars, and obviously there are protective measures all the way around, hence that massive roll hoop, which basically encompasses the driving position. But nevertheless, that's massive speed deceleration in not very much time at all, and he spun away from the tyre wall, but I think he's just going to need a moment to catch his breath. The medics are now with him. The rescue unit's just arrived on the scene, and I think twice over, in fact, in the on-site medical centre at their very least. We're encouraged by the fact that he's able to walk away, but obviously we need to do the post-checks now as well.
And I'm sure probably the person to be most concerned to be David Mason, who made that contact with him, because
of course
a lot of these drivers, and particularly David and Daniel, have been racing together for a good number of seasons now. There's a very friendly atmosphere in the Mazda 7 paddock. They all get together for a barbecue. I think we walked past that when we left the commentary box yesterday. So that would not have been intentional at all, and I'm sure David would be as concerned as anybody else, really, because at that point he wouldn't have known what the outcome may have been, and particularly when he would have seen a red flag, he'd think, oh, we'll find out what happened here. So hopefully he would have seen that Daniel was out of the car, which is a good first sign in these situations. Now, Jonathan Lissetter, as you said, Johnny, got back up to speed of some description. So with what would be a new start now, he should restart at the front of the grid, I would think, as it goes back a lap. Which means if the car is okay, he could be into some sort of contention once more. But of course, this restart may be a few moments away at this stage because, as you can see there now, the marshals and I think some of the Anglesey circuit staff and potentially I think some of the rescue unit crew as well are getting in on the action to put the tyre wall back together after that accident. So there's a big team effort, isn't it, here? We haven't just got the circuit staff working on that, the marshals, and I think as well some of the rescue crew were joining in to make sure we can get racing back underway as shortly as possible.
Yeah, well, you just need a bit of a hip and shoulder, I suppose, to, a bit of elbow grease to get these tyres, first of all, untangled, because they're all wrapped together with tie wraps, it looks like, to protect that Armco barrier that sits behind. But it's a job in itself to work out which bits of tyre go on top of the others, basically, to restack and then reposition. So everybody mucking in there to try and make sure we don't lose too much time on this relatively tight schedule. Bear in mind we've got a 2-hour race to come later on this afternoon, which is due to start at 2:35. 3 races, in fact, after the lunch break. Mighty Minis next, so I'll be handing over to Craig Cook for that to join Josh Barrett. But yeah, moment of reflection. 10 minutes and 8 seconds left on the clock. A bit might be taken away from that, but it's going to be interesting to see what grid is issued. The live timing would suggest we've had 2 completed laps, but will the start be taken back to the order at the end of 1 lap, you think, perhaps?
Usually that is what happens, but the...
so Listerton was something like 4th at the time, wasn't he, or even better than that?
Could be in second even.
Second.
Yeah. But we'll wait for Terry downstairs, the chief timekeeper of the 750 Motor Club, to issue a grid. He'll be well on top of the regulations.
Oh,
he won't even need to check
a little
them,
more than we are, or I am.
And he will then print the grids out and that'll be handed to our start line marshals. If you're a regular watching the 750 Motor Club Alpha live streams, you'll be more used to listening to Ian Stoneman at this stage. Ian today is not here, and that is because he is swimming for charity. He's swimming for Cancer Research UK and Marie Curie, doing Swimathon 2023. And if you'd like to help Ian raise money, you can do so by heading to his Just Giving page. If you put Ian Stoneman into Just Giving, that's an easy way to fund the charities and help Ian's effort over the course of today, because he's not been so well over the last couple of weeks, but he's making sure he puts the effort in for those charities. That's why you cannot be with us. But that does mean that Johnny Palmer and Andy McEwen can come and join us for a 750 Motor Club weekend.
Exactly. Every cloud has a silver lining in the sense of Andy McEwen. I'm the downside of it all, sadly. But I'm enjoying my time in North Wales, particularly yesterday when the weather was glorious. And at the moment, we've been talking about rain. We haven't had any meaningful wet stuff so far from the skies. But as I said, a check of the forecast not too long ago would indicate we might be having a little bit of it later on this morning. We're hearing it's going to be a bit of time before we can go racing again, maybe as much as 15 minutes before the barrier is fully repaired. So I wonder whether the Armco behind the tyres has been further damaged, or indeed those tyres that sit there all year long. You know, they are designed obviously to be a cushion zone and be safe when they're first hit, but some of those may actually now need to be stripped out and replaced with slightly newer rubber. So a moment for everyone else to sit in their cars in what is still a fairly blustery day here on the North Wales coast and get ready for something like a 10-minute restart, but with a significant reorder to factor in as well when that grid is issued.
Which I think has been done so, Johnny, because we've got cars heading towards the grid, and as I expected, Jonathan Listerton is there on the front row of the grid, and he's been very good off the line over the course of today. So if the car is fine, perhaps, I don't know what you could have in one of these cars that would be a blip, and then, because it's not a GT3 car, is it, where you can do Control-Alt-Delete and reset the car and away it goes. But Listerton is there alongside Martin West. So you've got here on the front row of our new grid the 2021 low-cost champion Martin West in his first season of Mazda 7s, and last year's Mazda 7 champion John Listerton, the former Carter, in the Hill Group backed car that starts there on the front row of the grid. So an interesting prospect in place. It's not just four-wheeled action that's happening around these parts at the moment. Some sort of motocross event is happening across the way as well. And think, Johnny, you're in a similar situation to me where motorcycles are not our forte.
It's out of my sphere of knowledge, I have to say, although I did always enjoy a good half an hour of Kickstart when I was about 7 or 8 years old. You're far too young to remember that from the 80s, but Kickstart was superb when they had these type of bikes but over barrels and through tunnels and things. Dougie Lampkin et al. But motocross, I think is the right terminology. Does it get live television coverage, this? Because Alpha Live might be getting another signing before the end of the weekend, in fairness. They used to, says Luke, with a little bit of, I don't know, there's a style to the way that he said that. With Alpha Live. Yes, okay. Political. We best avoid that, if possible, moving forward, perhaps. But a little bit of free coverage there. You're pointing.
There's rain spots on our window.
Okay, yes. So
the first of those that
I did warn you that there might be a little bit of a shower, and this is going to further complicate matters. The next question I was going to ask you, which you may not know the answer to, is this an H-pattern box in a Mazda 7, or is it a sequential box?
No, it's a
H-pattern.
Yeah,
so
and they use a gearbox out of a Mazda MX-5 as well.
Might it have been as simple as just missing a gear or two for Jonathan Lister? But it was a prolonged lack of pace down that run from church to school, and that doesn't necessarily explain it for me. It looked like almost he was having a conversation at the front of the field to just describe what problem it was. Clearly he's confident enough, though, to take the restart.
And if we go quiet for a moment, I think we can hear the rain drops on our camera as well. There you go. So the rain is starting to fall. Everyone's obviously on a dry setup. It's still a pretty dry track at the moment, but it's a track which is clear of rescue vehicles, because that 15-minute delay that we were expecting, well, I think the marshals and the Anglesey circuit staff might well have beaten that time, because we'll have to wait for the crews to get into a safe position. But it does look like the track is clear, the tyre wheel is back in place, so it shouldn't be too long before we get back underway. We shouldn't have a green flag lap again unless the conditions get so bad that race control think that one is necessary, but I wouldn't think that's the case at the moment. So the grid then, we'll see Martin West and Jonathan Lister on the front row. David Mason alone on row 2. He's obviously happy that that incident hasn't caused him any damage where he won't be able to take this restart. In the third row is David Bowen and Lucas Batt. Ben Powney and Martin Shelton on row 4. And then the Court brothers are there on row 5 with Simon, who didn't race yesterday, the driver from Rugby. He's been racing for 3 seasons now. He's alongside his brother Daniel Court, who is there alongside. But the Anglesey rescue and circuit vehicles are just making their way back towards the pit lane area, so it shouldn't be very much longer before we get this race underway. Callum Barnes is there on row 6 alongside Peter Wood. Matt Groh and Imran Khan are up next. I think then it's Ayrton Rogers, Lewis Penstone Smith, and then Ian Deave and Steve Gross that make up the remaining cars. So we've only lost the one car during the first part of that race, and when we get underway, Johnny, I wonder, with those good starts, if for the first time this weekend, someone other than Martin West might be leading into turn 1.
Yeah. So the other thought I now have is tyres. They run on road tyres, don't they? Or certainly there is a tread pattern to these tyres. So there will be a little bit of clearance of water offered by the all-weather tyre, but as the cars are sitting there on the grid, all that tyre temp is ebbing away, and we could have a pretty wet circuit by the time we're racing again.
And the 30-second board is about to be shown, so we're not very far away from that racing. And a 10-minute restart is what we heard a little bit earlier on, so that's what we are looking forward to for the restart of the 5th round of the aimshop.com Mazda 7s, nowadays on Toyo tyres, new for this season, on a potentially increasingly wet circuit as the race gets underway. And Lister, after talking up his start, he's not got away as well as Martin West has. So Martin West will lead into turn 1 then, with Lister second, David Mason in third, Bowen and Batter side by side. There's more rain on our camera lens down at the bank, and it's locking up for Martin West. Perhaps there's not quite so much tyre temperature he was expecting. There's a big moment for Imran Khan, who has somehow gained positions by sliding across the grass on the inside of the circuit, but he may lose momentum on the exit. But it is West End that leads through the right-hander at Church Corner, and now a voyage up to the top of the circuit. A big spin in the background for Martin Shelton, who slides across the grass on the inside of the circuit. So perhaps, as you would suggest, Johnny, with low tyre temperatures and a raining outlook to the circuit, there is not as much grip as some drivers were hoping for.
And no green flag lap. You don't have one in this championship with treaded tyres, so there's no exploratory lap, if you like. You can't get a feel for where the grip is, and more crucially, isn't. So for the race leader, I mean, he's keeping it on the island in fairness, but this is a little bit of a launch into the unknown for Martin West.
I wonder what hypercar drivers would say to doing this. Anyway.
They needed to have driven Mazda 7s a little more. Antonio Fuoco, I'm looking at you. Carry on, Josh.
So the race carries on with Martin West leading from John Liciter and David Mason as they turn their way down towards the hairpin. Lucas Batt is there in 4th position. In 5th is Bowen. 6th, a good start here for Daniel Court. Obviously gained one when Martin Shelton spun, but I think he's gained some more as well during the course of this opening lap. So the track still looks pretty dry despite the rain that is coming down, with West sliding out over the curb, and he spins towards the pit wall. He manages to grab a gear, but that means he shoots back across the circuit. There's cars going either side of him at this stage, and I think everybody, let's hope, let's not talk too soon. Yeah, everybody's got through, and Martin West has now got back going. The track may not be as damp, maybe the curbs are, though, the painted curbs.
Big time, and they also hold water because they're ridged, and he decided to go up on the curve, which is a dangerous game in the wet weather, and maybe he just wasn't quite as knowledgeable as we were how much it had been raining. So we've got a completely new complexion to the race now, with Liciter side by side with Mason. Mason sneaking through into the race lead. There was a moment there where the spinner thought he might be able to, Martin West thought he might be able to rejoin very quickly indeed, then knew that was a bad idea, jumped on the brakes, and for a brief time that certainly got my adrenaline going. Sitting in the middle of the road broadside, thankfully everyone obeying and seeing in time the double wave yellow flags.
Yesterday, Johnny, you were wondering if the weather might spice up proceedings here today at Anglesey, and this race would suggest perhaps they may do. We've only had a lap and a half, and plenty has happened during the course of that. So it's Mason who leads. A big challenge there from Ben Powney to grab 4th. He's behind Jonathan Liciter, and Lucas Batt is there in 3rd place. This is a great effort from Lucas, who only started racing last year, and he's going with the top 2 in these tricky conditions. Then Powney is getting another place. He's got up the inside of David Bowen, who's another very new driver to racing, as is that driver there, Callum Barnes. It was only a couple of seasons ago when Callum started racing he would tend to get lapped, but now he's right in this front group, so it's great to see that progress from drivers like Callum. And the leader, though, is still David Mason as they turn their way out the final corner. Again, though, he used the curb. He saw what happened to West earlier, so he didn't apply the throttle, but what that means is Jonathan Liciter's all over the back of him, Johnny.
Yeah, curbs are a great idea in the dry, but it really is going to unsettle a car, and David Mason was far braver than I might have been coming out of bus stop and had at least half the car width all over those blue and yellow painted curbs. Jonathan Liciter staying off on the asphalt more likely, and he's actually getting better drive off the corners in these halfway house conditions. Not fully wet, not fully dry. Liciter's good exit surely will give him a much better run at the race lead. They're side by side, but I think Liciter will have the position before they need to hit the brakes at the top of the hill. He will. So Jonathan Liciter now leading into Rocket.
He's not yet with them. In 4th place, Ben Powney is the quickest driver. He is with them now, actually. He was a second plus behind the lead battle at the start of the lap, but joining them now is Ben Powney, who's not really been there at the front all weekend, despite getting the fastest lap yesterday. But he's joining in now what is a 4-car lead battle. There he is, 37 then. Ben Powney, who does so much promotion for this championship. He's got so much passion for the Mazda 7 category. He sold his Jedi single-seater so he could concentrate on that this year, as well as racing this Mazda 7. And the grids have been growing with Ben's assistance, but he would so much like to be on the top step of a podium again, because he hasn't been there over the last few races, well, not just this year, but last year as well. But it is Liciter then, who won all 3 races at Croft, who's back ahead of David Mason with 5 minutes on the clock, Johnny. It could well change yet.
Yeah, 4 for the lead. Just less than 5 minutes to go. We might eke out an extra lap as well, depending on where the cars are around this 2.1 circuit when the clock hits 0. Over the line goes the race leader, John Liciter, then ahead of David Mason now by 0.6 of a second, but Mason to Lucas Batt is absolutely nothing at all, and Ben Powney trying to apply the pressure merely with his presence into a tricky braking area for the banking, and also the exit looked pretty dicey as well, as proved by Ben Powney there. Thankfully nobody right on his boot lid ready to pounce. but Powney's lost some ground now on Lucas Batt in third position. Larger gap back to David Bowen, who's fighting with Simon Court and Daniel Court.
Not far behind them is Martin West, who's back to ninth already with the fastest lap of the race, a 1:42.9. That's only 1 second slower than yesterday, so even though it may be raining, the track conditions are still pretty good. Maybe if you use too much curb, as Martin found out, it's a little bit more slippery there, but there's good lap time. And he is the quickest driver. How much higher can he get in just the last few laps of the race? What about the leaders? Can Lucas Batt get a podium? That's be a popular result for him if he can manage that. He's still just ahead of Ben Powney. The Court brothers have both passed David Bowen since Johnny described the order to you 2 corners ago. That's how quickly things change in Mazda 7 racing. And Callum Barnes is up there in 8th position, and there's Martin West. He's still pushing on, he's looking up, but Lisseter, who tends to be good in these types of conditions, he leads the way. Lucas Batt there in 3rd position with Ben Powney behind. As popular as a podium for Lucas may be in that awning, Ben Powney would quite like to take that 3rd position away.
Sure he would, and he's going to try around the outside into bus stop. He got a very good exit, I noticed, out of hairpin, and he's side by side, but Powney forced up the curb. Thankfully there was a bit more grip there than Martin West found a couple of laps ago. It's also side by side behind, with Simon Court battling with Daniel Court, and they have still Callum Barnes for company. Powney to the outside, he seems to like that approach into the banking. And this first hairpin on the lap does offer more grip and speed on the outside line, more so than the hairpin. So Powney now to the outside of Church Corner can carry more speed again, being on that higher line. And it's going to work for him, I think. No, in fact, as I say that, here comes Lucas Batt on the fight back inside line at School and should just about retain 3rd position. But we've got the braking area for Rocket to come next, Josh.
That's right. We should have this lap plus one more, I think, out of this race. And Powney, again, looking to the inside, again, unable to get ahead then of Lucas Batt, who's hanging on for dear life to stay on this 3rd position. Still on the podium, but as I say that, he gets a big handful of opposite lock, and that is enough for Ben Powney to slot through and get ahead then of Lucas Batt. So it took a little while, but Ben Powney up to 3rd. But in all of that, that has allowed Jonathan Lisseter and David Mason to pull clear up front.
Patient driving then for those two. I thought there was a hint of a green flag being waved at Siemens Corner, which would indicate maybe something's happened at Peel, perhaps only a half spin. All the key runners are still very much present. So coming out of the 2nd hairpin on the lap, John Lisseter now having opened up that gap, helped of course by Martin West's earlier spin, so you don't have the really rapid 94 car duking it out for the lead. They'll head across the line now with 1:17 to go, which is shy, well short of a lap time, so this should be the final lap now for Lisseter. The confirmation of Ben Powney being ahead of Lucas Batt on our scoring tower to the left of your shot, and also Martin West gains another lap on another position on that lap, I should say, getting ahead of the number 3 of Callum Barnes.
And Ben Powney's immediately caught David Mason, so he could get 2nd out of this if he has a good final lap to this race. But Lisseter continuing this strong form he had over last year into this year, looking for his 4th victory in 5 races. There is West right behind David Bowen, so he might get 7th. He may get 6th or 5th before the end. At the pace he has, he'll be so frustrated with that moment he had out over the curbs. He had the lead at that stage. He's getting a 7th position now, away then from David Bowen. Martin West almost didn't make the start of the season, because when he shook down this car 2 weeks before Croft, it got smashed up at Brands Hatch. He managed to rebuild it with the help of his dad before that one. He had a small mechanical moment at Croft, which meant he didn't finish one of the races there. He's been really quick. He's actually just lost 7th place as he slides out over the curves, as David Bowen gets back ahead of him. The driver from Kent, who only started racing, I think, at this meeting towards the end of last year. But Simon Court, he's just ahead of his brother Daniel Court for what is 5th position as they make their way towards the end of the Tom Price Straight. And Martin West again is trying to get himself ahead of David Bowen, which may not be working as well as he thought it would have been at this stage. But into the final corner, Jonathan Lisseter will win for the 4th time this season, and a big punch for the air for the winner. And for 2nd place, it's pretty much a dead heat between Ben Powney and David Mason. We'll see initially who that is given to. It's a dead heat at this stage, so we will wait and see when the timekeepers look back at that who is in front, because at this stage it's just given it to Powney because his number is lower than David Mason's. But at this stage it is a dead heat for second place. Fourth went the way of Lucas Batch, fifth for Simon Court, fifth for Daniel Court, sixth for Simon Court. So Daniel got ahead there into the last corner. Martin West did get seventh away from David Bowen. Callum Barnes took ninth. And it's another top 10 finish for Imran Khan. A new fastest lap on that last lap for Powney, which was 0.01 of a second slower than yesterday's fastest lap. So that would suggest, Johnny, the track conditions are actually okay.
They were getting better, I think. So we had the rain shower before the restart. That meant that the track surface was very greasy indeed, as Martin West found, well, particularly up on the painted curbs. But it was improving because of the top, let's say 15 cars. I can see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 improvements, personal bests, or indeed in the case of Ben Powney, an absolute best final lap.
Ben Powney's been given second, so that's been sorted out.
I thought he was just ahead, but we're talking hair's breadth stuff, and as you said, down to 2 decimal places, you couldn't initially split them.
Yeah, that's right. So the timekeepers have looked at that. But there's the winner. Again, it's Jonathan Listeter, who is a victor in the aimshop.com Mazda 7 Championship.
Nicely saved.
Let's see if we can take a look at the results. So it was a victory for Jonathan Listeter by a couple of seconds. At one point, he looked like he was going to retire from the race, but he's a race winner. Second went to Ben Powney, who fought his way through up ahead of David Mason by the smallest of margins. Lucas Batt took fourth, a best for him. Fifth went to Daniel Court, ahead of his brother Simon. Seventh was Martin West, who has been so strong all weekend but had the spin. David Bowen eighth, ninth for Callum Barnes, and 10th for Imran Khan. Ethan Rogers, Peter Wood, Lewis Penstone Smith and Matt Groh were also finishers. As was Martin Shelton, Ian Deves and Steve Groves, and best wishes to Daniel Sibbons after the incident we saw in the first part of the race. He was the only retirement despite the somewhat tricky conditions. So that's all we're going to see this weekend from the aimshop.com Mazda 7 Championship, but that will continue at Mallory Park in 4 weeks' time. That bodes for an exciting day of racing, I suspect, on that short circuit with lots of slipstreaming. Cadwell Park, Brands Hatch and Silverstone on the Grand Prix circuit will conclude the season for the aimshop.com Mazda 7 Championship, but an increased championship lead for Jonathan Listeter going into that meeting at Mallory Park. I reckon 23 points, a big advantage, almost a race-winning number of points. So Listeter, definitely the form man, as we've already gone past 1/3 distance in the championship. It feels like we only started 4 weeks ago. And Andy McEwen has ventured out into the conditions downstairs to chat, not just to Jonathan Listeter, but to Ben Powney and David Mason as well.
Well worth the wait, that. Helps if I turn the microphone on, doesn't it? Brilliant second race of the weekend, that, for the Mazda 7 Championship. A double race victory for Jonathan Listeter, but you had to work hard for that one.
Yeah, I mean, the first race start, something went wrong with the engine. I had a problem with it and it just lost power, and I thought, oh no, that's it, that's game over. But then all of a sudden it seemed to clean through, and then there was that unfortunate incident with the red flag, but that kind of saved my day, really. And yeah, I mean, I was looking forward to a good race, and unfortunately Martin made a bit of a mistake. But yeah, no, after that I just gapped everybody, which is great.
Difficult conditions, it seemed, certainly immediately after the restart. Obviously, we saw Martin's big moment at the final corner. I bet that caught your attention.
Yeah, it did me a favour. I just said, don't go on the curbs. So, yeah, no, that was helpful. But, yeah, I just got to say thanks to the TSR boys and all my sponsors, Hill and everyone. So, yeah, it was a brilliant day, brilliant weekend. Thank you.
Fantastic stuff. Jonathan Listeter then extending his points advantage. Now, second place in the end, going the way of Ben Powney, who is creeping in behind us. Let's get your car in shot then, Ben, so we get all your sponsors in shot. Fantastic result that for you. A fighting drive, really, because you weren't on for a podium until really the final few minutes.
Yeah, I don't have good starts, to be honest. I guess it's not bad for a number 2 driver as well behind Jono. He's the team man, really, at the moment. But no, I made it hard for myself. But yeah, it was good fun. Could do a bit more rain, but a bit late now, I guess. So yeah, it was a good one.
Yeah, it did seem like you really came on strong as the heavens started to open. The guys in commentary were saying how passionate you are about this championship, and it's nice to see it starting to thrive now, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely. I think they're such good fun to drive, the cars. And I think as Jono said yesterday in his interview, if anyone wants to try it, come and give it a go because you won't regret it. Yeah, super close racing as you've seen, hopefully. Yeah, it's awesome.
Excellent stuff. We certainly enjoyed it. Thank you very much, Ben Powdy. Now, David Mason, third place. Let's get you over near your car, David. Good race that for you there. Third place finish. Could have gone either way that, though, really, couldn't it? It was pretty tight at the front, particularly after that restart.
Yeah, it's me and Simmons come together at the top there, which I don't know. I'm pretty sure it's just a racing thing. Hopefully it was. But yeah, made it for the weekend. To be honest, absolutely brilliant. Yeah, get some good points on the board. So got to say hello to Gabby and the kids, Jackson, Darcy. So got in trouble from the first one. So but yeah, all good.
Any legacy from that contact? Any damage to the car?
I don't think so. No. I think well, 4 wheels, 4 mudguards, so yeah, I'm happy, yeah. And it's going in the trailer straight, so yeah, I'm happy with that, so happy days.
Yeah, I'm no mechanic, but I think 4 tyres is always a good thing, so congratulations to our podium finish. Just nearly fell over again then. Mighty Minis heading out on track for their second race of the weekend. They put on a great show yesterday, expecting more of the same today.
And it is time then for the second race of the weekend for the Mighty Mini Championship, the 4th round of the season. And it's a full reverse grid in both categories to look forward to here for the Super Mighty Minis and the Mighty Minis that race together on the same grid. And we will take a look at that grid for round 4 of the championship in just a moment's time here at Anglesey Circuit then, for the second race of the weekend. But it does look like we won't be seeing the car on pole position, which is Stuart Coombs. We'll get more information on that in just a moment's time. Yesterday's race going the way just of Nevin Kirkpatrick. But here is the grid then for round 4 of the Mighty Mini Championship. Stuart Coombs should have been starting for pole position alongside Greg Jenkins, with on the second row of the grid Stephen Rideout and David Kirkpatrick, and then on the third row of the grid Nevin Kirkpatrick, not perhaps quite how that you're seeing it on the screen there, and then a gap before the Mighty Minis, which will be headed by Chris Didcott, who starts alongside William Tyrrell. Sudi Inch is there on the second row of the Mighty Minis alongside Ben Butler. Then Dan Smith, Ollie Samways, yesterday's winner there, lines up just ahead of Bryn Griffiths, who Bryn Pearce even, who will line up at the rear of the field. But we welcome Craig Cook into the commentary box, and this time, Craig, already the car's on the green flag lap, but we don't see the poleman, Stuart Coombs.
Yeah, unfortunately, I didn't get that information because I was already here in the comms box, but from what I've seen from yesterday, I'm guessing it's a starting issue because he was trying to get the car to idle, which is why he waved his hand out just before the start of the race yesterday. So it must be some sort of idling issue.
So reverse grid, a full reverse grid basically from the results from yesterday. So how do we expect to see this 20-minute race go?
Well, we've seen already Nevin Kirkpatrick, phenomenal race driver. He's going to be phenomenal here. Even if it rains, he'll still be putting the pace in exactly the same as it was yesterday. So watch out for Nev from the back of the pack from the Supers. And again, Ollie Samway's car is so toned in for the Mighty Minis, so watch out for the 58 car on the back of the grid.
Yeah, so Ollie Samways has won every race in the Mighty Minis, the Class A cars. He beat Dan Smith and Ben Butler yesterday, where Nev Kirkpatrick, as I was saying, just fended off his brother David yesterday by 1900ths of a second, with Steve Rideout there in third position. After a safety car period, the car's already returning from their green flag lap. We have had this rain, but the lap times for the previous race would suggest the track conditions are okay, but perhaps the curbs are a little bit slippery. And the cars will line up. Craig, would you like to take the start then of the 4th round of the Mighty Minis Championship race?
So yeah, we have Greg Jenkins on pole position, the 70 car. Birthday boy Mr. Rideout is there, the 7 car with David Kirkpatrick. In the 10 with Nevin Kirkpatrick. Watch out for the lights as they go out now. And it's an absolutely incredible start from the birthday boy, and he's going to take it into turn 1. Yes, he has. What a start from Steve Rideout. My goodness me, that was impeccable. So we got Nevin Kirkpatrick on the back there as well, number 1 car. Obviously obviously last year's champion, trying around the outside of the hairpin. Has he got that done at the bank in? No, he hasn't. Greg Jenkins holds on, and it's Ben Butler taking the lead from Will Tyrrell and the Mighty Minis. Ollie Samways is making his move already, up to third here, Josh.
Yeah, so he might lead the class by the end of the lap, and for the lead of the race overall, Steve Rideout on that outside line, trying to get the better then of the fast starting David Kirkpatrick. They're absolutely wheel to wheel as they head up the straight. But Nev Kirkpatrick is still trying to find his way past Greg Jenkins, who started at the front. So it's 2 by 2. There may only be 4 Super Mighty Minis that taken the start, but they're all absolutely tied together at the start here. And the outside line is David Kirkpatrick. Steve Rideout goes through, he hops up onto free wheels, a little bit wide for David Kirkpatrick. Nev is up to third now. He's got himself past Greg Jenkins.
Yeah, very good stuff, wasn't it? 2 by 2, both the first, second, and the third and fourth cars. Looks like a little short, like mini British touring car race between those 4 at the moment, but we'll see how that pans out. But Nev Kirkpatrick already up to third place, was suffering from brake problems. That was what it was in the previous last few laps of yesterday's race.
So the 4 of them turn their way up onto the Tom Price Straight, named after the Welsh Grand Prix driver of the 1970s. And they're the Mighty Minis. They turn their way through. Let's watch the leaders overall, because the Supers is changing as David Kirkpatrick gets down the inside of Steve Rideout. And I guess Craig, he'll be keen to try and pull clear of his brother, because he knows how quick Nev is this weekend.
Yeah, he seems to be very quick around that hairpin, doesn't he? Every time Dave Kirkpatrick seems to have that one sussed. He nearly got the win. As you can see, he's gone very defensive as they come into the bus stop. Nev Kirkpatrick following his brother. Oh, a little bit of a lean on Steve Rideout, and he's managed to get tucked in. That was a brilliant bit of driving, but again, Steve Rideout just backed out. He's trying to go down the inside of turn 1 again. He has a look, doesn't quite get it. The nose has been shut off. He does try again and again and again, and he's coming up to the bus stop. Oh, there's a little bit of gravel clicked up by David Kirkpatrick, and Nev Kirkpatrick sees the opportunity, goes down the inside. Beautiful move from Nev Kirkpatrick, now in the second place and chasing after his brother on a bit of a mistake round the banking, and that could cost him on the straight, but it seems to be a lot quicker, that car down the straight, as we see him come into church.
Yeah, David Kirkpatrick ran out wide, out over the curbs as you saw the dust. He was pretty much on the grass at that stage, and that means he's under threat now from his brother. Nev Kirkpatrick, who gets the run out of Church Corner, and he pulls up alongside, and he's nosing ahead, but Steve Rideout has got the double toe. Big hole made in the air by these 2 minis that are running side by side. David Kirkpatrick, by the end of the straight, though, has regained the position up front, but he's run a little bit wide. But this will give him the inside line for the second part of Rocket, so that's okay. If you can get on that inside line, run your car out wide, you've still got the inside line for the next part of the corner. So still Rideout and Jenkins behind, all 4 of them. As we say, we like to see more Super Mighty Minis for the remaining rounds, but the 4 we have in this race are right tied together, Craig.
Yeah, absolutely superb stuff, wasn't it? Nev Kirkpatrick again trying, and he's got that inside line. Has he got it? Yes, he has. Through seams. Great move there from Nev Kirkpatrick. Now, can they stay with him? They should work together, and that's the problem yesterday. Because Rideout and Dave Kirkpatrick was too busy battling against each other, Nev just disappeared down the road. This time they got an opportunity as the safety car worked out well for him.
Well, that was if David Kirkpatrick doesn't run into the back of his brother as he nearly did there into the hairpin. The Mighty Minis was Ben Butler leading at the end of the first lap. Is he still there, Craig?
No, it's Ollie Samways. He has literally just taken that way. Oh, there's a little puff of smoke. Is that bodywork damage there on the back of Ben Butler's car? But I'll tell you what, he's done a lot of adjustments overnight, and you can see that car is working very, very well. He's still with the leader.
The overall leaders are in that order, with Nev Kirkpatrick ahead of David. He held on despite that late braking moment. But the Mighty Minis, let's take a look at those now as they turn their way towards the end of what is the second lap to this race, with Ben Butler staying with 3-time winner this year, Ollie Samways. Then a gap back to Daniel Smith, who is there in third, ahead of Chris Didcott. Susie Inch and Will Tyrrell come through with a bit of a gap to Bryn Pearce, who's at the back. But for now, Ben Butler sticking with Ollie Samways.
Yeah, I don't know if that's a puff of smoke from the exhaust or it's bodywork. I'm trying to see it on the screen here. It just seems when he was going round the left-handers, he was puffing up a bit of smoke, so it might be, yeah, it looks like it's coming from the exhaust, so that could be an issue there, unless it's just over-fueling. Fingers crossed that's okay, but he does seem to be pulling back, and Ollie Samways is back in the zone, isn't he? Could be the 4th win already after round 2.
So they turn their way out of Church Corner. A long run for these Mighty Minis cars that don't have huge amounts of brake horsepower, but they have huge amounts of fun for driving them, Craig.
Yeah, they do. Sorry, just looking through the window there, and Mr. Chris Didcott got up his first podium ever. Is now battling for another podium, so fingers crossed he can do that, but Dan's just managed to defend that. But keep an eye on Chris Didcott in the 40 car, doing a cracking job for 360 Racing.
He's there just behind Dan Smith, who got past him on the previous lap, but Didcott trying to come back. But there's Butler then in his 43 TBM car, and he turns his way up through the left-hander, which is Siemens, that takes you onto the Tom Price straight, and you're going downhill there, so you've really got to judge your speed. And you go on the brakes, and you don't use brakes terribly much in a Mini, maybe a little bit more here at Anglesey than other circuits. It's all about momentum.
Yeah, third and fourth is pretty much it for these cars around here, and you can see out the screen again, love your buy. I love that little caption there. But he's, nobody's behind him at the moment, so he seems to be okay. He's got 2.5 seconds to say on Dan Smith, but back with the leaders of the Supers, and Never Kirkpatrick has now dropped into second place. Dave's got that lead again, and he's holding it, so let's see what he can do.
Yeah, so that has changed then in the overall lead battle. It's David Kirkpatrick, who was the runner-up yesterday, who is heading his brother once more. 14 minutes on the clock, so lots of racing to go, and a good run out of Church Corner, using the toe as well for Nev Kirkpatrick. We saw this a little bit earlier, didn't we? And then David Kirkpatrick was able to fight back at Hill into Rocket, and he's going to try and do the same again because he's on the inside line. But this time, Nev has got a small gap, a lock-up for David Kirkpatrick, and the two of them, I think Nev realised what was happening there and just turned out of the corner a little bit, hopped over the grass. He's got the lead as well, so in every way, that worked out for Nev. There wasn't any contact, and he's got the lead.
Yeah, was he using the track? I don't know, but it looks good on the screen, doesn't it? It was absolutely brilliant. He went very wide there, managed to get it back inside, got the defensive line sorted, back into the leaders, Never Kirkpatrick. Greg Jenkins on the back of this as well, after all the incidents in front, so a lot of battling going on. It's just brought all four of them back together again. Great stuff.
Yeah, so Greg Jenkins, who was a race winner at Silverstone, is there in fourth position, and he's sticking with the top three today, which he wasn't able to do yesterday. So the four of them turn their way up towards the hairpin, and these Minis carry so much speed proportionally through there compared to their top speed, compared to the other categories here this weekend. Then up to the final corner at bus stop, and it's easy to get the four of them all in one shot as they turn their way into the end of the fourth lap.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, there is only four of them, but they're making it a great battle for the lead, isn't it? Any one of these four cars could win this race, and all of them looking at least for that podium, but it's anybody's at the moment, as we see Never Kirkpatrick again getting sideways. Hopefully the brakes hold out. It's a lot cooler today, so they should be okay. Tyres were a little bit of a mishap, because that was another one that happened with Stuart Coombs. Showed me this morning. It actually delaminated his race tyre on the near side front, so that was interesting.
Yeah, I think that the actual track temperature is going to be massively less today because the sun's not out. The sun really brought the track temperature up yesterday, and it wasn't just the Mini drivers complaining about overheating tyres. That was a common feature, but that shouldn't be the problem today. The fastest lap is actually slower than yesterday, and it's going the way of David Kirkpatrick, 1 minute 50. 3.30. Nev Kirkpatrick's done a 1 minute 53.31, 100th of a second slower. So they're very equally paced today, the top two. And then Steve Rideout, and there you see Greg Jenkins in the fourth position as they turn their way out of Rocket up towards Pill, the right-hander there. And Nev, you can see, is pushing on Craig, trying to break the toe.
Yeah, he was very twitchy as he came through there, didn't he? He was looking like he had a little bit of an off. He was going wide of the tarmac there, and managed to get himself redeemed, and that's sort of put Dave Kirkpatrick back in there. But again, he just seems to have the the momentum to just pull away from Nev again. See in front there, 0.7.
So down a gear they turn as they brake into the hairpin into third gear there before accelerating back parallel to the Tom Price straight towards the final corner. So I presume back up to fourth gear before braking then down into Siemens. You can see all the brake lights come on. You can hear the wind much stronger today than it was yesterday, blowing the weather fronts around the Anglesey circuit. But so far, blowing them away from the circuit. We haven't had very much rain apart from that shower during the course of the red flag on the previous race. And a big moment for David Kirkpatrick out over the curbs. He had lots of oversteer there, but he just kept his foot buried and let the front wheels pull the car straight again. He's pushing hard because he's dropping away from his brother. Let's have a look at the Mighty Minis, because the Class B car, the Class A cars are being led by Ollie Samways, who's a couple of seconds ahead of Ben Butler. Then it's battle for third between Dan Smith and Chris Didcott.
Yeah, slight mistake there, wasn't it? And from Diddy, as he turned in, he lost a hell of a lot of time coming out of the hairpin there, but he seems to be okay now. And see if he can chase down Dan Smith. And he looks like he's got a good exit off the corner of bus stop, which is a brilliant little run through there, and that could give him a bit of momentum of going into turn one. You can see Susie Inch coming through as well, just slightly off pace at the moment, but she's still enjoying herself, and obviously great history there with Paul and Louise also racing in the Mighty Minis from years ago.
And for Nev Kirkpatrick, he didn't like the idea of his brother getting the fastest lap. He's taken it away. A 1 minute 52.63, which is half a tenth quicker than he went yesterday. So despite the very different track temperatures, the lap times between yesterday and today are very, very similar. And it is Nev Kirkpatrick pulling now a second clear of his brother as we watch the Mighties turn their way up here. We haven't quite got that big pack in the Mighty Minis like we did yesterday.
No, and I'm just wondering if Ben Butler is trying to just hold an issue out, because he's definitely slowing down. He's not going slow, but it seems like the two behind are catching him. But we're just taking a look at Ollie Samways, who's just been absolutely unstoppable this weekend. He really knows how to drive this car. And he was an enduro racer with the MR2, and he done very well in that. So he's come into this and really enjoying himself out on track.
Very different car. The MR2 was, I think, a supercharged machine, which had lots of power. These cars, not so much, and front-wheel drive compared to rear-wheel drive, front engine compared to mid-engine. So there's probably not huge much similarities between the two, apart from in a car on a racing circuit, which, if you're a good driver, normally you can go from one to another with a decent amount of ease, and Ollie Samways is obviously proving that. He's nearly 4 seconds clear of Ben Butler, who, as Craig is saying, is starting to be closed in by this battle for third within the Mighty Minis. Dan Smith versus Chris Didcott, and Dan Smith very keen to make sure he doesn't give any toe away to Chris Didcott, going as far to the left-hand side of the circuit as he can.
Yeah, he can. Yeah, it's sort of like he's gone defensive very, very early, but it doesn't seem to help him out, because, again, he just has to move back over to get the racing line, and it's brung Didcott back into this mix, hasn't it? The 40 car just behind the 45 car, Dan Smith, and, again, has to get a good run out of this of turn one as they climb up to the banking, and they are closing in Ben Butler.
So Ben Butler's lap time in the last lap was a Choi 2.3, a Choi 1.7 for Dan Smith, 6 tenths quicker. So as you say, Craig, that gap coming down with 7.5 minutes to go. So there is still time for what is second position in the Mighty Minis to become a battle with Ben Butler, who I think you said he made setup changes, so I wonder if it's brought the car in quickly, but then the car starting to drop off as the race goes on.
Yeah, because they have these the rubber donuts on the back, and they have a different setup. They have the blue dot, they have the red dots, and they have the yellow dots, and the yellow dots are like a harder compound sort of rubber, and then that's like the racing side of it. Then the red dot is the one he should have had. He had a standard suspension setup, and then as he went into we had to look at it. It was just not quite good enough. So he's just replaced them for the red dots, and everyone's like, "Oh, that's the one you should be racing on." So he tried it, and obviously it's worked, but not worked well enough, as you can see, because he's now being caught. But I don't know if that's an engine issue.
Okay, well that's something to keep an eye on towards the end of this fourth round of the Mighty Mini Championship for 2023, and there's Butler being closed in by Dan Smith and Chris Didcott. Interestingly, I noticed looking at the results, okay, Ollie Samways has won every race, but 6 other drivers have finished on the podium, and none of them have finished on the podium more than once this year. So for those drivers, they'll be looking for that second podium this year. Whether that'll be Ben Butler, Dan Smith or Chris Didcott, we'll find out over the next 6 minutes.
Yeah, definitely. And just as we're looking at Chris Didcott there, the 40 car in the Mighty Minis, he's massively benefiting out of this championship today, because obviously more points for him. That's going to put him into second place in the championship, because these guys ain't going to be able to catch up with the points they're on at the moment. So he's going to be buzzing. He will absolutely be pumped, and he's totally changed his game this year for sure.
So that battle goes up across the line to complete 7 laps of the race. Just a reminder that it's still Nev Kirkpatrick that leads the race. He leads by 1.7 seconds over David Kirkpatrick. In the Mighty Minis, it is Ollie Samways that leads by 6.5 seconds now over Ben Butler, who continues to be reeled in by Dan Smith. That gap now 1.5 seconds. Dan Smith's not only catching Ben Butler, but he is pulling in clear now Chris Didcott for the first time.
Yeah, again, it was just, again, that racing line, it just seems to be a bit tighter, does Didcott, as he comes through. Nice wide entry from Dan Smith as he comes through, and as they come down Church now and chasing down through to Rocket, and seem to be definitely closing down the straights. They seem to be closing Ben Butler. It looks like it's a little bit closer this time round here, Josh.
Okay, we're keeping an eye on that. There's another battle going on just behind them as well between Susie Inch and William Tyrrell for 9th position overall. So there is a couple of dices going on around this Anglesey International Circuit that we're using this weekend. Greg Jenkins across the line. He's slowing. That car didn't sound terribly healthy to me, and that was a slow lap for him, so he's dropped off the top 3. We'll catch up on that in a moment. We watch this battle now between Susie Inch and newcomer Will Tyrrell.
Yeah, the rookie's doing a fantastic job, and again, bonus points for him today. He felt a little bit disappointed with himself yesterday. He said, I was locking up everywhere, I wasn't doing this, and I'll just sort of give him a bit of information. Just concentrate on the guys in front of you. You know, new to the championship, look at their lines, learn from them, and then develop as you go on. He's already had a podium already. You know, if he does well today, you know, he can go back with, his head held high, but he's chasing a very good driver in Susie Inch.
So here comes Susie then down the Tom Price straight up towards the hairpin. She's had a 4th, 5th and 6th so far in the Mighty Mini races. She'd be keen to get on the podium. That's probably not going to happen today because this battle is a little way behind those positions where Ben Butler, still trailing a bit of smoke, is being closed in on by Dan Smith and Chris Didcott. That battle not quite developing, but I think it may do in the next lap or so, which for Ben Butler, he'd like to see the checkered flag come a little earlier. For Dan Smith, he knows he needs to close in because there's not that many laps to go. As for the first time this weekend, they've got a bit of lap traffic to deal with, and Bryn Pearce did the polite thing there. He pulled to the right-hand side of the circuit, allowed the leaders to still have their racing line. Nev Kirkpatrick's pulling away. So sort of the opposite race for him today compared to yesterday. He has the big lead at the end of the race rather than the beginning of the race.
Yeah, exactly. He seems to have settled down a lot more than yesterday. He was full on from the start, and obviously it did not help him at all. Obviously glazed the brakes up, as he said in the paddock yesterday, and it's definitely seemed to have worked out a lot better this time round with 2 minutes 40 to go. I can't see him losing this one now, but I'll tell you what, podium for 2nd place here is on, isn't it? Right out, he's not giving it up, and the words "have it" was used yesterday for the birthday boys. So let's see where he can get to that 2nd place.
So they're on the penultimate lap now. This is lap 10. It'll be an 11-lap race in the 20-minute duration. Greg Jenkins is carrying on, but at a much reduced pace. For 2nd, though, in the Mighty Minis, Craig?
Yeah, here we go, Ben Butler. He's in defensive mode now because Dan Smith has caught him, and there's a lot of smoke puffing out the back of that exhaust system, so he's definitely got a problem there. And down the straight, he seems to be pulling away okay, but I don't know, I'm not too sure. Maybe it's too much oil, over-fueled. We're not 100% sure. We'll have to have a chat with him afterwards, but this is it. One more lap to go, and, Dan could have this podium. He could get that 2nd place. Oh, he's down the inside. Good little move here. But I don't think he's going to have the traction. He's going to have to go defensive if they come into the bus stop. But I tell you what, Dan's a brave man. He might just have a little pop at this. But Diddy's just sitting there. Anything happens, he's going to get it back. Look at the third cut back there from Dan Smith. He's going to go for it. He's going to bite the bullet. Has he done it? No, he hasn't. Well, that was a little bit of a cheeky move there from Dan. He's saying, look, I'm here. I'm coming back for you in a minute, mate.
These guys may squeeze in 2 more laps if they don't get lapped by the overall leaders. Who will be going for their last lap very shortly. So as long as they don't get lapped by the supers, it'll be 2 more laps for Dan Smith to get past Ben Butler. But after that challenge, Ben Butler's pulled a little clear again, a few mini lengths between himself and the chasing car of Smith, and Chris Didcott being brought into that battle as well as they go up towards Church Corner for what is the 10th time for them. That lap is already being completed by Nev Kirkpatrick, who starts his final lap before the Mighty Mini battle, Craig. They still have a lap and a half to go.
Oh, fantastic stuff. So we have got a cracking battle here between Butler and Dan Smith, and then Didcott just behind there, and he seems to be okay on the right-hand corners. It's just the left-hand corners Ben Butler seems to be struggling. So here we go into the left-hander, and you can see, oh, he has got an issue. He's skipping away, and he looked like he had to turn his engine off there, Dan Smith, as he come through Rocket there, and he's got it back into play, but that's actually helped Ben Butler out. He just didn't have nowhere to go, so he had to wait the 40 car in behind. So these three still battling away, but I tell you what, Ben Butler's under real pressure.
You can see the Cooper car stripe on Dan Smith's car. Of course, John Cooper back in the 1960s turned the Mini into a racing car, which won the British Saloon Car Championship in the 1960s, and ever since then it's been such a popular racing car in the UK in various different championships, in historic racing more recently as well. The Mighty Minis Championship, which has been going on for a number of seasons now as well, which is on the last lap for the overall leaders. And Nev Kirkpatrick now 3.6 seconds clear of his brother David, who still has Steve Ride up for company.
Yeah, he's trying, as you can see him, he's pushing, he's skipping that front tyre as he came through Seaman there, and he's trying to push as hard as he can. The birthday boy is pushing. 56 today, sorry about that, Steve. He's playing Laser Quest last night, it was great. But brilliant to see him pushing hard, and he's trying to get that second place. I don't think he's going to do it because Dave's just got a great exit off the corner, but we've still got one more corner to go, but I don't think it's going to be done here as Nevin Kirkpatrick comes through, and he's going to cross the line and take race 2 here at Anglesey, with Dave Kirkpatrick finishing in second place and Ride Out in third there, Josh.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye to see if Greg Jenkins brings it home. He wants to score the points. For second in the Mighty Minis, it's side by side, heading out to Church Corner. So we'll pick up on that as well, because here they are. Dan Smith is alongside Ben Butler now. We've seen this challenge coming. We saw that moment a lap ago up the top here for Butler. Is he going to be able to hang on this time on the outside? The inside is with Dan Smith. They both break as late as they dare. Chris Didcott watching with interest to see if he can get involved, but Dan Smith has done it. He's got into second, but that doesn't mean it's over yet, Craig.
No, it doesn't. He was very brave, Dan. He was like, oh, he's going to turn in a minute, he's going to turn in, but he just held out, and great respect from the two drivers. Helped each other in qualifying, because they were both suffering with some poorly engines and suspension issues, so helped each other out in qualifying, and some great driving there from Butler and Dan, and Diddy trying to push there to try and get that podium spot, but he's just not quite there at the moment, but we've still got a couple more turns, so anything can happen in the last couple of corners here, Josh.
Yeah, 10 seconds up the road is Ollie Samway. He's on his way to his 4th victory in the 4 races, but for second place, Ben Butler has a look to the outside as they go through the right-handed hairpin bend. By the way, Greg Jenkins did bring his car home in 4th place. This is about a 5th, or for 6th overall, but more importantly for the drivers, for 2nd within the Mighty Minis. Just ahead of them, though, Ollie Samways comes through to take a victory. There's the checkered flag. So it's a victory again for Ollie Samways. For 2nd, though, in the Mighty Minis. Well, Dan Smith is just ahead, but Ben Butler's got a good exit, but there's a short run to the line, and that's not enough. So Dan Smith, it took until the last lap there, Craig, but he managed to take that 2nd place away from Ben Butler.
Yeah, super drive. They're side by side as they're coming through turn 1 there. Just saying, well done, guys. That was an absolutely splendid race, and brilliant. Well done to Ben Butler. He was obviously had a poorly engine there, but he's managed to hold on, and great stuff from him. So he's got a podium, so he'll be happy with that. Dan Smith will also be happy, but Ollie Samways, again, wow. Nobody can stop him. Is there anyone out there that can?
Well, we will see as the season goes on, but that's all for the Mighty Minis this weekend at Anglesey. Let's have a look at the results of round 4 of the season, which went the way of Nev Kirkpatrick in the end by 4.7 seconds after fighting off his brother in the early stages. David Kirkpatrick was 2nd, Steve Rightow 3rd, and Greg Jenkins brought his car home in 4th after problems towards the end. 5th overall in the Mighty Minis victory went to Ollie Samways by 11 seconds over Dan Smith, who passed Ben Butler on the final lap. Chris Didcott was 8th, ahead of Susie Inch. Will Tyrrell and Bryn Pearce brought his car home this time in 11th position. So the Mighty Minis will be back in action at Thruxton in 4 or 5 weeks' time there at their big historic meeting. So the Minis will entertain on the fast Thruxton circuit, a very different track to Anglesey, flat out most of the way around there. They'll be back with the 750 Motor Club at another tight circuit at Cadwell Park, so we look forward to enjoying Mighty Minis there. Brands Hatch for the Mini Festival, Donington Park back with 750 Motor Club, and then Castle Combe at the end, which is the home nowadays for the Mighty Minis Championship with Castle Combe Motor Club. Big thanks to Craig Cook, who's joined me up here in the commentary box. Look forward to seeing you later in the year, Craig.
Thanks, buddy.
For now, we'll head downstairs to Andy McEwen.
So, double race win then for Nevin Kirkpatrick in the Super Mighty Minis and indeed for Ollie Samways in the Mighties. Now, for some reason, Nevin doesn't want to come and park in front of his number 1 board, so we'll have a quick wander down to our Mighty Mini drivers then. And Nevin Kirkpatrick, having claimed another race victory there, Nev, a perfect weekend for you at Anglesey. Got to be happy with that.
Very happy with that, yep. I'm lucky there was no safety car today because my brakes packed up again, but it's a bit easier to manage when you've got a little gap. But first half was exciting, fight with my brother and Steve, but yeah, I'm very happy with the 2 first. Can't argue with that.
Quite a technical track as well, so I guess it is tough on the brakes. Is that an Anglesey specific issue or something you've had before?
Never had it before. Been to Anglesey before, never had an Anglesey before, but don't know. I certainly want to fix it though.
I'm sure you do. So there you go. They never Kirkpatrick victory in the Supers. Now we're going to just have a quick wander down and try and catch Ollie Samways. If we've got time to come back to our overall top 3, we will do, but we've got the low cost heading out very shortly. And there is Ollie just down here. So we'll interrupt what I'm sure is a very important chat that he's having and try and have a quick word with our Mighty Mini winner. Sorry to interrupt. Go on, get your helmet off, Ollie. We'll let you catch your breath after what was a difficult 20 minutes of racing here on the Anglesey International Circuit. Low cost just heading out onto the grid, so we might have time to get one quick thought from our double Mighty Minis class winner, Ollie. As I just said to Nevin, really perfect weekend.
Fantastic, worth the trip here. 7.5 hours on a Friday to get here from Norfolk, and it's been unbelievable. So, car is epic. Thank you, Steve Rideout from Octane Racing. It's absolutely brilliant. AD from AD's Auto Repairs for getting it all ready as well. It's been quite a battle from Silverstone to get some things sorted, and we're there, and it is absolutely epic. And the circuit as well is phenomenal. So, first time here as well. Amazing. Yeah.
Hopefully you'll make the trip over again. Congratulations, Ollie, on the double race victory in the Mighty Minis. Right, low costs over my shoulder are heading out onto the track for our final race before lunch.
And it feels like we just did this 2 hours ago. The Yokohama Low Cost Championship cars are back on the circuit and ready to go for the 5th round of the season. We're almost got most of the cars in place. So the result from the earlier race give the grid for this one, which means the champion from last year, Craig Land even, starts on pole position alongside Todd Boucher. On the 2nd row is Tom Parker and David Hitchin. On the 3rd row, Jack Linus. Watch for him. He's been moving up the order over the weekend. Starts alongside David Martin. On the 4th row is Paul Cook and don't you get Paul Clark? Why other people's names on my mind? Paul Clark starts alongside Ian Hardy. Ford Torfuller and Sean Brame start on row 5. And we've got Glyn Griffith. Watch out for him at the back. He had problems earlier. He was the only non-finisher. Johnny Palmer will be back on during the course of this 15-minute race, which is going to get underway very shortly, Johnny. Looking forward to this.
Too many cooks spoil the grid read, Josh, apparently. I think you're just getting hungry thinking about cooks and chefs.
It's nearly lunchtime.
There you go. We're underway anyway. Go call the start, quick.
It's Craig Land then, who is under threat from Todd Boucher, but Land is leading through the first corner with Boucher in 2nd. For 3rd, David Hitchin has got the better of Tom Parker. In 5th position is David Martin. And then the rest of the field make their way down towards the right-handed banked corner. And as you can see in the background, we can start to see Snowdon again. The rain has passed. We didn't have much of it as the leaders turn their way through Church Corner. Craig Land was hoping for rain. Instead, he's got Todd Boucher drawing up alongside him for the lead of the race. So it's side by side for the lead. We'll pick up on that now. And it's Boucher on the inside. Behind it's Hitchin and Parker. But there are the leaders. A big lock up for Boucher. He's got the car moving around on the braking zone, but Craig Land doesn't worry about that. He just drives around the outside and hangs on in the lead of the race. But the start of this race, Johnny, gives us a feel that we may have a race much more to the like of yesterday's rather than this morning's.
Yeah, we need to try and put those 2 cars of Boucher and Land together, ideally, and the rest of the pack try and stay with the 2 standouts in terms of lap speed so far this weekend anyway. Obviously conditions are different from yesterday, not so much from their earlier race in the Yokohama Low Cost Championship. A chance to heat the tyres a bit more down Tom Price Straight, so weaving not only from Craig Land in the orange roll cage car, but also 2nd place man Todd Boucher. That gap is just starting to reveal itself though. Boucher to the rest, led at the moment by Tom Parker. Car running out wide is number 25 from the rear of the field, Tony Mole. just about able to recover that situation early on in his racing career, as you can see with the novice cross on the back of the car.
Across the line to complete one lap of what should be a 9-lapper for the low cost. And it is Craig Land that leads from Todd Boucher. Tom Parker's got third back away from David Hitchin, who made the better start. But that back gap between second and third starting to develop again. There is a good start for Ian Hardy, who's moving up the order. He's just got himself up ahead of Paul Clark. Jack Linus didn't make the best of starts. He's behind them. He'll be looking to move forward, as he has done all weekend. And then the rest of the pack file their way through the super quick Church Corner before accelerating up towards the right-handed School and then into Rocket, the left-hander. And there's Paul Clark right on terms with Ian Hardy, and Clarkey can't quite find a way through, but behind Sean Brain would quite like a positional gain on Jack Linus, but Linus still has the inside for Rocket out, the right-handed element. So that means he keeps ahead of Sean Brain, with Tortulla just behind there, the 19-year-old student from Oxford that brings up at the back of this battle.
Interested by the name Tor, and that, I always thought that's Icelandic by nature, so I presume either Tor originally or from heritage is from very north of the globe. But Tortulla, who confused us earlier on in the change of car, we think, in the black and white. Now, a big lock-up as he goes for the lead from Todd Boucher, and he spun the car at the hairpin. That was a do-or-die manoeuvre, and he's so frustrated with himself. The beauty of these low costs is you can see right into the cockpit, into the body language of the drivers, and that might have worked for him. We've got a situation where the track is now bone dry, I think, but clearly there wasn't quite the grip there, and the tyres were crying enough. Craig Land gave him a wide berth because he could see what was going to happen. And unfortunately for both Todd and us watching, there's another spinner actually, speaking of which, is that Boucher again. Yes, it is, in a recovery mode. And another spin as a result of that is Rob Sisson on the main start-finish straight. That can happen so often, Josh. You spin at one corner, you're so frustrated, you then spin at the next corner, and Boucher will rejoin virtually stone last after all that.
I think we may have just seen the inexperience of Todd Boucher in his only 7th meeting. He has been first or second in the first 4 races of the season. In low cost, you do not need to win the race on lap 2. And he went for that big diving move. That was a last lap lunge, not a lap 2 manoeuvre. And then frustrated, makes another mistake 1 corner later. And Craig Land, who's been racing in low cost for 5 years now, he knew he didn't need to fight that, just saw his competitor come past him and then spin in front of him. So now Craig Land has a 1.4 second margin over Tom Parker, who's there in second, the 23-year-old from West Yorkshire in his 3rd season. And then David Hitchin in 3rd place. There's Sean Brame, who is 9th, or at least he was at the start of the lap. Local racing means that's probably not the case halfway round lap 3. The fastest lap, by the way, it's gone to David Hitchin, a 1:49.6. That may be because, of course, Craig Land would have had adjusted his line, wouldn't he, at the hairpin when that moment happened. But David Hitchin going well in his first full season of low-cost racing. He ran in the Clio Championship in the past, which we'll see at Brands Hatch next weekend.
Yeah, Hitchin might have had some contact already, though, because I noticed that at least one mudguard was flapping somewhat. He's sitting there in 3rd position behind the dark red 79 of Tom Parker, who got a good getaway earlier on in the 2nd race of the weekend, but held today. The first of them was on Saturday. And Parker up the curb. There's just a bit of mudguard flappery, I would say. There's no risk of really detaching just yet for David Hitchin. Then the gap, back to the second of the Davids, Martin, in the gold-coloured number 4 car. And he has Jack Linus, who's been a star this weekend so far, heading up towards the right-hander at Church. I'm suddenly reminded by a request from James Winstanley that we've got to come up with drivers of the meeting, have we not? Is that across all categories?
I'm not sure that's...
Did you not get that email?
I think it's not quite drivers of the meeting.
It's other championships.
I'll speak to you off.
I don't have to worry about it in low cost.
No.
Good.
So
well, Jack Linus wins it for me. Sorry, Jack, there's no award for you.
There might be an award, but I don't think we're the one, well, as far as I know, we're not the ones to pick that one for this championship.
Fair enough. I'm giving myself too many responsibilities.
But other than
Three
that,
abreast.
Other than that, I've missed it and we're in trouble. It's 3 wide up, as you say, up towards a School Corner and up towards Rocket. So who's... Oh, that's Boucher coming back through. So he's got past 37 and 27 there, I think. So that's Steve Brown and Mark Roux. Mark Roux, the 41-year-old from Leicestershire, is battling away there with Steve Brown, the 51-year-old from Devon. That's a distance, isn't it, to Anglesey, I would think. Well, probably a distance to most racetracks, to be fair, but particularly here to Anglesey. But for Steve Brown, he is new to racing, so hopefully he's enjoying his weekend here at Anglesey in the Alan Collier built low cost. Son Tom Collier, a former champion in the category. So we're about half distance as Craig Land completes 4 laps of the race from Tom Parker. And then in third position is David Hitchin. Linus is 4th now, isn't he? So he's got past David Martin then. So he's continuing to impress in our potential unofficial driver of the meeting award for Jack Linus, a 27-year-old engineer from Essex. The ex-British University karting competitor in the ex-Gary Brandon car, who was a front runner and a regular in low cost for many, many seasons. So he's just ahead there of David Martin, who was a front runner last season. And then George Tuller's having his best run of the weekend. He's up there in 6th spot, just ahead of Ian Hardy, Sean Brame and Paul Clark. And here comes Martin then. He's trying to get the place back away from Linus, but is Linus going to try and fight back? Not at this stage. Well, he might do. He's trying to draw alongside, but no, I think the inside line for the TSR car, the Team Sellers Racing car of David Martin. Is that going to keep him in 4th place here, Johnny?
It is so far, and I'm surprised actually at the momentum he was able to get from that middle lane through Rocket, Jack Linus. Tortuller's not quite close enough in order to benefit from that, but it was the wider approach through Rocket out, and Jack Linus much more confident, slowing the car, heading downhill through Siemens as well. I'm surprised the bollards on the inside of Siemens corner have held firm throughout the course of the weekend so far. The temptation is always there to clean at least one of those out. David Martin again under massive pressure because there are now 2 cars on his tail, and a 2-pronged attack quite possibly from Jack Linus and the Tortuller car might mean that David can't fend both of them off. Meanwhile, the 27 car is under some pressure but also attacking at the same time. That's further down the order for Mark Roux, and he has Steve Brown and Rob Sisson, a recovering Rob Sisson for company in the number 6 car. Rob spinning as a result, I think, in reaction to the 2nd rotation for Todd Boucher earlier.
Yeah, so we would expect Rob Sisson to perhaps gain positions as the race continues through these last 4 laps or so. But for the battle for 4th position, David Martin then, as we described, got past Jack Linus a lap ago, but perhaps we're going to see the opposite happen this time because Linus draws up alongside David Martin as they start to climb the run, climb up the run towards the left-handed element of Rocket, but Martin defends. So that will give him the inside line, but Linus brakes as late as he dares, and the outside line is good enough for him to move around the outside of David Martin to take that 4th position. And then Tortuller joining in then, the student there in the 6th position car, another Team Sellers Racing prepared machine, last year's novice winner, 4 seasons of karting before he moved into the low-cost championship last season, as they turn their way through the left-hander there at Siemens, and then run down the Tom Price straight up towards hairpin once more. But in this little battle, Johnny, no toe is broken, which means we just see positional changes lap on lap.
Yeah, so there's always the scope, of course, for an increased bit of speed and a chance to overtake into the harder stop corners. So, and there are several of them around this longer version of the Anglesey track. Normally, the 750 Motor Club runs the coastal circuit via the corkscrew, just akin to Laguna Seca and the corkscrew there, but we're missing that bit of the track this time and heading all the way down to hairpin instead. A number of spectators had assembled there earlier in the day, I noticed. There's another moment there for possibly the 27 car again. It certainly wasn't Ian Hardy who's arriving at the banking now, so Mark Roux, I think, briefly off onto the grass there. Paul Clark applying the pressure to the rear of Sean Brame's car here, and those two exiting the banking as one. As Tom Parker again has a good lead over David Hitchin for second and third positions. Trevor Faunch benefiting from a bit of jumbling of the order further down, moving up to 14th place. But it's going to be side by side for the run through school now. The yellow and green car of Paul Clark to the inside and will get the place from Sean Brame up into 8th position.
Yeah, so Paul Clark is through. He made his Clio debut 2 weeks ago at Silverstone, but back in his more familiar low cost, the 38-year-old from Southampton who's been racing low cost for 6 seasons. And this low cost, which has had lots of help to Paul from the paddock to make sure this car's in racing order throughout those years of the low cost championship, and he's been a front runner in that time. For the driver who's now in 8th position, Paul Clark, who turns his way up towards the hairpin. He finished 7th in the earlier race. He's currently running in 8th ahead of Sean Brame, the 54-year-old retired IT manager from Suffolk, who's been racing for 15 years or so in this car that was formerly raced by Aaron Bailey, a regular front runner in the Burkitt Relay, which 750 Motor Club will be running again at the end of the year. Cars come through then to start their penultimate laps. They've done 7 laps. Craig Land leads by 6.6 seconds, who's just about keeping David Hitchin at arm's length. They're both being caught by Jack Linus, who is now less than, or around 2 seconds back, but lapping about a second faster. Maybe it must be a little bit too late in the day for Jack to catch them, but he has a podium in sight at the moment as this battle for what is 8th position continues. And unlike in the Mazda 7s earlier, Johnny, the curb's very much being used again with full effect.
Yeah, and you need to do that tentatively, I think, just slightly using the curb here and there, and realise, yep, okay, there's full grip once again, but we haven't had a rain shower for a little while. Here to the inside again is the Brame car, Sean Brame with 2 wheels on the grass, actually. That does work for him, thankfully, on the inside of Paul Clark to return or redress those positions once more. That'll put Sean Brame up to 8th place. Paul Clark back down to 9th. Barry Stewart's a good 10 seconds or so back, so at least these two can jostle without threat of losing more places. Here comes Jack Linus then, and actually this is a defensive battle once again with David Martin. So Linus was certainly making an attack for the podium to secure the unofficial Johnny Palmer driver of the meeting, but I've reread that email and you're quite right, it said nothing like that. Linus not going to be on a podium as things go. In fact, he slipped back to 5th position now as Martin in the gold car gets back ahead.
Yes, I don't think he made a mistake, Linus, trying to go after the podium, and instead he's lost a place as Craig Land there starts his final lap. There's nobody else in sight. He's so far ahead of the rest. Oh, there's somebody. That's Tom Parker in 2nd place. Battles, though, further about these two drivers have had a great scrap all race long for what is now 18th position. Steve Brown is back ahead of Mark Roux. Mark Roux started a few years ago, he's out there in the ex-Ernie Gushlow car. Meanwhile, for 4th place, Gary Brandon's former car, now driven by Jack Linus, still trying to get back ahead of David Martin after losing that place on the previous lap. They turn their way up towards Church Corner, which for the final time this weekend for the low-cost competitors. And a good run out the corner for Linus. So he draws up alongside David Martin, and this is going to change again, Johnny.
Inside line at school should be just about enough. Yep, gets it all done under acceleration. They're still in the power here, and then all of a sudden all the body weight of the car will move forward and slow, although you can't really tell in these low costs. So stable they are under braking. And a little bit tail happy, Jack Linus, that time around, but he got good drive out of Rocket and towards Peel to stay in 4th position. But as these two cars were scrapping away, it's rather kissed goodbye to any chance of either David Martin or Jack Linus finishing on the podium, because the gap to David Hitchin has grown by about 3 seconds now. Here's Craig Land, clock is at 0, so for the final time with a neat bit of corrective steering there, he heads out a hairpin with 1 corner to go, and just in time, because another lap might have seen him having to work his way through some back markers as well. Doesn't need to think about that. Approaching bus stop for the final time, Craig Land.
This feels much more like last year for Craig, and he celebrates with a drift across the line. So it's a 2 today for Craig Land's victories, that is, for last year's champion. Tom Parker is second. David Hitchin very pleased with a third place finish, but problems on the final lap for the car that was running in 20th position. Andy Perkins has pulled off into retirement. A best result for Jack Linus. He's finishes 4th as he continues to improve. We'll watch his progress throughout the year. David Martin 5th, 6th for Tortola, 7th for Ian Hardy, and Sean Brame and Paul Clark have taken the checkered flag for 10th position. Barry Stewart's lost out on the last lap because Alan Harmon has moved his way up into the top 10, the 56-year-old magazine publisher from Brighton, who raced back in the 1980s in special saloons, and he's returned to racing recently in Craig Land's former car. Craig, the race winner in a newer car over the last couple of years. The rest of the field, though, flow their way up towards the checkered flag, and a shame to see Andy Perkins retire there, the driver from Leicestershire, because at that point everyone was still running, and we only had one retirement in the earlier race as well. So it's been a good weekend for low cost, where incidents have been limited and majority of drivers have been able to take the checkered flag in all 3 races.
Yeah, battle scars, but no more than that. And funnily enough, the straightest looking car is in the hands of Craig Land, who can afford a little wave to the assembled spectators around the circuit. It's been a good crowd so far this weekend at Anglesey, recognising a club race meeting that will supply superb, close but fair action. And there is the round of applause. You can again see the amount of gradient change here at Anglesey, because spectators up there viewing Peel Corner and the exit of Rocket out. Craig Land turning on the style again. 9 seconds in the end to the good of Tom Parker, but that'll be his, I think, best result of the weekend for Tom Parker. 2nd position in car 79.
Let's take a look at the results then of the 5th round of the Yokohama Low Cost Championship, won by Craig Land, as Johnny said, by 9 seconds after 9 laps. Second was Tom Parker, and David Hitchin on the podium in 3rd. Jack Linus, he had that race-long tussle with David Martin and came out on top. Tortola was 6th, I think a career best for him as well. Ian Hardy 7th, 8th for Sean Brame, Paul Clark, and Alan Harmon completing the top 10 with that change on the last lap. Barry Stewart was 11th. Todd Boucher, after a couple of spins, fought back to 12th, ahead of Glyn Griffith, who started from the back, and Alistair Parker was 14th. Keith Malpas ahead of Trevor Faunch in 15th and 16th positions respectively. Rob Sisson did pass Steve Brown and Mark Rue before the end. Tony Mole and Nick Tuller completed the finishes, with Andy Perkins retiring on that last lap. Despite that red flag in the earlier Mazda 7 race, we are at lunch ahead of schedule. Such is the efficiency of the people you see there in race control here at Anglesey Circuit, and everybody around the circuit, the marshals and such like. We've got 3 races to come after lunch, which will come up in about an hour's time. Before that, though, Andy McEwen has found some more drivers to talk to.
Well, took him a while, but Craig Hitchin getting that first win of the season earlier on has now doubled up here at Anglesey, and that will really help his championship hopes. He's just receiving his winner's garland now, and we'll dive in for a chat with our double race winner now, Craig Land. There's a joke here about buses, I think. When one comes along, so does a second one. A perfect day.
Yeah, I guess it was close on the first 2 laps, so it's following me around. I could see him having the slipstream at the top, and then going into the hairpin, obviously is going down the inside. I know you can see he's locked up, going in a bit hot. I don't know if he was going to collect me on the way through, but I managed to obviously bring it back and get through safely. But yeah, I mean, I can't ask any more really. I just hope there's more races like that where it's close, potentially where we can both finish at the front as well. That'd be more laps and obviously be more competitive up front. But yeah, I had a great time, and hopefully more to come.
Goes to show, doesn't it, though, that it's a game of inches, motorsport. I mean, that moment you just described could so easily have ended your race completely, and yet here you are with another race win.
Yeah, I mean, talk about inches. Yesterday I had a very similar situation where I was following Todd into the same hairpin, and I locked both front wheels up, and I think I missed him probably by a scale of an inch, if not. In fact, I think my rubber marks actually touched his wheel guard. So, yeah, it could easily, both of us could have been off. Trying to work our way back through the pack, or even worse, rolling it back to the paddock. But yeah, we'll see how things go in the next round, and hopefully get some more luck and yeah, see how the championship goes.
Fantastic day for Craig Land. Well done on the 2 race victories. Right, Tom Parker right behind me this time. I'll just scoot around here. Tom, congrats, second place this time around, one step better. A little bit of fortune there, but you need that sometimes in this game.
Yeah, that's motorsport. Sometimes Todd got a little bit too hot on the brakes, and yeah, couldn't be happier. 3 out of 3 for the podium. I don't think I've done that before, so
really?
Very, very happy. Yeah, on to Croft for hopefully one more step up and knock Craig off his perch.
I've got high hopes for you at Croft though, because it's not a dissimilar circuit to Anglesey, quite tight, quite technical. Would you say that's the kind of track that suits you?
Yeah, I think so. Croft have been there before and I know it a little bit better. It's a home circuit, so hopefully we can come out of there with maybe the top spot.
Excellent. Best of luck for that one then. Tom Parker in second place, and well, our third place finisher, David Hitchin. David, I could hear you celebrating, I think, before you'd even left the circuit. That was fantastic. Well done on the podium, mate.
Yeah, thanks very much. Yeah, it's a good race. Obviously, Todd had his incident, and after that, I was just trying to hold on with Tom and let him tow me around and keep out of these guys that way who are coming fast. So, yeah, very pleased.
You made that sound a lot easier than it was. I mean, you were really involved in one of those proper low-cost battles, weren't you?
Yeah, it was for a good bit, and then yeah, it kind of just tailed off towards the end. And, yeah, it was just keeping up with Tom, and I thought I could perhaps catch him, then I'd make a mistake, then it's just as it is. But yeah, really pleased, 2 podiums now. So yeah.
And they're not easy to get. This is such a competitive championship. It means that this really means a lot. I can tell it does.
Yeah, it does. Yeah, it is difficult because obviously this season it feels like we're like the second class, if you like. You've got Todd and Craig as mega quick, and then we're racing for the third at times. And if you get caught back there, they're all good drivers and all fighting. So to break away and get on the podium is yeah, a touch. Very pleased.
Excellent stuff. Congratulations on the podium. So that is our third and final low-cost race of the weekend. It's not the last race here today at Anglesey. We are heading into a lunch break now, as I'm sure the guys have already explained. 3 races to come after lunch. Just been hearing that they are hoping to start racing a little bit earlier after that lunch break, so make sure you're here for around about 1 o'clock in the afternoon for our 3 races, MX-5s, Porsches, and of course the 2-hour Tagiwa Club Enduro Championship. So go and enjoy your lunch and make sure you're back here just after 1 o'clock for more action from Anglesey. Well, we just had our first Carmel Trophy race of the weekend completed here at Anglesey. I'm meeting up with a few members of the paddock because this is a really special series, something that really isn't being done anywhere else in British or indeed international motorsport. I'm going to start with you, Phil, to explain a little bit about the background behind the championship and the charity, because this, as I said, is really quite a unique thing.
Yeah, we don't know of anybody, as you say, else doing it in UK or abroad, but we basically, you know, this is a business, and we generate a profit, income, and then a profit at the end of the year. And the unique thing with us is that we give that profit to CALM, which is which is called the Campaign Against Living Miserably charity, and it's really to do with mental health in young men, like him, and possibly him, but certainly not like him or me. But it's all about, you know, obviously male suicide. I mean, that's the major of it all. But we sort of walk the walk as well, because our paddock is full of camaraderie, and we just look after each other. We help each other. It's not actually a championship; it's a series to make it a bit lighter for everyone. And people come from other championships to take part in our series because they like it. They like the vibe.
And really is that vibe that is a huge part of it and goes really hand in hand with what the charity aims to do as well, because this is good fun all round, isn't it? And it's a real escape for some people.
As I said, we walk the walk. You know, the whole ethos in our paddock is to help each other. And you know, if there's an issue at all, you know, obviously in motor racing, there's the odd touch here and there, and we always deal with it at the paddock at the time, amicably, and we all respect each other. And you know, we try really hard, obviously, to spread the word that you know, if there's a problem, you talk about it, whatever it is. If it's a shunt or a touch today, or if it's a problem at home, you know, or business or family, whatever, you know, amongst men, we don't generally talk about it, but we're living proof that we do.
It's a fantastic initiative, it really is. Now, we're going to move down the line here because we've got a few people to chat to. You'll notice that the words Charles Ivy appear on the front of many of the cars. To find out a bit more about that, we've got Dan and Al. remembered two names. We're going well so far. Dan, you two racing together in a way, sharing your car over the course of the weekend. But talk to us a little bit about your involvement on the whole with the series.
So me and Al started racing with Calm, I would say, about 3 years ago. Sort of started off wanting to get back into racing. Charles Ivey's had a lot of success, including things like Le Mans in the 80s and sort of through the 90s as well. And we thought we'd like to get into it. We sort of joined Filippo and the team at Calm, and we've really enjoyed it. This is our third season now, and just come from strength to strength, really. The series is fantastic. The racing is high standard. Everyone's gives enough space, but obviously there's racing as well, which is great. And yeah, so we look after 5 of the cars on the grid.
That's a Charles Ivey engine you could hear in the background.
It's a Charles Ivey engine, yeah. And so yeah, today's race was good. It was Al's first sort of time getting back in the car for a while, actually racing. He's done a few test days, and I'll be out tomorrow in the sprint race and for the 40-minute race as well. So yeah, it's a great series. If anyone's got a Porsche and wants to come racing, highly recommend they come down here.
Well, let's hear it from the horse's mouth, so to speak, then, because Al, as we heard, you were the one in the car in that race. First of all, how was your race?
It was fantastic. I really, really enjoyed it. It's the first time I've been here, but it was great. I love it. It's a race that needs a lot of work. There's no respite. You're always doing something, and I thoroughly enjoyed it.
And as someone who's been involved in the series now for a little while, it must be so nice to see the way that it's grown. We've got a lot of cars on the grid, which of course is only good for the charity in the long run, really, but also it adds to that sense of camaraderie and that sort of networking almost that you do within the paddock.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, it seems to be getting more and more popular. There's more new people coming through at every race meeting, and it's great. It's great to see new people coming in.
Always, always. Thank you very much, guys, for having a chat. Now, Ken, final man that we need to have a chat with, and we're very excited to, because, Ken, the story with you really is that you're brand new to this, aren't you? Tell us a bit about yourself.
First time at Anglesey and first time in a race, so been fantastic. It's been a long time dream of mine. Yeah. I've been doing track days of course, for years, but finally got the car ready, finally got my license ready, and here I am, and what could be better?
I know, we arranged the good weather especially for you.
Thank you. The car is an import from the US. It had fantastic racing pedigree there. And now I just need to lift my skills to live up to that. But so far, so good. I really enjoyed it. Thank you.
What was it then that attracted you to this particular series then? Was it the idea of racing here that really sort of made you go out there and get your license and get going?
Phil Brough, Motorsport, has helped me get the car ready for this. It's been quite a journey. And Phil introduced me to Filippo 2 years ago at Silverstone. And I could just feel this was exactly the right vibe, right camaraderie. So natural to be here, calm. Yeah, and this car is also a bit different. So it was very great. It was great that I could get an invitation here. I'm in an invitation class rather than So.
It's a fantastic addition to the grid, as are you, Ken, and what a fantastic series it is. It's going to continue to grow, I'm sure, and if you're interested in getting involved out there, then please do so. We would love to have you involved in the series in one way or another, and yeah, hopefully see you out here with us in the near future.
Good afternoon and welcome back to Anglesey Circuit for our final sprint race of this 750 Motor Club weekend before we turn our attention to pit stop races. And it's the final race of the weekend for the 5 Club Racing MX5 Cup with Switch, and it is a reverse grid race with the top 10 from the earlier race reverse. That means Martin Vernon is there on pole position alongside Jake Mickelwright, and the earlier winner, Ben Hansey, is back there on the 5th row of the grid. With this slightly early start after lunch already, the 5-second board is shown and the race about to get underway with Martin Vernon there in his interesting interpretation of where pole position is. And the lights go out of the way they go. It's a pretty decent start from Vernon. The best start of all from Adrian Johnson from the 2nd row of the grid. He's trying to work his way through the front row men into turn 1, and it is Vernon that leads. Johnson's level with Jake Mickelwright, and it's about 4-5 abreast, almost in the middle there. Richardson had to avoid going onto the grass. Ben Hansey's on the inside. He's ahead of Jordan Johnson, and he's alongside now, I think, ahead of Ian Tomlinson as well. So the 3 quick drivers are there or thereabouts, but Martin Vernon's hanging on. Adrian Johnson that is, Johnson Senior around the outside to get 2nd from Mickelwright. Then it's Lloyd Huggins in 4th. Tomlinson's back ahead of Hansey in 5th. And then it's 3 abreast a bit further back as Matthew Short has lost a significant amount of positions. But it's Vernon from Johnson. On the inside is Huggins. On the outside is Hansey, who must have got back past Tomlinson. Has he, or has Tomlinson gone up the inside? There is Tomlinson, so he's alongside Hansey again, who gets into the back of Mickelwright, who in turn gets into the back of Lloyd Huggins, who gets very sideways. And I think for Martin Vernon, he is still leading the way, but behind Johnny Palmer, it's side by side all the way.
Yeah, almost. The 40 car nerfed into a half spin there by Jordan Johnson, who obviously wants to get by Ben Hansey sooner rather than later. But you sense both Hansey and Johnson will work together. Hansey right round the outside of, I think, Short on that occasion. Gave Short enough racing room, but clearly it's the Hansey car that is so well set up that it can deal with the middle part of the road through Siemens and get good drive off the corner. So Hansey and Johnson are through, and around the outside there going the blue and white car of Jake Mickelwright, number 32.
It's now Adrian Johnson that leads the way. So Johnson Senior leads on the way up towards the final corner. Ian Tomlinson 2nd, so he's made good progress. The driver who finished 3rd earlier on today and yesterday. Martin Vernon's done a good job to hang on. He's there in 3rd, ahead of Ben Hansey and Jordan Johnson, the 2 quickest drivers this weekend. And Oak Richardson's up next, then Lloyd Huggins, Matthew Neal and Nico Favo, and Jake Mickelwright sort of lost the time as Ben Hansey gets very sideways out of the first corner, but he's managed to hang on ahead of Jordan Johnson in all of that. So this is a really good opportunity, I would suggest, for Ian Tomlinson to have a go at winning one of these 5 Club Racing races, because he's right behind Adrian Johnson. If he can get past him and make a gap before Hansey and Jordan Johnson come through, that would be very beneficial. He's right on the tail now. The race leader pulls out of the tow as the battles behind continue, but it's side by side for the lead of the race. There they are, and Ian Tomlinson, after 2/3 so far this weekend, has taken the lead of the race.
Side by side between Hansey and the 99 car briefly there of Martin Vernon, but slotting by on Vernon's left-hand side were both Ben Hansey and Jordan Johnson. They've been glued to one another for most of the weekend when it came to racing action, and this time in the reversed of the finishing order from earlier on today, with Hansey ahead. But we do know that Jordan Johnson can fashion more than one overtaking opportunity to get past. There goes the 17 car of Oak Richardson, forever in 4th place earlier on today, but he again has more speed than his current 6th place would show. Down the long Tom Price straight then and into the hairpin, having a long look at the inside is Ben Hansey, then on the number 22 car of Adrian Johnson, and he got through. And Johnson on Johnson now for 3rd position. Jordan making quick work, in fact, of the former race-leading black number 22 car. So they'll all be chasing Ian Tomlinson now, heading for the left-hander at bus stop for the 2nd time.
I suspect once Adrian Johnson knew that his son Jordan was coming through, he was going to give him as much room as possible. And Jordan now is challenging Hansey up towards the first corner. Now, are these two going to work together to catch Ian Tomlinson, who's 1.3 seconds up the road, or are they going to scrap it out for 2nd place? Well, at this stage, Jordan Johnson's just following Hansey through. Oak Richardson's 4th now. And for Adrian Johnson, he dropped a significant number of places there. He hasn't been shown on the timing screens. And it looks like he may have gone missing, Johnny. Not sure if you spotted that.
There was a big cloud of dust, but that would have been after the line. So I was just trying to work out who may have run wide on the exit of turn 1, but it doesn't explain why.
He's
still there.
He's behind Richardson, yeah.
So it hasn't triggered the beam and pops up manually now, I assume by the timekeepers, into 5th position. Adrian Johnson, Hansey and the other Johnson, Jordan Jr., arriving into Rocket together. Not yet dueling for the race lead then. They have one car of Ian Tomlinson, the deep red, number 9, to still get by and then maybe start to extend the lead. Oak Richardson trying to go with them, and he's doing well at that challenge right now. Gap growing between 4th place Richardson and Adrian Johnson and the rest.
Yeah, so we've got the fast 4 then at the front. So it sort of took just under 2 laps really for that to happen, didn't it? Not very long. And again, Jordan Johnson not particularly challenging Ben Hansey at this stage, who I think he's waiting for him to catch Ian Tomlinson, and then he'll make a race of it for what will be a race victory then, rather than a battle for 2nd position. Lots of battles further back as well. This is the battle for 10th. Jake Micklewright, who did start there on the front row of the grid, but dropped back much quicker than Martin Vernon did. So he's down there in 10th, battling with Nico Favo. And already Hansey and Johnson have caught the leader, Ian Tomlinson, as they complete 3 laps of what should be a 9-lap race.
So totally together, throw a blanket over them into turn number 1. Tomlinson, Hansey, Johnson. And Oak Richardson will be frustrated that he can't quite access the top 3 right now, particularly as they're racing with each other and not necessarily picking out the ideal racing lines. How cool was that from Jordan Johnson? I actually thought he was resting his arm on the side of the car, but it was actually a mirror adjustment that had got flicked back either through air resistance or turbulence or indeed a bit of contact, but there's not been close enough contact to bend a mirror back quite yet. They often say with street racing, it's the mirrors that are your gauge, as here comes up the outside, in fact, Ben Hansey to take the race lead. How late does Ian Tomlinson want to be on the brakes? Well, late enough, actually. He locked briefly the front left tyre there. We'll have to go around the outside of Rocket, and if Jordan Johnson places his car perfectly, he should be able to pick off Ian Tomlinson in all this same move. There's just no option for Tomlinson to pull between the 2 cars of Hansey and Johnson. And we're back to our regular leaders again, although here comes Tomlinson to try and overtake the 2 of them. This could be an awesome overtake into Siemens if he gets it done. Hansey, I'm not sure if he's aware that Tomlinson is worming his way up the inside, but it's going to be a drag race down the Tom Price straight. And that's unfortunate for Ian Tomlinson. He wasn't able in the end to pick off either of them, but full marks for trying.
Cracking bit of racing that, wasn't it? And again, managing to do that without making any contact. So again, really good racing from the 5 Club Racing guys here. We saw some great racing at Croft, and once again here at Anglesey, a similar situation, and Johnson right on the tail of Ben Hansey as they turn left now into the bus stop. These top 2 have been racing really close over the last few seasons now, as Jordan Johnson's been improving, as Ben Hansey made reference to earlier. He's almost been the tutor for Jordan Johnson in their battles over the last few seasons, but now Jordan Johnson keen to beat Ben Hansey in the 2023 season as they turn their way through the banking. Now that Tomlinson's there in the tow, he's able to stick with these 2, and if anything happens in front, he'll be eager to get in front of the pair of them and take that win.
Making use of a double tow right now, which might be yet further beneficial, but he'll need to be close enough coming through Church. More bump drafting that we saw plenty of from Jordan Johnson on the rear of Ben Hansey, just tapping away at that rear bumper to make sure that Ben knows he's there, as if he's in any doubt. Having a glance in those green-backed mirrors just before he turned in, Ben Hansey at Rocket, but he knew the coast was clear, at least for the time being. Oak Richardson is pretty much with them now, so we could well have a quartet of cars for the win. Adrian Johnson, meanwhile, is under massive pressure from the birthday boy Lloyd Huggins, who had a good middle race of the weekend, and Huggins threatening for 5th position on the car that previously had the fastest lap. That is now, though, in the hands of race leader Ben Hansey.
Oak Richardson was a winner at Croft. Hasn't been with these 3 over the course of the weekend until now. And as Johnny said there, he's right in contention if anything happens ahead, which sees Ben Hansey in front, as was the case towards the end of the earlier race when he made that move on Jordan Johnson, where I think Jordan described himself as an idiot, didn't he, to Andy McEwen in the earlier race. So he'd like to get one up again on Ben Hansey, who turn their way left then through bus stop and up and across the line. So it's Anglesey from Johnson, from Tomlinson, and then Richardson, and then a gap back to a similarly close battle between Adrian Johnson and Lloyd Huggins. Matthew Pennyfather-Neal not that far back, and Martin Vernon there in 8th now. But the leaders down into the banking then for the 6th time. We'll pick up on this battle behind, Johnny.
Yeah, so Huggins in the red car trying to hunt down, well, he's done that bit. He needs now to work out where his car is fastest to get by Adrian Johnson. But these two got together, thankfully in a metaphorical sense, earlier today as well. They've been not too far apart with similar speeds from both cars. This time, though, Matthew Pennyfather-Neal is a bit too distant, and even further back then to Martin Vernon, who previously led this race in the other white car. But Huggins, good run again on Adrian Johnson up the hill, and can brake much, much later, perhaps too late. Is he going to make the corner at Rocket? Well, he runs way out wide, and that should give the advantage back to Adrian Johnson, but he can't jump ahead of the 14 car. And actually, it's Johnson now who's on the back foot, because here comes Pennyfather-Neal to the inside line. No chance for Matthew to get through, though, in car 21, but it's bunched this whole field up and might be an opportunity for Martin Vernon to get back involved.
Probably best not to mention track limits in that overtake, is it? As they turn their way then towards the end of what is lap number 6 in this race. As Johnny said there, Martin Vernon can see this battle, but he's not involved in it at this stage as they turn their way off the Tom Price straight through the hairpin, and then they head back up towards the start and finish line. So it's Huggins then, whose birthday is today. They're in 5th position. Across the line have come the leaders. Well, let's watch this battle for 6th, because I thought Matthew Pennyfather-Neal was having a challenge on Adrian Johnson. He takes a tighter line, slides his car up across the line, but he's still in there behind the Adrian Johnson-driven 6th place car as it is now, since Lloyd Huggins made that move halfway through that lap.
And Huggins is starting to build a gap now back to Adrian Johnson. The problem for Huggins, though, is that Oak Richardson is way up the road. He gets a brief glimpse of the blue car, which is turning right through Church now, well ahead of Lloyd Huggins in the number 14. There's Huggins, the all black with the green mirrors of Adrian Johnson then, pursued by Matthew Pennyfather-Neal, and the gap growing actually this time back to Martin Vernon and Martin Short, Matthew Short, not Martin Short. I'm mixing my names, first names and surnames now, but you can understand where I was going with the mistake. Nose to tail into the Rocket sequence of corners, and Pennyfather-Neal has a quick car beneath him for this particular race. I wonder whether he's done some tweaks in the interval between this Switch 5 Club Mazda race and the previous one, because the 21 looks a little more rapid at the end of the day.
Yeah, chasing then after Adrian Johnson, who led at the end of the first lap. The 59-year-old truck driver from Gloucestershire, running there in 6th position currently. He's been racing Mazdas for 6 seasons now, and is there behind Lloyd Huggins, the driver with a little bit less experience from Hemel Hempstead. And they turn their way towards the end of lap 7 with just 2 further laps to go. And up front, Ben Hansey's had a big moment out of the final corner over the curbs. What I was going to say is he had pulled clear of Jordan Johnson, but that brief slide, he managed to save the slide, has meant that lead battle potentially is going to be back on over the final 2 laps. And again, they're out wide at the first corner, Johnny.
Yeah, kicking up the dirt and the dust way beyond the curb. You've got to be careful there that you don't ditch hook a wheel and potentially tear it off, because those runs back onto from the hard-edged side of the curb, much more ferocious on a car's handling than the delicate kind of tapered side of the curb that most are using. So it's nose to tail, more bump drafting from Jordan Johnson. Both seem comfortable with that, and Johnson trying to find now the outside line through School, which will be the inside line for Rocket. And how late can the 92 car brake? Well, Hansey's trying desperately to hang on via the outside line. That will become the inside line through Rocket out, of course. And again, really good racecraft from Ben Hansey to stay just enough ahead and fend off Jordan Johnson. And if Ian Tomlinson was a bit closer here, he could take advantage of this, a little bit like when he was railroaded for the race lead for Hansey at the time. But Tomlinson just couldn't poke his nose down the inside of a gap that was there. alongside Jordan Johnson. So it's between these two, 45 seconds to go, and it's last lap board this time, I reckon.
Yeah, 1 lap to go. And Ben Hansey still under threat then from Jordan Johnson. Hansey, the double champion. See the BS Motorsport team on the pit wall were eagerly watching to see how they came back into the view from the pit wall onto the international circuit to see if Ben Hansey, their driver, was still leading, and it is, but by the smallest of margins over Jordan Johnson as they come up towards the final corner. Again, Ian Tomlinson is with the top two, so he has a chance as they go on to the last lap with Hansey leading, Johnson in second, third Tomlinson. Richardson's the closest he's been all weekend, but not close enough really for him. He's not there, and now it's side by side for the lead. So Jordan Johnson up the outside into the banking, and that is as close I think you can get without making contact between the top two drivers, but I don't think it's worked out necessarily for Jordan Johnson.
More mirror adjustment, it looked like. I wonder whether Jordan actually flung his arm up there as well to say that was a bit naughty for Ben Hansey, but he was within his rights to be defending into the second corner at the banking. Maybe Jordan's complaint was that Ben was wider than he needed to be on the run into that tricky right-hander. Now they're going to be two abreast again. Jordan Johnson to the outside line. Hansey will have the inside line. Now they were in the reverse positions a couple of laps ago. So can Jordan Johnson stay there for the inside? Oh, he's off the road, and there's possibly the definite contact now as well between Johnson and Hansey, so it's getting a little untidy out front for the final race of the weekend. What can Ian Tomlinson do? What is he thinking to go to the outside line and maybe sail by the two of them as they're embroiled in their own battle?
And now Ian Tomlinson gets involved because he's on the inside line of Jordan Johnson, but it is Hansey that's held on in all of that. So it's Hansey that leads side by side for second. It's almost more entertaining watching the BS Motorsport team on the pit wall than watching the cars on the circuit. But it's Ben Hansey who does lead. It's still from Johnson in second, Tomlinson in third, and Tomlinson's now looking to the inside of Johnson. So Johnson doesn't look like he's going to win this. He might not get second position, but it is Ben Hansey then who leads the way. He's managed to hold on in front of Jordan Johnson, and then Ian Tomlinson as they come into the final corner. It's Hansey then that's going to win 2 races today and become a 3-time winner this season. He's already got his arm out of the window, and he is the victor. Second for Jordan Johnson, third for Ian Tomlinson. Oak Richardson takes 4th, but it's been a great season for the 5 Club Racing Championship with Switch. It's been some great action all season long, and this today in particular, Anglesey has been cracking stuff. Side-by-side action, slipstream in action. As well. Lloyd Huggins took 5th, another good result for Lloyd. He beat Adrian Johnson and Matthew Pennefather-Nil. Martin Vernon was 8th. He just held off Matthew Short, who I think lost some time on the first lap. And Nico Favo completes the top 10. But absolutely great racing in this final race of the day, Johnny. Not necessarily anything caused there by the reverse grid. It was just once they got to the front, the battle between themselves.
Well, true. I mean, it was almost in 2 parts. You had the untangling that is naturally the result of a reverse grid, and the quicker cars should and will hopefully find their way through. But then we're left with the lead battle that we'd had pretty much all weekend. You sensed, because it's the last race of the weekend, that the sleeves were properly rolled up for that, and it did get a bit tasty at times up at Rocket. We never like to see contact, but there was definitely a slight collision there between Hansey and Jordan Johnson. But I think a deserved result, purely because of the speed that he's had all weekend. Jordan Johnson will be frustrated again, but he'll live to fight another day and look forward to the next round.
Results of the 6th round of the Switch MX5 Cup by 5 Club Racing saw that victory for Ben Hansey, 0.8 of a second. Feels like a big gap after most of those last few laps of racing. Jordan Johnson took 2nd and Ian Tomlinson 3rd. Oak Richardson, best of the rest, in 4th again, ahead of Lloyd Huggins, who's had a good 27th birthday here at Anglesey. 6th for Adrian Johnson, 7th for Matthew Pennefather-Nil. Martin Vernon, Matthew Short and Nico Favo completed the top 10 ahead of David Brown, Jake Micklewright. Mary Barnard got herself up ahead of Steve Quemby at the end of the race. Martina Ward, Chris Moore and Neil Burrows completed the finishes, and again everybody who started made it to the end of the race in the Switch MX5 Cup by 5 Club Racing. And the championship continues in a few weeks' time when much like the Mazda 7s, the MX5 Cup heads to Mallory Park on Le Mans weekend in June. So that'll be an entertaining few races, I suspect, there. Brands Hatch on the Grand Prix circuit in July, so an exciting fixture there, so if you've got an MX-5 and you're watching from home, Brands Grand Prix circuit, you don't get to race there very often, but with the 750 Motor Club and 5 Club Racing, we can offer that to you this year. Snetterton, Silverstone and Donington Park will round off the season, but Johnny, your weekend of watching Mazda MX-5 racing, some people may say it's not entertaining, but what do you say to those?
Well, clearly that's the evidence to say absolutely the opposite. I'm only ashamed to say I won't be at Mallory Park. I have a clashing commitment, as you might have just alluded to, but otherwise I'd be straight there because Mallory's about 45 minutes from me. Oh well.
Thanks, Johnny. We'll talk to you for the 2 longer races as we go throughout the rest of the day. But Andy McEwen is downstairs. He's got, I'm sure, very pleased Ben Hansey, who took the race victory.
Well, third 5 Club MX-5 race of the weekend. We end up with the same top 3 as we had in race 2, but because of the reverse grid, it was anything but straightforward. Let's dive in. As usual, they're all busy chatting to each other, but it was Ben Hansey who came out on top for a second time this weekend. And Ben, the smile on your face, I think, tells the full story there. That looked fun.
Yeah, racing with your mates is always great, and that was proper elbows out stuff from both Jordan and Andy, and Ian set off like a scolded cat, and he's like, I think Jordan kind of let me do all the hard work to get through from the reverse grid, and I could see he was kind of waiting and biding his time and hoping that I'd done my tyres by the time we got to the front, and he had the run on me, but then he missed a gear coming out of Rocket 2, so yeah, I had a bit of a giggle to myself and brought it home.
A fantastic weekend for you. Obviously 2 wins, 3 podiums. More importantly, though, in a way, lots of good points.
Oh yeah, I suspect that puts me just in the lead of the championship, but it's early days yet, and with that amount of close racing, then it's going to be tight to the end.
Absolutely, we're going to be fascinated watching it. Congratulations, Ben, on the win. Jordan is just behind us, so we'll just quickly swivel round and have a chat with our second place finisher again, Jordan. So nearly the race win. You were following Ben through the pack there, but when the chance came, you just couldn't quite get past him.
Well, I'd done all the hard work. I got the move done, and then I crunched into third, and that was game over from then. I'm sure Mr. Hansey had a great smile on his face because he knew he'd been gifted one again. But yeah, it was a great race. Always good racing with these two. Fair bit of contact there, but nothing too serious, and good weekend.
Interesting tactics from you in that one too. As you said, you followed Ben through the field, and then when you broke through to the front, you were sort of content, it seemed, to sit behind him. Were you just biding your time, waiting for the last few minutes?
Yeah, pretty much. I didn't want to show my nose to him too early. I thought we'll get to the front and then we'll see if we can gap the pack a bit, and then we can start playing, because I think I went a lap too early and brought Ian back into it at the end there, so it got a bit more interesting than I wanted it to. But yeah, me and Hansey work well together, and I know what he's going to do. He knows what I'm going to do. So.
It's going to be a great year watching you two, that's for sure. Jordan Johnson then, second place, and well, once again, the nearly man of Anglesey and Tomlinson, another podium finish, but that one you were getting stuck in. Your start was fantastic.
Yeah, I sort of went for the outside of the hairpin, and yeah, I thought it was a bit of a gamble, but yeah, it seemed to work. And then I think Martin, my teammate, he was pretty kind to me and didn't hold me up too much, and yeah, it was a good start. Oh.
There was a brilliant moment when they just got past you, and I think just coming over the hill there into Siemens, you tried to make it 3 wide up the inside. You weren't giving up without a fight, were you?
No, you got to try, haven't you? But I like racing with these two. They're, you know, they're in control, and we can get close, but not, you know, not crash. So. Yeah, I'll give it a go, but didn't work.
Well, fantastic entertainment as always. Congratulations, Ian, on the podium. As I said, great entertainment from the 5 Club MX-5s, as we've come to expect. Looking forward to more of them as the year goes on. Right, 2 more races to go here at Anglesey. Seems strange to say that, but we're heading now into our sort of endurance element of the day. The 2-hour Tagiwa Club Enduro Championship race coming up later on. But first, we've got to relocate over to the pit lane for a 40-minute race in the Calm All Porsche Trophy.
And the car's just heading out onto a green flag lap for the campaign against living miserably backed All Porsche Trophy. And we will take a look at the grid then for this 40-minute race. The cars and drivers are about to have with a pit stop in the middle third of the race. So we've got some solo-driven cars, we've got some shared cars. Where it's Steve Hewson on pole in his Porsche Cayman alongside Richard Harmon's 944 Turbo. Paul Simpson starts on row 2. He was a Class 2 winner earlier alongside Christian Walker. With on row 3, John Walker starts along alongside Stephen Cunniff, who will hand over to Patrick Scharfegger in 199. On the 4th row of the grid is Andrew Juice, who starts alongside Jamie McHugh. On the 5th row is Sam Callahan, who will start alongside Daniel Crago, who will drive solo now, as Alvaro's done the earlier races. On row 6 is Andrew Peck and William Kirtler. Onto row 7, we find Graham Hurd and Michael Goodwin, who will share with Gary Goodwin. On the 8th row is Ed Sampson to finish, but Clayton Sampson will start their 968, and Mike Kirtler will start alongside. On the 9th row is Gabriel Yilmaz, who shares with Metin Yilmaz, and alongside them is Tom McHugh. On the 10th row of the grid will be Fernando Gattino, who shares with Gary Martin, and alongside is Andy Baker. On the 11th row is Jess Wilkinson, who starts alongside James Harvey, and on the 12th row is Rich Gravestock, who starts alongside Paul Hicks, who will share with Trevor Bale. On the 13th row is John Jones, who starts alongside Philip Waters. On the 14th row is Hugh Pert, who will start alongside Chris Waltenspool, who shares with Harry Nerger, and on the 15th row is Ken Van Howen to make up a 29-strong Porsche grid, but with a difference to the two earlier races, because it's the more familiar 40-minute race for the Calm All Porsche Trophy. So that means that there is a pit window between 15 and 25 minutes, so a short 10-minute pit window for driver changes and for pit stops to happen. Each car has to be stationary for 60 seconds. No success penalties or such like here, though, so it's a fairly simple system, but quite a short pit window, so I imagine the pit lane could get quite busy during the course of that 10 minutes within this 40-minute race that we're looking forward to now, with the cars lining up on the grid with the Cayman, 944, then Boxsters, and then further back we've got some 968s, non-turbocharged 944s and 924s as well, as the 911 at the back. So a fantastic looking Porsche grid, and we get to enjoy the first 15 minutes. So we don't think the 911's running, unfortunately, so we won't be seeing Ken Van Howen, but I think the rest are there, and that's a shame, but there's still plenty more cars to enjoy, Johnny.
Yeah, we were learning during the lunch break that Porsche is actually supercharged as well, and hails back from, well, if you go back far enough, 1973 odd, but unfortunately it's not going to do the longer distance race. Anyway, over to you for the start. Let's go. Good
start for Steve Hewson, equally good start for Paul Simpson, who draws up alongside Richard Harman as they turn into the opening corner. So Simpson's got second. Harman is alongside one of the Walkers. I think it's a better start for Walker Senior, so that's John, but then Chris Walker dives up the inside of his dad and gets that position back as the rest of the field flow through. That repaired Porsche around the outside, the car that had the light fixing disappear earlier, the Yilmaz car, that was a gain in positions, but Steve Hewson pulling away up front. There's Andrew Peck trying to gain positions as well, the retiree from earlier, from yesterday I should say, but for second position Richard Harman repasses Paul Simpson with the additional power in his turbocharged machine. There's Sam Callahan, who's involved in that battle with Stephen Cunniff, who will share with Patrick Scharfegger. That's one of the higher placed cars which is double driven during the course of this race. So all side-by-side action. That's for the Class 2 lead, because Chris Walker didn't make the best of starts. He's made his way up ahead of Paul Simpson there as they turn for the right-hander uphill.
And they've been always battling in Class 2 pretty much all weekend, so this is familiar territory for both Christian Walker and Paul Simpson. A brief glimpse there of the number 1 car of Trevor Bale, although started by Paul Hicks, so we'll see Trevor later on in the race. Oh, a bit of a nibble there for the lead in Class 2, and there was a squirm and a slide, in fact, from the second of the two cars, Paul Simpson. Didn't give him the ideal exit out of the hairpin, so that should mean that Christian Walker leads the first lap within his class, but it is all about Steve Hewson once again leading overall.
Yeah, that's right. In the earlier race, we saw Richard Harman catch in the second half. So with this longer distance, lap traffic will be a certain extra element, as we've got a smoky car We've seen this a few times in the Porsches, haven't we? A few cars sort of puffing out a bit of smoke, but it's not been a problem. And again, that has dissipated, so hopefully that remains the case. We've had the first lap then, led by Steve Hewson by a couple of seconds over Richard Harman, with Chris Walker in third, but he's under plenty of pressure through Church Corner from Paul Simpson, and then John Walker behind. Here they are then as they turn their way through School and up towards Rocket. Can Paul Simpson retake the class lead away from Christian Walker here? Not at this stage, so the teenager stays ahead. John Walker would quite like to challenge as well. I think he'd quite like to beat his son as well after Christian's been ahead of him so far this season. These two drove together over the course of last year to many victories within the class and sometimes overall as well. There is John Walker then, the 59-year-old from Ascot, who's been racing in Caterhams and Lotuses and more recently in this Porsche Boxster. And between them, Paul Simpson, who makes his debut in the Calm Series this weekend.
Here comes Richard Harman, but cars behind, the Caymans are, the Boxsters rather, are very close indeed to the white line on the approach there to hairpin. All in defensive mode, it feels. Christian Walker defending from Paul Simpson in turn to John Walker. And John Walker putting his car now right in the middle of the racetrack. Second of the Boxster S's, with Andrew Deuce next through in the 661 car. It's nice to see that nice and high up in the running order. Andrew Peck in the first of the 968s, heading across the line as well. Oh, but a lot of smoke coming out of the Yilmaz's car there, I noticed. So it's been started by Gabriel Yilmaz, and it was smoking when in the hands of Metin earlier on in the day as well. So is that a much more significant problem? We'll have to wait and see. But bear in mind, there's the best part of a 40-minute race still ahead of these cars.
You mentioned up in sixth position, Andrew Deuce going much better than he's gone over the weekend. He's just behind the class leaders at this stage. He's a driver who's new to racing from Berkshire, a 44-year-old in the Cops Auto prepared Porsche Boxster. So great to see him improving over the weekend and now going with the front runners. Some experienced drivers in these cars just ahead of him. Christian Walker just ahead of Paul Simpson. You can certainly smell the smoke that's starting to...
Yeah, it stinks, doesn't it? But it's made its way into the commentary box. It doesn't smell too good either, but I can't imagine that problem is going to continue and the car will finish the race. It either sorts itself out or Gabriel Yilmaz is going to have to just park it up and say, we're going to do too much damage to the car if we persist.
Battles a bit further back. That involves Sam Callahan, who's losing out to Andrew Peck, who gets up the inside and gets ahead of Sam Callahan, who has raced in multiple categories, Bernie's V8s. He had a meeting in the Ginetta GT4 Super Cup a few seasons ago, but realised you don't need to spend that amount of money to have as much fun as you do in the Porsche Boxster here. That he's racing up against Andrew Peck at the moment as they come to the line. I noticed Paul Simpson was having a real challenge for the Class 2 lead on Christian Walker. There they are, the top three. It's the Walkers that are being the bread in the Simpson sandwich at the moment, aren't they, as they turn their way up towards Church Corner. Let's take a look at some of the battles a bit further down the order, because you can see Mike Kirtler there at the front of this group, the car salesman from London, in his Cops Automotive prepared car with Carrera Classics. And he's just ahead of Graham Hurd. They've been battling all weekend. But here's Simpson attacking and defending from the Walker family. And he's got alongside Christian Walker now. He's on the outside line for the second part of Rocket. And Christian Walker shows him no room at all. And that's going to give John a chance to get through. I'm afraid we've got a Porsche Cayman in the barriers. That's Paul Hicks. And where on the circuit is that? That's at turn 1, which is an unusual place to have an incident. So out of turn 1, up towards the banking. There we can see it. So a real shame that for the Porsche Cayman of Paul Hicks. And that could, well, Johnny, give race control a little bit of thinking to do.
Well, if Paul can find his way there, then somebody else might be able to as well. Although it is a very unusual place to go off. You've effectively gone around the corner at turn 1 and then gone off the driver's left over the grass and nosed into the tyre wall. It's done a fair bit of damage to the front of that car as well. So race control will probably be closely observing what goes on there. It's being covered by local yellows at the moment, but it is a safety car that we will go to recover the car, sadly, of Paul Hicks. And that rather suggests that we're not going to see that car driven by Trevor Bale later on in the race, because Paul is at least safely out of the car and walking around, but the car looks very second-hand indeed.
Noticed Steve Houston had pulled out an 8-second lead. So in the earlier races, he seems to do one quick lap at the beginning and then back the pace off. With the pit stops approaching, he tries to pull out a lead this time, doing a fastest lap of 1 minute 40.02, the fastest he's done all weekend. However, with this safety car period that is coming up, that lead is going to come to nothing. And with just 7 minutes until the pit window opens, Johnny, that kind of suggests we might end up in the pit window before the safety car comes in.
Maybe, and there'll be no rules regarding making you stop during the safety car, I suppose, but the downside is, well, you want to get in whilst the safety car is out on track. The nightmare scenario would be you delay your pit stop and we go back to green flag running before you've actually come in and switched drivers, if that's what you're doing. If there is no second driver, the original driver stays on board but has to stay in the pit lane for a set amount of time. And obviously it's better to do a stop when the rest of the cars are circulating at safety car speed rather than green flag racing speed. So it's an interesting dynamic to this. It wasn't necessarily in the rule set before we got going, but sometimes motor racing has a habit of throwing unusual scenarios at you, and it's a question of when you get in. But you've got to be within the window, and we're still a bit out of that at the moment.
Obviously, the concern is if everyone pits at the same time. The Anglesey pit lane isn't the largest of places. We've got 27 cars, I think, still circulating. So we'll see what happens, but we're, I think, only 6. Let's remind myself of the regulations. After 15 minutes, that'll be with 25 to go, won't it? So, yeah, we're only 6 minutes away. Yeah, and in this race, I can't see anything where the pit lane closes during the pit window. That will change, though, for the Club Enduro race. There are some more complex regulations this season for that championship, which seemed to work well last time out at Cropper. We'll come up to that when we get to that race following this one. But the Porsches, which have had a good day, good weekend up till now, this race not quite gone exactly how we had hoped, with the safety car being necessitated during the course of this one.
I wonder whether it might be quite a quick recovery. It depends where the nearest flatbed is in order to lift that car. I don't think they'll be towing it because of the damage done to the front, and Paul Hicks will be around to help where he can, but it's more important that we keep our drivers in a safe location, and if he needs to head to the medical centre for a quick check. We didn't see the car make contact with the tyre barrier, so I don't know how forceful that contact was, but at least it wasn't bounced back out into the middle of the road. The Iveco flatbed is on call and has arrived right on cue. Almost at racing speed, it's now approaching turn 1, so that's how keen the officials are to get this race back to racing conditions as quickly as possible. But I think you're right that the first bit of the pit lane window will be encroached upon by the yellow flag, which makes things a tad more complex.
Yeah, what it could do is really mix the order up, depending on how well the pit stops are made. It's a 60 seconds minimum, but that doesn't mean that some teams will be over that 60 seconds, which, when the field is bunched up, could really adjust the order. And when they come into the pits as well, we'll see the cars park at 45-degree angle, and if they don't, they will be penalised. So expect that to happen, which will just give everyone a touch more room, and hopefully everyone's got enough of a team which can push the cars back into the pit road to carry on. But some of the teams, I would have thought, Johnny, who are running multiple cars, would have tried to stagger their pit stops because of that, but it may not be so easy to do now without losing a good chunk of time.
Yeah, and then all this information needs to be communicated somehow to the drivers as well. I would imagine maybe there's some radio contact with some drivers, or generally not, you think?
Not sure in the Porsche. Certainly in Club Enduro, we get to that.
Not that
all the teams will.
Not that it's mandated necessarily. There might be something in the regulations to say you absolutely cannot have contact with your driver. But if that is the case, it's going to have to all be done in the old school way of pit boards and safety car speeds. The cars are only passing pit lane far, far fewer times than they would be at green flag conditions. Especially if you've got more time to read the message, if there are lots of words on the board, because you're heading past pit lane at a much slower speed. There's going to be at least one more safety car lap, and we already have a pit lane caller, but this is still outside of the window.
Yeah, Paul Simpson is into the pits, which not sure if Paul, who doesn't tend to race with us in the Carmel Porsche Trophy, if he read the bulletin with accuracy, which questions... Well, I would question myself if there was more than one car coming in, but I think the fact there's just one, and is that car now being waved on, Johnny?
Yes, there was a quick discussion with someone from the team.
Red lights.
So it's a double dose, perhaps. You're not going to get penalised for pitting out of the pit window. There's nothing in the regulations that says you can't come into the pit lane, as far as I know.
But you will if there's red lights at the end of the pit exit
Absolutely.
and go through those.
So he's lost time with an unnecessary pit stop. He'll still need to do the mandatory one, we think.
Yeah, definitely.
But the big no-no is going through a red light at the end of the pit lane. The red light was on because the safety car train was going through turn 1, and what we don't want is a car rejoining from the pits right into a long line of cars.
Yep. So I think Paul Simpson, perhaps showing his inexperience with pit stop races, he's quick in the sprint races. We've seen that we haven't seen him with the Carmel Porsche Trophy before. So therefore, he probably wouldn't have done a pit stop before. And red lights, generally, you would think would be obvious, but perhaps when you're in that racing situation, you kind of forget where to look for that kind of thing. And I suspect Paul Simpson will be down the pit road more than once during the course of this remainder of the race, and perhaps he'll have a trip up to race control after the race as well.
I have to be careful that I'm not just excusing him, but he will have had other things on his mind, because he's coming into the pits thinking this is my one stop. Then it's explained to him, no, you can't come in now, you're 2 minutes, 3 minutes early. He will have been very frustrated with himself, or indeed someone who didn't tell him that, and with absence of mind, or mind elsewhere, he'd then just driven through a red light. But that doesn't excuse the situation, and he will cop a penalty. We're almost certain of that. So it's so interesting to me, motor racing. You can be going swimmingly, and then all of a sudden, the race just escapes. It spirals out of your control, one thing after another. And unfortunately, it's a 40-minute race in a mini enduro to forget.
Now, is this pit window going to open for the second half of the grid and not the front half? Because we're, 40 seconds away. The pit window board will go out with 25 minutes to go. But as far as I understand, that doesn't stop anyone coming in before they see the board if they know the pit window is open. So this could get tight. And again, if you're in radio communication, Johnny, this is where a good point where your team will be counting you down so you don't come into the pits before that time is up.
And it's pit lane entry that is crucial. Now, there is already a couple of Boxsters peeling off. Pit lane entry, that bit of it, is not necessarily you in the pit lane, of course. You'll go through a separate beam, which is where the yellow and white cones are, but still one or two arrived in pit lane proper before the window was open.
It seems that way, so we'll see how this race works out. Pit stop windows that concur with safety car periods never tend to go terribly well, and it feels like this may be another of those occasions.
Yeah. But I can see everybody's eagerness, because you want to pit whilst the safety car's out, because that's going to lose you far less time than it would be at racing speed.
So the Walker family are both in. There's the Charles Ivy prepared car of Christian's car. Yeah, just ahead of John's car. But both of those cars, I would suggest there is a question mark over them. So we'll see what happens over the rest of this race. See one of the pit members waving his pit in board, hoping that his driver will look across the way. That was for 199, wasn't it? So that was Stephen Cunniff hoping to hand over to Patrick Scharfegg. And we've seen over the weekend Patrick's a slight bit quicker than what Stephen has done. So this safety car period should work out well for those drivers. But I suspect when we get back racing, we're going to have a fairly jumbled order. How's the recovery going at turn 1? Let's have a look at that. Well, the Porsche Cayman now is on the flatbed of that Iveco truck, but potentially we'll have another lap of safety car, depending how quickly that can come in. Now, we've seen in the sprint races cars brought in the wrong way into the pit lane, but I would imagine during a pit stop race, and particularly a pit stop window, that may not happen.
Yeah.
Or if it does, let's hope it happens safely.
Well, true, but whilst the pit lane is open, that's a very dangerous game to be playing. So I think we'll have to do, well, find somewhere safe to park, or perhaps complete a lap under safety car when everyone else is on the other part of the circuit, if you like. So remind me again, those cars in question that came in, it was certainly the 7 car that was a little too hasty, we think, of Christian Walker.
I think 5 as well.
The 5 car of John Walker, okay. So
Sam,
both the Walkers, that's easy to remember.
I think Sam Callahan was in. He would have been right on the 15 minutes. So it says here, if stopping outside the pit window, a 60-second time penalty will be applied, which is quite significant. And cars not stopping for the required duration will receive a time penalty of 30 seconds plus 2 times whatever you are under that 60 seconds. The truck is pushing on, isn't it, to get into the pit lane. So now everyone else is coming in. So the safety car is going to have no cars behind it, I would suggest. So in comes Houston, and one car stays out. So this is a great way to lead a race, isn't it, for Fernando Gattino. So he stays out, and he is now the new race leader. 20 stays out. This is an easier way of doing it than suggesting who's in. Rich Gravestock has stayed out, as has Jess Wilkinson, and they are the only 3. So the cars that pitted earlier were the Walkers, Andrew Juice, Sam Callahan, 35, Daniel Crago, but Paul Simpson has stayed out, the driver who pitted before the pit window and didn't pit for 60 seconds.
Yes. Well, he's still got a bit of time, hasn't he? Because 25 minutes, you said it's a 10-minute window?
Yeah, but my point was they're going to lose even more time if the safety car comes in.
Very good point, yes. So the safety car comes in, then they have to do a regulation pit stop under green flag conditions. Well, you know, he's already got 2 of the bad things. Why not make it a triple? Because we haven't yet heard the news about a penalty, if indeed it's been issued, about going through the red light.
Oh, yeah, I forgot about that bit.
Yeah, so that's what I mean, you see, how quickly a race can get away from your grasp. So Steve Hewson came in during that big flourish of cars towards the pit lane. We're well inside the pit window there. Of course, when Steve Hewson completed a safety car lap, the pit lane hadn't technically opened, but it very much had, and he'd passed the pit lane open sign as well. Steve exiting pit lane now in car 68 through a green light, which is good to see. And Andrew Peck as well, who's well up there in the number 96 Porsche 968.
Yeah, he's jumped Richard Harmon in all of that. And the rest of the pit stops continue through, and in hopefully a somewhat safe manner. And we've got another car off, have we, here,
yes.
Johnny?
Three-digit number, which will narrow it down. 639.
That would have been my suggestion, which is the John Jones 924. Now, is this going to prolong the safety car period, or has he managed to... Oh, he's parked.
I think he's all right there. Yeah. He's the safe side of the tyre barrier that is just before the school section of circuit. So he's protected, actually, by that initial bit of tyre wall, and there's recticel barrier there as well. So
obviously the concern is for the last corner, isn't it, where that's in front of that part of the tyre wall.
Excellent point, yeah.
So I would imagine if they are going to leave the car there, the officials would be encouraging him to get onto the bank rather than check the problem with his car, which he's currently doing.
Yeah. And such is the angle of approach of the returning straight between hairpin and bus stop. Again, I don't think that Porsche's in the line of fire. And the safety car is going to come in here, bringing with it the number 3 car, who is one of the cars that hasn't stopped yet. But we will be back to green flag running, and that will see Christian Walker to the front, John Walker up to 2nd place in their Class 2 Boxster S's. But, of course, there are big question marks about when the Walkers pitted. Were they just ahead of the pit stop winner that kicked in with 25 minutes to go?
Philip Waters, who also pitted on that first time, and he's 9.24, I reckon is in something like 5th position overall, and he certainly pitted in the right period. But I think we'll just enjoy the race as it is, and then we'll work out what may happen afterwards when we get any sort of confirmation of penalties or non-penalties. But here's the leaders then. So it is Christian versus John Walker. There's Paul Simpson. So he's in this battle as well, isn't he? On the lead lap versus Sam Callahan, who is just ahead of him. So Simpson's the only driver who hasn't made his pit stop within the window. for sure, because that was a good few minutes before. So he could just stay out there and get the penalty for that, but also have a penalty for a short pit stop as well. Anyway, there's Sam Callaghan, who is from Essex. He's 27 years of age. He's an ECU tuner, and he's involved in the battle there with the 968, isn't it? The Craigo car, Daniel Craigo, racing solo with 18 minutes on the clock. Just wonder if that was fresh rain spots on our camera lens at that end of the circuit. But for Callaghan, he turns his way here up towards the left-hander that completes what is lap 10 of this race, and it's Christian Walker then, ahead of his dad. Then in third position is Andrew Dew, still with a novice cross on the back, so he's having a really good run here. He's still got the pace of the leaders, and Paul Simpson is there in fourth position, ahead of Sam Callaghan and Daniel Craigo. And then there is a gap to the rest, which is headed by that 924 of Philip Waters, and then Steve Hewson is currently in eighth position. So if we take away those question marks, Johnny, Steve Hewson's got a big job here if he's going to win this race.
Oh, yeah. The ones that have, we know for a fact, pitted legitimately, have a significant advantage over Steve Hewson. Steve having to take, well, actually not any extra time in the pits.
But it's just because he pitted that lap later.
Yeah, maybe. Maybe that's what it's down to. I noticed the 88 car was on a charge coming out of the banking because it was well over on the grass. Well, that bizarre line for Paul Simpson coming out of the banking and towards Church amazingly gave him forward momentum to just overtake Andrew Deuce in the 661 car. Of course, we had one of the later stoppers, the number 3. Oh, drama coming out of Church corner, and that is a spin for the 199 of Steve Cunniff. Or is it now Patrick Scharfegger who's taken that car over? It was Cunniff who started it, so we've had the pit stop. It must be Scharfegger who now is pointing in the right direction. Here's Steve Hewson, who is leading before the pit stop segment of the race. And the Nine Meister racing car now with plenty of work to do, because car 68 not currently featuring in the top 6. He's running in 8th position.
Yeah, I think he's probably past Phil Waters already, so he's 7th, but now he's got a 20-second gap to the rest. So Steve Hewson, the 2018 Club Enduro champion. He raced his car in that championship last year, but now racing in this all Porsche Trophy. As you heard earlier, he's enjoying the atmosphere within the Calm paddock, the 55-year-old from the West Midlands. Here is the battle of a second on the road between John Walker and Paul Simpson. John Walker, the ex-Caterham man, under threat from Paul Simpson on his debut weekend in the category. And the pit window shuts in 15 seconds time.
Yeah. So if you've not made your stop, or indeed not made your stop legally, time's pretty much up now. There's no way that you're going to be able to get in 3 seconds. So there's a fair bit of medicine swallowing here to say we've probably done something not according to the regulations, and we'll just take the penalty at the end of the race and see where we end up. I mean, there is an argument for that, but you wouldn't necessarily condone it before you started racing.
While you were talking about swallowing, we got a whole gulp full of smoke during the course of that from the Yilmaz Porsche. You said it wouldn't keep going, Johnny, but it is.
15 minutes to go yet, but yes, there's always a delayed reaction. It's now starting to work its way through the cracks in the windows of the commentary box, which is well sealed in fairness, but that doesn't smell very pleasant at all. Let's just hope the car has plenty more fluids on board to make sure it can get to the finish.
So the wind blowing in, well, direction I guess it generally does here at Anglesey, but the wrong direction for everyone on the pit wall and eventually us in the commentary box as well, and probably everyone in the paddock now is where that, it smelt a bit oily, didn't it? But the car's still going. The leaders are across the line and side by side for second place, because there you can see Paul Simpson's just slotted in front of John Walker with that move into turn 1. Steve Hewson's done the fastest lap, by the way, 1 minute 39.98. So he knows he's got to get on with this, and he is. He's setting fastest laps. He crosses the line now, and there is a mechanical warning flag going out. No guesses who that may be for. Don't think we need to even check on that one. But for the lead of the race, Christian Walker's a couple of seconds ahead of Paul Simpson. Steve Hewson is 18 seconds behind. He's going 3 seconds a lap quicker. So that will take 6 laps. we might have 7 laps left. So
yeah.
it's very much on that gap we've got to continue to watch. Meanwhile, Paul Simpson versus John Walker is a good battle still, going on up towards the right-hander at Peel.
Good speed in the track right now as well. We don't have the temperature that we had 24 hours ago, so lots of personal best lap times, maybe to do with the new drivers. That was close though, heading down the hill into the left-hander at Siemens. And John Walker, Andrew Deuce, the number 5 car then, John Walker. And no, that's actually the 88, isn't it, that's on the attack, which is Paul Simpson. Paul Simpson later on the brakes into the hairpin, but he's run out of road and will have to tuck in behind John Walker. The scrap for second continues, and this is allowing Christian Walker that little bit further out front in the lead. He's about to turn left at bus stop.
Yeah, so Paul Simpson had got ahead, but John Walker re-passed him, and then Paul Simpson gave it another go to get second back, but that didn't work out. Andrew Deuce still with them. They're in 4th position. Then Sam Callaghan a bit further back in 5th, and behind him is the Class 3 leader, which is Daniel Crago. It's all Class 2 cars currently in the top 5 positions, and it's John Walker versus Paul Simpson out of the banked second corner. So this has been a really, I was going to say race-long battle, but it's been a weekend-long battle between these drivers up front.
Really good Boxster S and standard Boxster battling, generally speaking, from Class 2. It just shows that often a scrap that can be hidden away because it's deeper down in the pack should not be overlooked. More spots on the camera lens at hairpin, I noticed, as now the 99 car of Hurd is coming under pressure. Inside line for that, battling away with, I think, the 50 car of William Kurtler. Yeah, so that's for 15th and 16th places. Graham Hurd getting a good exit out of the final corner and over the stripe. But just as in the earlier race, in the sprint race, Will Kurtler really pushing on now.
From the previous camera shot, it would suggest there is rain on its way over the Irish Sea. It looks quite bleak in the direction of the top of the circuit. The Yilmaz car is in, so they've seen that black and orange mechanical warning flag, and they've adhered to it as soon as they saw it. And that car is into the pits. As that battle that Johnny was describing a moment ago continues on its way up towards Rocket, with Graham Hurd ahead of William Kurtler, the 20-year-old student there just behind out number 50. New driver to car racing after some time in the University Karting Series in this 3.2 litre Boxster S prepared by Cox Automotive. Chasing after Graham Hurd, who is there in what is 14th position. They're just behind the Class 4 leader, which is still Philip Waters, who timed his pit stop seemingly very well indeed. And these cars, including now number 72, just behind. Mike Kurtler works his way down towards the left-hander at Siemens, but for Will, he's involved in this battle with Graham Hurd, who's still ahead as they come out of the penultimate corner. The Graham Hurd car's got a bit of a short oval feel to that livery.
Yeah, I can see that.
Unusual on a Porsche.
Straight out of National Hot Rods. I'm not sure I've necessarily seen a Porsche Boxster hot rod round Ipswich, perhaps, Vauxhall Stadium, but I see where you're going with that. It also, it reminds me a little bit of Sun Energy 1 liveries of the past, although that's more about flames at the front of cars, and thankfully we're not seeing any flames just yet, although we did see a lot of smoke from the Yilmaz's car. Now to the inside, Graham Hurd picking off. Is that Phil Waters? Yes, it is. So that's 4th position, 13th place in this slightly older Porsche 924. And 2 Boxster S's through. 3 abreast. Steve Hewson to the inside line at hairpin, picking off cars that may well be on the lead lap.
Yep.
Yes, they are. So Hewson getting by Daniel Crago and Sam Callaghan in the 44 car.
And the top 3 leaders are all together as they go into turn 1. So what battle do we watch? It's all come alive. Here are the leaders then. All 3 of them, I think, have a large question mark over them at this stage, but we're enjoying this battle nevertheless, with Christian Walker still ahead of John Walker, who had closed into within 3/10 of a second of his son, and Paul Simpson behind. They're 4 seconds ahead of Andrew Deuce. They're 11 seconds ahead of Steve Hewson. who continues to close, but the time is ticking away for Steve Hewson to catch these top 3 cars.
Christian Walker, John Walker, Paul Simpson, all as one then, heading up the hill and into Rocket. It's side by side for second and third. So Walker on the inside. Paul Simpson has been making a nuisance of himself in the right way all weekend. And again, the 88 car electric on the brakes into Rocket corners. On towards Peel. No way through on the inside line there of John Walker, but clearly Paul has the pace to get by both of them. He's got to bide his time though, and still has the best part of 8 minutes in order to get in front. The priority is to lead Class 2, but if it can also be an overall victory, all the better. But no doubt about it, Steve Hewson is closing in at a very high rate of knots.
And Paul Simpson looks to the outside. There's definitely rain spots on the camera lens here, and I would suggest it's that end up at Peel as well that's going to get the rain first. With the current way the weather is coming into Anglesey circuit, with 7 minutes of the race to go. And here comes Simpson to the inside, and they were very close to making contact there, I'd suggest, but there wasn't any, and it's alongside and ahead of John Walker. And Paul Simpson, it's not done yet because John Walker tries to hang on around the outside. He's raced Caterham's. You can overtake on any line in Caterham's. And he's on the grass. That's another line I think Caterham drivers probably use. And he's on the inside of Paul Simpson. And again, another camera lens with rain spots on. But for Paul Simpson, in the end, all those various lines he used, Johnny, wasn't any that got him firmly ahead of John Walker.
He did so well to just hang on to the car, to be honest, because he was having one heck of a moment coming out of turn 1. That's in part what forced John Walker out onto the grass, because he thought, I need to give you much wider berth because you're weaving from left to right, and that's purely because of some steering from the rear end. Here comes Paul Simpson again, good on the brakes as the 88 car at the top end of the circuit. But there isn't a chance to go door handle to door handle this time with John Walker. So it's Chris Walker who leads by probably just over half a second now from brother John, and in behind is still Paul Simpson. Steve Hewson. Now, Steve ahead of Andrew Deuce, maybe not quite yet, but that gap last time around was 11 seconds. It's now just a little more than 9 seconds.
So plenty still to play for. You just saw in the background there Steve Hewson on his way up towards Andrew Deuce. Interestingly, these top 3, despite all this battling, they're not really affecting their lap times. They're still consistently in the 42s and 43s. And John Walker versus Paul Simpson continues on the run up towards the final corner with just under 6 minutes on the clock. And now we're going to get into the lap traffic element. We didn't really get as much as we thought we would do because of the time the safety car came out. But they're going to now lap the Porsche 924 of Hugh Pert. Firstly, for Christian Walker on the inside line into turn 1. And then for John Walker and Paul Simpson, that's going to be the case coming out of the corner. And Paul Simpson gets a big slide on, but he manages to hold the car all together. We're seeing all kinds of angles coming from these Porsche Boxster S's in this lead group, Johnny Palmer, but they're making some absolutely cracking racing today.
Yeah, and really good car control as well. I don't think that should be overlooked. It's very easy to see cars constantly coming through corners as if they're on rails, and it looks like they're very easy to drive. But as soon as the moisture arrives, you then have to be so reactionary. And every credit to Christian, to John and to Paul, particularly out front, who are having to judge these conditions anew with every single lap and keep the intensity of the fights together as well.
I think Paul Simpson's probably learning over the course of this weekend as well, because he regularly races in the Porsche Club Championship, which runs on slick racing tyres, but it's treaded tyres here in the Carmel Porsche Trophy, which means if we do get any kind of rain during the course of this race, it shouldn't be so much of an issue for these drivers. Here's the battle for fourth then. Steve Hewson has caught Andrew Deuce then, as he goes immediately up the inside. He's got the experience in long distance races to deal with traffic, and he slices up the inside, not just of Andrew Deuce, but the car they were lapping as well, Hugh Pert. So he's up to fourth, and the leader's now putting a lap on Gary Martin in his Porsche Boxster, and 2, maybe 3 laps to go as they work their way up towards the final corner.
Yeah, it's going to be quite tight, that, isn't it? But Hugh Pert did, if anything, Steve Hewson a bit of a favour there, because Hugh was in the middle of the road and around the outside Andrew Deuce decided to go, and that meant he wasn't on the apex and able to defend from Steve Hewson. Not that Andrew was really going to put up much of a fight, because they are in very different classes. We've got Steve Hewson in the Class 1 Porsche Cayman, and he was overtaking the Boxster of Andrew Deuce. Boxster S's, together with the 986 Boxster of Paul Simpson, still out front. Steve Hewson will be able to see this trio very shortly indeed. He's just heading into Church Corner now. Meanwhile, this trio heading out of Church and up through School, and they're going to have to be careful as to which way they pick their way by the Porsche 924 on this occasion. That's the 115, is it not? That was earlier well placed of Phil Waters. And they make quick work of his car. 2:56 to go. So at least the end of this lap plus one more.
Yeah, with that question mark over the second, so we'll have to see if a last lap board goes out or not. They are 6 seconds at the start of the lap ahead of Steve Hewson. He wants the extra lap, that is for sure. And I think if we did get that extra lap, it'd be like a handicap race, won't it, right at the end as he catches. And whether he can use the more powerful Cayman engine. He's got a 2-litre turbocharged engine actually in that car rather than the more standard 6-cylinder engine. So with some of the rain coming down more, we can see now rain spots on our commentary box window coming from the right-hand side of the box this time rather than straight ahead as we had earlier, with just about 2 minutes to go. I think we're going to squeeze 2 more laps into this one, Johnny Palmer, which is absolutely what Steve Hewson wants as he gets closer and closer with the cars up in front now, all with their window wipers on.
Interesting braking technique from Steve Hewson. The red rear lights were just on, off, on, off, on, off as he was pumping the brake to get the car slowed into a bus stop at the end of the lap. Now, which side of this Porsche 968 is the third place car of Paul Simpson going to go? Eventually, he decides to go underneath the 30 of the Sampsons. And that doesn't delay him too badly, actually. Now Steve Hewson's going to have to find a way by the all-white 968 and does so very cleanly indeed. So up towards Rocket, windscreen wipers going again for John Walker, but Hewson right with them. Question is, how quickly can he overtake all three? It's going to all be about where he decides to do this. Does he in fact know that these cars are officially ahead of him in the race? It depends how much the team have been able to communicate to him, but they'll want him desperately to get in front, if possible, of these Class 2 cars, although he's still beyond for maximum points within his division.
And how he's been pushing would suggest he knows absolutely he's got to get past these cars as Paul Simpson gets into the side of John Walker ever so briefly as he looked up the inside into the left-hander there at Siemens, and we've had another spin for Patrick Scharfegger. I chalked up his pace earlier, and he's not having the best of stints here. Struggling in these conditions, it would seem, is Graham Hurd, as now there's more contact between John Walker and Paul Simpson. Now, is John Walker trying the best to keep a gap between his son and the rest of the pack at this stage, because he's defending heavily, not just from Paul Simpson, but trying to keep Steve Hewson at bay as well. And he dives up the inside of Hewson, who had more power, and they just about avoid contact and a big slide for Walker, who is still trying to keep Paul Simpson at bay. But Steve Hewson is second now, Johnny.
I think there was a touch to the rear of Steve Hewson's car, which had a big squirm, but it was well controlled in the end by Steve. 5 seconds left on the clock, so this is absolutely the final tour of the 2.1 circuit, but it's getting increasingly greasy, if not fully wet. Steve Hewson still not by Christian Walker. He should be able to do it, though, on the approach to Church. Hewson on the inside line in the Cayman. Round the outside is Christian Walker, who's desperately trying to keep the forward momentum going in his Boxster, but just runs out of track. And still on for third and fourth, second within category, is that fight between John Walker and Paul Simpson, far from decided.
Now, how much grip is there up here? Because we know this is where the rain is coming from, and there's certainly a lot more moisture now on the commentary box windows here at Anglesey, but it is Hewson that held on, and that means we can probably quite confidently now say that Steve Hewson should become the race winner, with perhaps the cars behind it with a question mark and provisional results that we'll bring you following this race, and we'll let the guys in race control work out what happens after that. But for Steve Hewson, it's been a good drive, hasn't it, clawing his way through. And if anything, I think when it started to rain, Hewson was able to catch those cars in front quicker than what he was before. But it's pouring with rain now, isn't it?
It really is.
Up here, so who's going to take the Class 2 win on the road? Because Chris Walker, who was a couple of seconds ahead of his dad, has been caught by him and by Paul Simpson. But none of that's a worry for Steve Hewson, because he's going to continue this winning streak he's never been beaten in the Carmel Porsche Trophy. It looked like today may have been the day, but he had the pace to hang on. And here, see the checkered flag first in the Cayman. The Class 2 cars all come across the line, and Paul Simpson's had a huge slide and saved it somehow up over the curbs, which we know gets slippery here when it rains. So it was Walker second, Christian Walker second, third John Walker. Paul Simpson was there in 4th position. Andrew Juice comes home in what is 5th position. Daniel Crago should be 6th, and here take the victory in Class 3 as he comes across the line now, just ahead of Richard Harmon, who we didn't see so much of in the second half of that race. There's the Class 4 winner across the line, Phil Waters, who held Hugh Pert at bay, and Phil was 18th overall. So Hewson winning Class 1, Chris Walker winning Class 2 on the road, Class 3 going the way of Daniel Crago, and Class 4 to Philip Waters. But certainly spiced up the race, how that the last sort of half an hour went there, Johnny.
Well, you've got the weather on one hand, but of course the safety car didn't necessarily help 1 or 2 either when there was the crash out of turn 1 for the Stricken, Hicks and Bale Porsche Cayman. Paul Hicks driving at the time. We didn't see Trevor Bale, naturally, because the car didn't go any further. But as you quite rightly pointed out, that was then going to present this rather grey area of when was the pit lane going to open in respect of the safety car period? Would we actually be in a phase where the cars forward in the train wouldn't be allowed to pit, and those further back, better placed when the 10-minute pit lane window opened, would they be able to come in? That's the slight question mark at the moment. There shouldn't be an issue with Steve Hewson's win, but did Christian and John Walker come in slightly ahead of that 25-minute to go marker? The guys who have the answers are beneath our feet. We're in the top bit of that building, and the important people sit below in the much larger room, and I'm sure lots of paperwork and discussion currently being shuffled around and being had. So any news we get, you'll be the first to know.
So we'll give you the provisional results now. Keep an eye on the 750 Motor Club website and the relevant pages for official results, which will come out later on this afternoon. But it was Steve Hewson who took the victory by 2.3 seconds after 21 laps of Porsche racing from Christian Walker, who wins Class 2, John Walker 3rd and Paul Simpson 4th. Andrew Juice took 5th ahead of the Class 3 winner Daniel Crago. The Invitational car of Richard Harmon was 7th, with Sam Callahan 8th, Andrew Peck 9th. And after a couple of spins, Patrick Sharpegger took 10th in Steve Cunniff's Boxster. Jamie McHugh was 11th ahead of William Kirtler, James Harvey, and then Mike Kirtler in 14th. The last car on the lead lap was the car driven by Michael and Gary Goodwin, with Thomas McHugh in 16th. In what was 17th position was Clayton and Ed Sampson. Philip Waters in 18th, he won Class 4 ahead of Hugh Pert. Andy Baker completed the top 20, with Jess Wilkinson, Rich Gravestock behind. In 23rd position was Chris Walton-Small and Harry Nerger, ahead of Graham Hurd, who may have brought his car into retirement towards the end of the race. They finished ahead of Fernando Coutinho and Gary Martin. A couple of cars that went missing included the Gabriel and Metin Yilmaz Smoky Porsche, and also we had into the barriers towards the end of the race, earlier in the race, called that safety car was Paul Hicks. So we see the Porsches out again later in the season. They will be on the Grand Prix circuit at Brands Hatch in July before a trip on the 750 Motor Club meeting to Snetterton, and then Spa, an away day at the end of the season. But for now, we'll head down to Andy McEwen and see who he can find down there in the busy Parc Fermé.
Well, what a fantastic race. Steve Hewson just getting the better there of the SP2 cars to get another overall race victory, but that really was an absolute nail-biter. Steve is right behind me. Congratulations on the win. Another class win. That was a bit of a foregone conclusion. The overall win, though, you made that hard for yourself.
Well, we got unlucky with timing. We came past the pit entry at about 14 minutes and 45 seconds. Pit window doesn't open until 15 minutes. So half the field behind us in the safety queue were able to come straight in and pit, so they were out ahead. I think I was about 15th when I came back out when the safety car lifted, and about 25 seconds behind. So I'd got my Phil helper helping me on the radio and just giving me the times and really just trying to catch up, and we ended up getting the last slot on the last lap.
Yeah, because you were sort of stuck in traffic, you were taking bits of time out of the leaders. It wasn't really until you broke through into that 4th place and had some clean air that you could really catch them.
Yeah, I mean, I think we'd got a second or two on them, sometimes a touch more each lap, but as I say, we were some 20-odd seconds behind or thereabouts. So it just takes a question of winding it in and hoping there was enough laps left to make it work. But, I mean, the car was brilliant, and I love driving in the wet. It's kind of my favourite condition. So the last 2 or 3 laps, it did actually start to get a bit slippy up at the top of the circuit. So it just started to change the conditions a bit. So that was fun again.
Kev does on the edge of our seat, that's for sure. Congratulations, Steve Houston, on the race win. Now, Christian Walker was our SP2 winner, nearly got the overall race win as well. I think Christian's just over here chatting. If you want to have a wander over here, mate, and we'll have a chat with our SP2 winner. Very nearly an overall win, though.
Yeah, close. I think managed to somehow jump them in the pit stops. There was all so much going on, so it's hard to keep track of it all. I think Paul came in 1 lap too early. I saw him in the train and he just pulled in out, and I was like, I think that's a bit early, but yeah, so we had to come in again, but got away with it, so yeah.
Fantastic battle then between the 3 of you. Obviously you were conscious, I guess, more of the fact you were trying to win your class, but how aware were you that Steve was sort of reeling you in from behind?
Yeah, I mean, the main thing is winning the class, obviously, but I was at the front of the safety car train, and all the cars put in front of me pulled into the pits. There's about 3 or 4 of them. So when I saw there was no Cayman in front, I was like, we might have done him in the pits here. So I was just trying to hold on, but you're just not going to do it, are you?
Fantastic race, though. Really, really good entertainment there. Congratulations on the class win. Right then, it was Daniel Crago who came out on top in SP3. I think we've got a bit of time before the Club Enduro cars head out, so I will try and find our other class winners. SP4, of course, Phil Jones losing out there in the closing stages with Phil Waters claiming the victory. Now, unless I am losing the plot completely, I don't think I can see our SP3 winner around, so let's instead try and find Phil Waters, shall we, in the number 115 SP4 machine. As, again, there's relatively little order to the way people are parking up. In fact, Club Enduro cars heading out, so I'll tell you what, I'll get out of the rain because I'm going to spend the next 2 hours down in the pit lane trying to dig out the stories during, if you like, our main event of the day, the Club Enduro race. 2 hours, the rain's still coming down. I don't think the track is wet as such yet, but as we just heard from Steve Houston, it's getting challenging out there, and if the rain sticks around, this could be an even more interesting 2-hour race.
It's time for the second round of the 2023 Tigua Club Enduro Championship here at Anglesey on the international circuit, with rain starting to fall around the circuit ahead of this race. The track is still fairly dry, but it's getting damper. Everyone on treaded tyres, but they'll be on their dry tyres at the moment. There'll be that question mark whether they need to change to the wets during the course of the race. This is how the cars will line up. It is the winner from the opening round of the championship, Will Stacey, on pole. He shares with Rob Boston today in his Lotus Elise. And alongside is the Ginetta G20, started by Alec Livesley. Adam Bessel will take over at mid-distance. On the second row, the Seat Cupra of Mark Grice. Will Beach will drive second today, alongside the BMW M4 solo-driven car for Joel Oswick. On the third row is the Volkswagen Golf of Cole Swift, who will share with Team Boss, Rob Baker, alongside the Audi TT, driven by Dylan Brichter to start. Ryan Parkin will take over. Onto the fourth row of the grid is where we find the Seat Cupra of Colin Gillespie, who shares with Phil Driver, alongside Luke Handley in his repaired Volkswagen Golf. Onto the 5th row is the BMW M3 GTR for Luke Browse, who shares with Paul Browse. Alongside is Andrew Raff and his Seat Leon, who shares with Phil Knibb. On the 6th row of the grid is Matthew Stockford, who drives the Audi RS3 with Alan James. And starting alongside is the Class B poleman, Scott Parkin, in his diesel Golf. On the 7th row is another solo-driven Golf. This is Chris Plaskett's petrol-engined car, who starts alongside Joe Williams in a similar car. On the 8th row is the Ginetta G40, started by Chris Webster. He shares with Matthew Tidmarsh. And Dan Alsano alongside in the Honda S2000 that's on pole within the Clubman Cup. On the 9th row of the grid is the Class C pole-sitter, which will be David Lawrence to start the Honda Civic that Mike Stanford will take over, alongside solo-driven Porsche Boxster of Michael Downey. On the 10th row of the grid is where we find the Matthew Stenning started Honda Civic. He shares with John Peerless. And alongside is the Lotus Elise, making their Club Enduro debut. Magdalena King to start. Amy Riley will take over. Onto the 11th row of the grid, returning to Club Enduro this weekend, Carlo Turner starts the BMW 1 Series. He shares with Nick Grove. And alongside is Edward Christie in his BMW M3. And starting on the 12th row of the grid is Vitas Papirius in his Honda Civic. 2 hours of racing shortly about to get underway. The pit window will open at 30 minutes into the race and will be open until 15 minutes of the race is to go. And I think we might be getting 2 green flag laps out of this with the change of conditions. And we get a thumbs up from Stuart downstairs, so we are going to get 2 green flag laps for the Club Endurance Championship, which just gives us a little bit more time to explain what's going to happen over the next 2 hours. So as I say, there will be the pit window will open at 30 minutes and will close with 15 minutes to go. If the safety car comes out, the pit lane will be shut. So a new rule for this year. So once the safety car boards come out, the pit lane will be shut. However, if you get in before the safety car board comes out, you can complete your pit stop. Each pit stop must be over 3 minutes because there is refuelling and driver changes. So to make sure that can be done as safely as possible, each pit stop will be 3 minutes stationary, except for the drivers with success at the opening round at Croft, where Will Stacey was the winner. So he has an extra 30 seconds to serve. With Rob Boston today. At Croft second went the way of Will Beach and Mark Grice. They have a 20-second extra stop. And Rob Baker and Cole Swift, who were third, have a 10-second longer stop. In Class B, Scott Parkin the winner, so he's got 30 seconds. Chris Plaskett was second, so he's got 20. Ben Short and Ben Hansey unable to race today. They finished third. And David Lawrence's Honda was the winner at Croft in Class C, so they've got 30 seconds. We haven't got the Ginetta that finished second on that occasion here, but then Viteros Papyrus has 10 seconds of success penalty, so that will all work its way out over the course of the next couple of hours, Johnny. But you see a lot of endurance racing, not perhaps at this level, but it's a great mixture of cars that we've got collected. It might not be the largest grid for Club Enduro, but it's a nice mixture of cars and hopefully a competitive race.
Well, that's the thing that grabs me, is the variety straight away, because you spot a car, often I do, at the end of the day, go, I didn't even know that was here, and it has already probably competed in a couple of races, but because it's further down the field, and the pit stop nature of it means that sometimes cars at the back get their time out front, and we saw that in the earlier Enduro for the Calm All Porsche Trophy. I had a couple of questions when you'd read out the regulations, though.
Go ahead.
Already starting to think about like a racing driver, or indeed like an engineer. Is the pit lane closed for all of the safety car period? It's not like just the first few laps.
Yes, the whole time. The safety car board is out from the start line. The pit window will be closed, or the pit lane will be closed for pit stops.
And therefore, if the safety car is out and you are absolutely desperate for fuel, can you come in for an emergency slug?
Yeah, so your mandatory stop has to be outside that time, but you can come into the pits during that, but it won't be your mandatory stop.
Right, okay. So it's not as if the pit lane is properly closed and inaccessible. You can come in, but it doesn't count against your mandatory stop, so you would then have to pit again after coming in. Thank you. You knew the answer to the both of those.
It's helpful, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. A man who's read his regulations rather than me, who's just shown up, frankly.
And the other thing to look out for are the 3 different classes, which is based on power to weight. So the top class are for cars up to 300 brake horsepower per tonne, Class B for 240, and Class C for 180. We're about to get racing underway with changeable conditions in store over the next 2 hours, and it's Will Stacey versus Alex Livesey off the front row, then some of the more powerful cars behind the 2 lightweights at the front, and on the inside comes the Sayat there of Mark Grice to grab second position away from Alex Livesey, who's out over the curbs, and he doesn't want to touch that Sayat because I suspect that's a lot stronger than the Ginetta if there was any contact, which there is now because Alex Livesey's going to the side of him, and who's going to appear? Well, the Ginetta's back into second. That's an interesting way to take the position, but the Ginetta survived for now as they turn their way up into the right-hander at Church Corner where Mark Grice is out over the curbs, but he's got away with that. He's got the Volkswagen Golf behind, which is driven by Cole Swift in the opening stint. Behind him, he's got Joel Oswick, who's got the most power. The M4 was really quick in a straight line at Croft. He was a Class C champion last year. He's upgraded to this M4 with German Autoworks. It's the overall champion from the last 3 years. He's following Cole Swift. But a new car for this year, this Volkswagen Golf that Area Motorsport have developed. But well, I think there was contact between those 2 cars up at the banking, but the Ginetta seems okay, Johnny.
Yeah, it held up pretty well considering the amount of extra bits that have been gradually applied to that Ginetta through the years. And you think of Ginetta's intrinsically being fairly lightweight, and panels are, well, not really bent. They're just often removed if you watch a lot of Ginetta Junior racing. But it stood up to the task pretty well. I just don't think picking a fight with a fellow competitor this early on in a 2-hour race is a great idea. But hopefully it was all taken in the course that it was meant. Bearing in mind, tyres are very cold indeed on these first few laps. And it's going to take a while to get used to the current track conditions as well, despite the 2 green flag laps. End of the first racing lap, though, and it's Lotus Elise S2 that is out front.
And from the rolling start, at 1:35 for the leader, and off the circuit, I'm afraid, it's got Magdalena, well, she's on the circuit, but she's not moving, she is now. That's Magdalena King making her Club Enduro champion today, the 31-year-old from Peterborough, the former Citroen C1 racer. Bit more power in the Lotus Elise to get used to, but she's got the car back going again. Here's the battle for second then. This is a bit like the race we had at Croft starting to develop, but without the Elise of Will Stacey involved, because he's just clearing off into the distance by 3 seconds a lap, but he had an alternator failure yesterday, which put him out of the Road Sports lead. So there's that question mark over that car, but behind we've got Livesey, right under threat from Mark Grice, who's been in Club Enduro for a few seasons now in the nowadays in this Capture Motorsport run Sayat that he shares with Will Beach. Then the Golf of Cole Swift. He's got himself up ahead at the start of the race of Joel Oswick, the 20-year-old, so one of the youngest drivers on the grid there, Joel, who won the John Miles Award presented by the 750 Motor Club for the most promising young driver within the club last year, and he's continuing to prove his worth in this leading, well, second place group, I guess it is really, isn't it, Johnny, with Will Stacey doing what we think is very much possible in that car, driving away here at Anglesey.
Yeah, a quick fix, thankfully, overnight for that car that stopped out on the track yesterday on the start-finish line when Will Stacey was able to pull it out off the racing line and onto the grass. It turned out that it was the alternator that needed changing and nothing more serious than that, pumping out about 6 or 7 volts, and that was it. So, or watts, no volts. Anyway, it was changed overnight and is going very nicely once again. It was nothing crucial like an engine going crunch, although they have worked their way through a few head gaskets, I understand, already in that car this season. Meantime, who do we put in that, the number 1 Golf to start with? Rob Baker?
Cole Swift.
Oh, it's Carl. Yes, you've mentioned that several times, if I've been listening. Carl Swift then to do the opening stint. Rob Baker second in the VW Golf, and it's Carl who's coming under pressure from Joel Oswick. Also, the Scottish-driven 15 car to the outside of Parkin in the Audi TT. These two are mixing it up not very nicely yesterday as well, I remember.
Yeah, that's right, although I think it's Dylan Brichter to start the Audi with Ryan Parkin taking over. Parkin drove solo yesterday, and in the Sayat it's Colin Gillespie who will hand over to Phil Dryborough. So both of these cars will see different drivers during the course of this race. Compared to yesterday, when they were solo driven. A shout out for the other classes. Scott Parkin leads in Class B, and in Class C, David Lawrence leads in the early stages of this race. So interestingly, Cole Swift, who won the Road Sports race yesterday, is behind a couple of the cars that they beat yesterday and starting to fall away. And Joel Oswick, who didn't race yesterday, is about the only one in this group, isn't he, who's just racing today in this M4, is putting him under all sorts of pressure at this stage, Johnny.
Yeah, again, interesting brake application, and the power out of the corner from the BMW M4 was so much more rapid. Carl Swift had to jump from one side of the road to the other in order to defend. That's just about okay, I think, if it's one movement into the braking area. As again, Joel Oswick is super late on the brakes in the big BMW M4. This is drawing in Dylan Brichter and Colin Gillespie then in the following car. So Audi TT ahead of Seat Cupra with the tartan nose of Colin's car that he shares with Phil Drybrough. He's in later on. But 1, 2, 3, 4, all competing for 6th place and the remaining positions in the top 10.
I wonder if some teams, looking at the weather forecast, have put different setups on their cars going into this race, because Cole Swift is really struggling. And what's happened to the Audi TT there? It's slowed. Have we got a first problem in the race for Dylan Brichter? The Audi TT's just lost a couple of places, but now he's fighting back. So perhaps that was a short-lived issue. So Brichter's fallen behind Colin Gillespie and Luke Handley, another of the solo-driven cars. But Brichter then down to 8th. He shared this car with Dan Sylvester at the opening round. But what I was going to say is Cole Swift is falling a long way behind the cars ahead, which is a pretty unusual scenario. He was struggled with this car, now he's running wide again. He struggled with this car at Croft and it was oversteering a lot. But in this one, Johnny, it seemed to be different issues. He was understeering there through the hairpin and really falling away, which wasn't the case last time out at Croft.
Well, if there is a lack of traction down there, then in a front-wheel drive car, you are just going to understeer well deep into the corner. And that's exactly what happened to Carl Swift and Colin Gillespie. I think Gillespie's now ahead of Swift, in fact. Yes, he is. So now Cupra leading Golf, but neither of them could get the cars turned in at hairpin, whereas the rear-wheel drive BMW M4 was laughing because it had all the power delivered from the rear wheels. That actually helped the BMW to rotate, and then it gets extra good grip and traction off the corner. So helping Joel Oswick. And if we carry that theory over to the Mark Grice-driven Seat Cupra, maybe Oswick can close in on that very swiftly indeed.
And for Will Stacey, he leads by 12 seconds after 4 laps. Remember, he's got a 30-second pit stop penalty for that victory at Croft. He's done a fastest lap of 1:33.5, so only about a second and a half off of qualifying times. So was that rain we had during the previous race has gone away. The track conditions have come back to us, and the cars are full of fuel at this stage. Because generally what will happen is everyone will fill the cars up at the beginning, so then they can go as long as possible if they think the strategy will work for them with a late stop. Although there's a bit less of that nowadays with that new regulation. You can't pit during the course of a safety car, because we saw a lot of that in previous seasons. So as Johnny was suggesting, Joel Oswick is pulling clear then of the Cupra behind of Colin Gillespie. So Joel Oswick, the driver from Hertfordshire, who's only been racing for a couple of years, was the Class C champion last year. This BMW M4 is a 2016 car. It's got a twin turbocharged 6-cylinder engine. So lots of power in that machine. It's powering the rear wheels of the BMW M4 with a lot of front-wheel drive machinery around. Really, the other rear-wheel machinery are both lightweight cars, the Ginetta and the Lotus up front, but the BMW, a big heavy car, like the front-wheel drive cars, but it's being pushed along rather than pulled along.
Yeah, I'm fascinated by I think they call it twin scroll turbocharged technology that those straight sixes hold in the BMWs. Normally twin turbos sit in the middle of a V engine, but they don't have those, generally speaking, in BMWs. They much prefer their straight engines, but it is very, very potent in the M4, and it was a personal best last time around for the Joel Oswick car. So 137.0, quicker than Mark Grice. And I just think it's more manoeuvrable, that BMW, in these slightly greasy conditions. Not really raining right now. We're using really all of our camera lenses as the ultimate indication. But with Joel not here yesterday, we don't have any kind of yardstick, really, as to what sort of pace the BMW can offer us. But I think it is quicker than the two cars ahead. you'll be hard pushed to be quicker than the Lotus Elise, though, that leads the race.
Oh, and the other Lotus is off. So Magdalena King has had a second off. This time she is on the grass. She's gone through one of the corner markers out of turn 1, so that would have been a big spin. As I said earlier, she's come from Citroen C1, so this is quite a step up, I think, to the Lotus Elise. And these tricky conditions we got at the start of the race, not ideal. Now, can she get the car off the grass is the next question. Meanwhile, Stacey's gone through to complete 6 laps, and Joel Oswick has caught to the set ahead, hasn't he? So he's right with Mark Grice already. That was a gap of over 2 seconds before that lap started. So I think you're absolutely right. At the moment, the rear-wheel drive cars are good. I think if we get full wet conditions, that's when the front-wheel drive could come into effect. But that concerning weather pattern about half an hour ago is probably less concerning at the moment.
Yeah, keeping our eyes to the skies, of course, because it can change, and very quickly here at Anglesey because of its coastal location. We are on the full international circuit, 2.1 miles, and that suits a long race like this, I would wager. And certain front-wheel drive cars look to be set up or just handling that little bit better. Luke Handley in the second of the VW Golfs is running pretty well, with Dylan Brichter just behind. And Brichter had a moment in his Audi TT TDI not too long ago where the car, maybe it was just a brief cut of power, as Magdalena King is still on the grass, and double waved yellows, no, safety car boards are now being displayed. So first safety car, and that automatically will close the pit lane for mandatory stops.
Although we're not into the pit window open yet anyway, but what it does really mean is Will Stacey's 20-second lead that he'd already pulled out is going to come to nothing. And there you can see that car that's off. I think one car that will have to make its way past the safety car, if allowed to do so, is the BMW 1 Series, which returns to Club Enduro this season, driven at the start by Carlo Turner, with a new sponsor on board, which is LTS Global Solutions, and that car now goes through. And the pairing from Kent, they call their team, Johnny, Stormin' Camel Racing. And they've chose that name because they were fans of Flying Lizard Motorsport and thought, well, what can we do? And they've chosen Storming Camel rather than Flying Lizard.
I like that. Well, in other types of racing, the 24-hour series, you had the red camel cars. So Storming Camel I like, as long as there is a kind of snarling camel emblazoned on the side of that car. I haven't looked at it closely yet, but if not, there's a bit of time till the next round, and you can rectify that.
Certainly there has been in the past, although there's a new livery on it for this weekend. I'm sure we'll pick it up over the course of the next couple of hours. But safety car out then, and there is no cars that have been lapped apart from the 481 car of Edward Christie and the 20 car of Vitus Papirius at this stage, so they're going to lap down. Everyone else is still on the lead lap. Let's have a look at the class positions, because we haven't had much of a chance to do that yet. Scott Parkin leads Class B, and he'll be frustrated as well by this, because he was trying to make up a margin, because again, that's another driver who was a winner at Croft, who has a success penalty to serve during the stops. Chris Plaskett is second, Joe Williams in third, Chris Webster is fourth, Michael Downey fifth. In Class C, it's David Laurent, again a winner from Croft, who leads from Matthew Stenning, who is there in second in Class C, and then Papirius in third, because we haven't unfortunately got so many Class C cars. A car is in the pit lane at this stage. Tyres being changed potentially here on the BMW M3 GTR of Luke and Paul Browse. And it is Luke Browse in the car at the moment, the 38-year-old from Suffolk, former Caterham and Compact Cup racer. That car is an ex-Jeff Steele Racing car that nowadays prepared by ITB Racing that Luke Browse is in. But not sure if you spotted anything on that car, Johnny, that may have been wrong.
Not wrong. I just wonder whether they may be making a slight adjustment regarding tyres, although I couldn't see a new set or a different set of tyres that were about to be offered up to that car. But clearly something not quite right. We're not in a position where it's going to be beneficial to change to a different set of rubber, I'm sure, as the recovery now of the Lotus of Magdalena King continues on. The little Elise that was running in the mid-pack, car number 97.
Yeah, that's a car with a 1.8 litre Rover K-Series engine prepared by British Sports Car Services that have won races overall in the past in the hands of Alan Henderson. their Class A leads. I think they've moved into Class B for this weekend, so I question whether the information I have about the power on that car is actually the car they're using this weekend, because I think they were due to be out in the Class A car at Croft, but that broke before the race. The driver from Peterborough is now being towed away by the recovery truck. And if that car can get back to the pit lane, they'll be able to see if they can get that car back going. Because I think it was just a spin and then perhaps a hot engine unable to be refired.
One of the polystyrene boards was completely torn apart, but that was just a spin when Magdalena was somewhat of a passenger and going backwards through those boards that are designed to be hit and not to do too much damage to the car. So we've had 15 minutes under the first safety car. Mandatory stops not yet allowed, but we can head to the pit lane now to Andy McEwen for this update.
So early safety car then here at Anglesey gives us a chance to come down and chat to a few people in the pit lane, and I've found in the pit lane, surprise, surprise, Rob Boston. Rob, there isn't a pit lane in the country that I don't seem to bump into you at. Today, though, you're getting back out there on track in the second stint, hopefully into the race-leading car.
Hopefully, yeah. We've the car's been ever so quick this weekend. You know, been really happy with the car. Will's driving superbly. We've been fast. We just need to bring it home now. We've got a little bit of a challenge in that if we keep getting these safety cars, then we're not going to get to draw out our necessary gap for the pit stop penalty, the success penalty. So we would quite like the race to get going so we can get a bit of a gap, and then yeah, I'll jump in the car and hopefully just do enough to bring it home.
It looks like the perfect car really for this place. Quite a technical circuit. We know the Lotus that really excels in those sort of low-speed change of direction corners.
Yeah, it's it does. The attributes of the little Lotus around here are just ideal for the circuit. So you know, compared to our competition, this is a good one. So on that basis, we will hopefully maximise it and take a win. You know, we go to places like Spa and other circuits, and you know they're just too long straights for our little Lotus. So you know, it's swings and roundabouts. So horses for courses.
Will's doing a good job out there so far. I last saw him probably 5 or 6 years ago in a Mazda of yours. He and you, of course, have both had success in Lotus in the past, though, so it's a brand that you are familiar with.
Yeah, I mean, we're well familiar with the Lotus. It's every day's a learning day, though. You know, we've had the new one yesterday, a new little problem, so there's always something. But, you know, as long as we do our best, stay on top of it, and, yeah, I think today's going to be tried to be a sensible day.
Sounds good. Congratulations. Thank you for having a chat there, Rob. Heard you chatting about weather just now as well, by the way. It is not raining at the moment, I can tell you, having popped outside again. But it's just got that feel about it that there might be some rain on the way. A long way to go in this race, of course, so wouldn't be surprised if the weather does affect it at some point.
Thanks, Andy. Good timing because the safety car lights are out. And I suspect what we're about to see, Johnny, is Will Stacey drive away from the pack once again, which is the way this weekend has gone. A very different track to Croft last time out, as we heard there from Rob. Different cars suit different circuits, and at Croft it was very equally matched. We've got that again behind Will Stacey, but Will's just that bit faster around this layout.
The other thing that cars that are very, very potent don't tend to like is circulating at reduced speed, because you have to think about things like heat soak. You know, red hot racing car all of a sudden being told to go around at safety car speed, and there is a chance for certain components to become very warm. The slight issue that Rob was talking about that he didn't mention in truth was the alternator failed yesterday and they had to replace it overnight, but that's a pretty quick fix on the Lotus Elise S2. Will Stacey will continue to lead, Josh. And
problems for Cole Swift because he was stuck behind the lapped car, which meant that he's lost a lot of time for second place. We've got to change, though, because Mark Grice has got the Cooper up alongside Alec Livesley, who he squeezes and squeezes and squeezes on the grass, heading up towards Church Corner. So Alec Livesley, yeah, he's got to be very cautious through Church because he got dirt on his tyres. Probably he would have been advised just to back out of that moment to get back onto the circuit. But what this means, he's now under threat as well from the M4 of Joel Oswick. But a big gap behind Colin Gillespie because of that lapped car between Gillespie and Cole Swift. And Cole Swift knew he couldn't get past until the line, which means he lost 7 seconds.
Yeah. Radical difference in car shape, not only in footprint, but also roof line, eye line from driver between the Ginetta G20 that is now in 3rd position and the chasing Joel Oswick in the big M4. There's Colin Gillespie then in the pretty much all tartan liveried Seat Cupra, and that heads now through the left-hander at Siemens, pursuing those 2 cars up ahead. But Rob Boston will be very happy that Will Stacey's made a good break again in the Elise S2. Thankfully, they weren't into lap traffic. I mean, that would have been waved by anyway during the safety car period. And he has a clear road in front of him again. We're expecting to see Rob Boston in that car later on in the race once we get to mandatory pit stop time. And the classic TCR moment for us, say, at Cupro, in that the front right wing extension, if you like, the outside of the fender is starting to work its way loose, I notice, on the Grice car. So he's up to second position, but an indication maybe of the contact with that Ginetta, although I think it was on the front right rather than the front left, which is where the Ginetta ran out onto the grass.
Okay, we did have that first lap incident between those two as well, so whether...
Maybe it's from that then, yeah.
So they've had, I wonder if that's some of the squeezing that was going on, a reminder of what happened on lap 1. Anyway, here's the battle of 7th place between Luke Handley and Dylan Brichter. For Luke Handley, he's a 3-time class champion in the Club Enduro Championship in a car like this, but this one's got the big turbo on, which means it's a Class A car rather than the Class B car that he's won the championship in the past. So a step up against the fast cars this year for Luke Handley, and he's been there or thereabouts so far. That car, you remember, had an incident in the road sports race yesterday. That was suspension collapsed going up towards the hairpin. The area motorsport team have fixed that, though, for Luke Handley, and he's one of the few people who is a solo driven car, which can sometimes be hard work, but it's a much cooler day than we've had on occasions. Now, have we seen the safety car lights on and the safety car boards being shown? So we'll try and work out for you what this is for. With, 20 minutes into the race. At Croft, I think we got through about the first hour and a quarter, hour and a half before the safety car came out. But this time, we've had 2 within 20 minutes.
Yeah, the answer to exactly why this second one has been issued is that it's the number 20 Honda Civic, which has quite a bit of damage on the front left corner of it. Damage to the wing, but more crucially, I think either a steering arm that's gone bang or a wheel hub that has failed. So that is the 20 Honda Civic of Vytautas Pipiras, and Pipiras was sharing that car, wasn't he? So we're not going to see a second driver in that machine either.
I think he's solo today.
Oh, okay.
Pipiras, I believe.
No, you're right, yeah.
He is the third of the Class C cars, because unfortunately the bottom class, or the cars for the cars with least power, are a little bit lower numbers this weekend. So a shame that we may have lost one early for Pipiras, who's a new driver to racing. And this car that he's driving, part of the Tigiwa Foundation programme in cooperation with the 750 Motor Club, which basically means there's a set fee and the club will sort out your race licence, will get you overalls, all your race entries for a full season of racing for a set cost, which is a very popular thing, not just in Club Enduro but in other categories as well. But unfortunately, that car in strife for Pipiras in the Lithuanian liveried machine. And if that the damage that appeared, that may be a car that does not come back during the course of this race. So, what was Rob Boston saying about not wanting safety cars? I didn't he jinxed it that time. That's not our fault, is it, Johnny?
No, definitely not. Don't blame the commentators in that case. I can see what he's saying, though, about wanting some rhythm to the race, wanting nice, clear air, because the Lotus likes to run as cool as possible, as do most of the cars in this race, indeed. And again, you know, the fact that these cars are being, their progress is being hampered by the safety car is just not healthy, especially we're still a long way away from the pit lane opening. And we haven't quite had half an hour of this race, so over 75% of it still to be done, and a frustrating stint for Will Stacey, because this is the point where the lead needs to be being built as early as possible.
Yeah, and he's got that 30-second success penalty from that win at Croft to think about, and as it stands, he's not able to build any type of lead over the car that actually finished second at Croft, the car driven by Mark Grice to begin this race. All those different shapes and sizes you mentioned, Johnny, just coming through. I haven't counted up all the different types of car we've got, but there's very few which are replicated over the grid here. There's a few Golfs out there, but even then, some of them are diesel powered and other are petrol powered. But it's great to see the variety, which once again the 750 Motor Club has brought together here.
3 Civics, but I would think that the one that's just sadly retired is possibly the oldest of the three. There is another Type RF, as it's called, Type RF for the Lawrence and Sanford duo, and also for Peerless and Stenning in a standard Type R. But I haven't seen all those Hondas side by side, just at high rate heading past us on the start-finish straight. But again, I think it goes with your argument that they're all very different.
The King Lotus is back. Magdalena King, I can see, is back on the circuit. So obviously British Sports Car Services team not having too much of an issue there, and just been able to get that machine back out there. And as the safety car's back out, it means Andy McEwen is busy down in the pit lane. Let's find out who he's caught up with next.
Well, quite a peaceful afternoon down here in the pit lane so far, because once again the track falls quiet with a safety car. Gives me an opportunity to have a wander up right to the very end of the pit lane, where I found Rob Baker from Area Motorsport. Rob, sharing your VW Golf with Carl Swift again today. The guys in the box had noticed that Carl was perhaps slipping down the order a bit in the early stages, but you don't seem overly worried.
No, I mean, we need to look after the tyres firstly. There's normally a high chance of safety cars, which we've seen. And if everyone in front of us is pushing extremely hard, the safety car keeps closing it up. So Carl's just trying to keep to a pace that keeps them in sight, if you like. And hopefully he'll have fresher tyres come later in the race.
These Golfs that you've prepared over the last couple of years, they are absolutely immaculate. It must be so rewarding for you to be getting some success with them on a regular basis now.
Yeah, for sure. We've obviously raced a TCR for the last 3 years in this championship. That car was raced, the car we're racing was raced last year in Class B, and it had a number of wins and lap records. So we decided to sell the TCR after our third championship in it, and basically move on to the Golf and see if we can keep up with TCR cars in it. So yeah, it's a challenge for sure, and we're learning each time. We've had the cars for a while, but the power is totally different to manage because it's about an extra 70 horsepower. But yeah, we did well in road sports yesterday, won that. So that's the first win we've had in Class A with that car. We'll see what we can do today.
It must be good fun for you as well to be able to get back out behind the wheel, because I'd imagine it can be a bit stressful running a team in a high-level championship. To get out there and just get back to what you love doing the most must be really good.
Yeah, I enjoy doing it, and I'm fortunate we've got a great team of guys around us. So in situations like this, they've all done it with me for 5-6 years, so they know it like clockwork, and it's not really something I have to keep on top of. I can leave the guys to it and know they're going to do a good job.
Well, so far they're doing a brilliant job, as is Carl out on track. We'll let you get back to it now and look forward to seeing you in the car later.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
So Rob Baker then will be taking over that Golf a little bit later on, but no panic with Carl Swift's pace. They've got it all in hand.
Thanks, Andy. Good to hear there from three-time champion in the Club Enduro Championship, Rob Baker. A bit of intel about what the thinking process has been for moving away from the Cupra and in this self-developed Mark 7 Volkswagen Golf that he shares with his long-time co-driver, Carl Swift, currently in 6th position. So the car that slid around a lot on the circuit at Croft. They've had some developments and setup changes since 4 weeks ago, and it's got a different feel to it here. And as they were saying, they're just looking after the tyres at this stage. They'll be glad that it's not as hot as yesterday, Johnny, coming to the tyres. But again, a long race, and if you can try and double stint those tyres, that'll help you make sure you make the pit stop in that minimum 3 minutes.
Yeah, true. So you can't go quicker than 3 minutes, but what you don't want is the work in the pit lane extending beyond that, because everyone has tried to time things as swiftly as possible. It often runs like clockwork, but sometimes there are the odd niggle here and there. And important to look after your tyres. I think regardless, these safety car periods will be helping with tyre wear, nevertheless, because, and also with fuel burn. You're burning far less fuel at these much reduced pace for those cars. Now the stricken Honda Civic of Vytautas Piperas is being hooked up. Now, this is a Honda S2000, which I don't remember racing yesterday. So this is what I was talking about. You get to the end of a race meeting and see a car for the first time, Josh.
Yeah, and this is the S2000, you say, driven by Dan Alsano, who was Joel Oswick's teammate last year in a BMW 3 Series, where they won the Class C championship. But Dan now out in this S2000 with Charlie Dark, who we've also seen in different cars in the past, but this another different model of car within the championship, and that is what it is all about. And with a bit of luck, we're going to see another type of Honda before the end of the season, because Tagiwa, our championship sponsors, are currently building up a Honda NSX for the season. We've seen one out in the past, so we look forward to seeing that later on in the year. So another type of car to look forward to. Because of this power to weight ratio, if you've got a production car that's not ridiculously quick, you can fit that into this championship.
Yeah, and it's all assembled deliberately like that to attract as many different types of car to the Tagiwa Club Enduro as possible. I'm a car fan at the end of the day, like to watch close racing, but with new and varied cars being added to this particular trophy with each round, then that's really encouraging from a popularity stance, but also for interest as well, for spectators and for fellow competitors too. They want to see what they can match their cars up to, and you've got the Golfs, as you said, that are of different specs. So the TCRs with those very wide front, particularly wheel arches, and the Seats that have similar. We need to keep an eye on the front right corner of the 27 Seat of Mark Grice and whether that's going to start to detach any more. But then the more standard Golfs further back, including that one that's just weaving around there, looking very stealth-like indeed. Now, as the pace of the safety car really backs off, so the lights must be out now, and this is a pace being set by Will Stacey, easing his way into the hairpin, and now the Lotus goes, Josh.
I'd suggest if you're driving that slowly, the others could overtake you because you could have broken down.
Well,
that was a little bit, maybe a little bit too far from Will Stacey. Anyway, that's what he's done. He knows he's quick through the hairpin, and that's where he tries to let the safety car get away and then propel his way forward, because now he's got a different car behind him. For the first time, it's the Cupra of Mark Grice that's there in second place, and Lively in third, Oswick is fourth, fifth is Gillespie, and then in sixth position is Cole Swift in that area motorsport developed Volkswagen Golf, and he's right back in the races now after that safety car period. There's a Class B leader, that's Scott Parkin. Second in Class B is a second of these Golfs, that's Christopher Plaskett. Now that's one of the Class B area Golfs that Rob Baker was talking about, that they basically just put the bigger turbocharger on and a few aero upgrades and moved it into Class A for that car there that Cole Swift is at the wheel of. So looks a bit like a TCR car, but that particular Golf is not. That is a self-developed machine. I believe it's got a TCR rear wing, so that can confuse matters. But there's Lively in third position in this ZTEC powered Ginetta G20, which he told us yesterday originally was one of the original Ginetta G20 Junior cars, which has now remarkably been changed. There's our Class B leader. So this is Scott Parkin in the diesel Golf for the 33-year-old from South Yorkshire. This an ex-Volkswagen Cup car that's been developed by Darkside Motorsport and had the diesel engine attached because Darkside are diesel experts. So if you have a business where you run a garage expertising in diesel machines, why not come and race them? And that's what they've done with not just that Volkswagen Golf, but the Audi TT as well, which is driven by Scott's twin brother Ryan Parkin a little bit later on. Battle for third position though, Johnny, up across the line, and there's what, 7, 8 cars involved?
Yeah, well, Lively is leading that particular part of the race with the Ginetta G20 to hand over to Adam Bessel later on, but Joel Oswick right with him in the BMW, only 0.6 of a second back. Then you've got Carl Swift in the VW Golf, and as Rob was describing, going, well, approaching this at a more steady pace perhaps than others, hoping the race comes to them much later on. Luke Handley is only a second or so back from the GTI. Another quick glance at Scott Parkin then, who leads Class B in the Golf TDI, heading through Church now. But a glance once again at Luke Handley, just ahead of the Audi TT of Dylan Brichter.
As we've had half an hour of the race, the pit window is now open. And I just wonder, Johnny, when the best time to stop is? Firstly, obviously, you need to make sure your fuel tank will allow you to go the rest of the distance, but is it better to make an early pit stop with these new regulations? I don't think anyone's particularly sure of that now, because before, if the pit window was open throughout, the safety car didn't make a difference. And generally, you waited till the safety car came out and made the pit stop. You can't do that anymore. And it really has mixed up the pit strategy, and that's the whole idea of that regulation. And we'll see if any of the teams learned from what happened at Croft and whether they adjust their strategy accordingly.
the longer you leave it, the more dangerous that game becomes, because, you know, we've already heard, it was Robert that made the point that this has got a high percentage of safety car, this particular track. There's always the opportunity to spin off and end up in a vulnerable position. I think because of Anglesey's nature of folding back on itself. The perfect example was in the All Porsche Trophy a little earlier on in the day, when I said, oh, that car's safe, and then you went, yeah, but what about the approach into the final corner, which I'd completely forgotten about. So there's always the chance of a high probability of safety car. We've already had 2 of them within the opening half an hour, so I would favour pitting earlier in the pit window than later, but perhaps not in the opening 5 minutes.
There we see Joel Oswick then, the Class C champ from last year, out in this German Autoworks M4, just being chased by Colin Gillespie, who's been racing the championship for a while now. And Oswick was mighty late on the brakes there and almost got into the side of the Ginetta G20 of Alec Livesley. We just caught that. And Oswick, he went really well at Croft, but they had a few technical problems towards the end of the race, that machine. Only the second race that he's been in it. And he turns his way then up through the left-hander at Siemens. We've had M4's win races in the past. Luke Sajakowski, Dave Whitmore, they shared an M4 to victories. We're hearing that the Honda S2000 is now being pushed into the garage. So the car we saw in the pit lane earlier of Dan Orsano, that car's got a misfire. And such a shame, Johnny, to lose a car from the race at this stage.
Especially because we really haven't had much time to enjoy that car either, with no action yesterday. But it was obviously in the pits, out of sequence and out of the mandatory window. So clearly there was an issue, and they were trying to sort that out, maybe doing a bit of fault finding. But clearly it's too much work to be doing in race. Very wide approach into the banking for the Ginetta. This is surely Joel Oswick's opportunity to get alongside Alec Livesley, but the pace of the Ginetta is very good off the corner, and the big BMW still can't make that work. Fascinating battle this, because the Beamer looks better on the brakes, but there's real speed from the Ginetta as it pulls away from the slower corners.
At the end of the straights, you'd think, is where the M4 comes strong. The problem, Anglesey, there's not very many long straights. As you say, the brakes on that car are mighty, and Oswick hides the Ginetta out of view as he gets alongside. But the G20 hangs on. This is a great drive from Alec Livesley, because yesterday he did drop away a bit in the road sports race. A little bit, and he said the tyres weren't coming up to temperature. Perhaps those 2 green flag laps for this race just helped him out there, and he's been able to hang on up front. And we saw Adam Bessel qualify that car second quickest this morning, the ex-Mazda racer. So when he gets in the second half, potentially just a fraction more pace could come from it, although Alec, a very quick driver in his own right. That car, like a lot of the others actually, all very evenly paced between the 2 drivers, and that's always an important part of endurance racing, isn't it, Johnny, to have 2 equally paced drivers rather than one really quick one and then one perhaps not so much.
Yeah, I mean, that works often from a financial stance, but it was difficult to read the race in that respect, and also sometimes to set up the car, because you generally want the car to be as best in terms of setup for the slower driver, because they're the ones that are less comfortable and less able perhaps to drive if the car's really been set up for a proper racing style. Again, to the inside is Joel Oswick of the Ginetta of Alec Livesley, but no way through there. It was a better opportunity for Joel a lap ago, in fact, trying to get underneath at the same corner, the banking. They now work their way through the very, very quick Church corner, that right-hander out in the country, it feels, although it's actually not very far away from the paddock. There gives you an indication, because the start-finish line is just the other side of the school section. This time, still the BMW not in front of the Ginetta, and being put under a little bit of pressure in the braking area there from Colin Gillespie's Seat.
Interesting that Livesley takes that really wide line through the banking, but obviously it works for him, because it has, as you mentioned a lap ago, he's got so much momentum off the corner, and he's able to carry that momentum all the way through Church and uphill, and just about keeps Joel Oswick at bay. So we've got some good battles here. It's a different feel to the Croft racing we had at the front of the park, but nevertheless it's good to watch. And here is that Ginetta with that low body kit and on that machine that Alec Livesley has developed. And he's been a long time racer in a variety of machines. He's raced, I think, a Jensen Healey in 750 Motor Club competitions in the past. Behind him still is Oswick, and then Gillespie starting just to fall away a touch from the two of them. Gillespie and Driver didn't have the best of times at Crov, so this is much better for them. Up ahead of Rob Baker, who is clear now of teammate Luke, of Cole Swift, I should say, in 6th, who's clear of Luke Handley under threat from Dylan Brichter. And also involved in that battle is Andrew Raff in his Seat. But the battle for what is 4th and 5th positions head through Church Corner. And the Ginetta just starting to pull away now, Johnny.
Yeah, I think what it needed was the lack of having to defend to Joel Oswick for a few laps, and then Alec Livesley could really start to establish that gap in 3rd position, because up until this point, after the safety car, Alec has been in full-on defensive mode, always needing to be aware where the BMW is in the braking area. But it's interesting, isn't it, that side by side there with the Audi TT about to be overtaken by car 92, which is the Seat Leon Euro Cup car, and does make that move stick. So car 92, which was started by... You're going to have to jump in here.
Andrew Rath,
Thank you. I'm rapidly trying to fill time whilst I find the right bit of paper. It was Andrew Rath with Phil Knibb to take over during the pit stop, but a nice little overtake there up the inside into Rocket. And that's an interesting view of Siemens Corner as out of the first bend comes, the S2000 that has rejoined the race. We thought that was a retirement.
Yeah, so they managed to fix whatever the problem was there. We're also hearing that Vitus Papirius is also due to return to the circuit as well.
Excellent.
Which, if that happens, all 23 cars that started will be returned into the race, even though we had 2 safety car periods, which is a bit of a novel approach to these things. So remember that 30 seconds that Will Stacey was trying to pull out. He's now done 23 of them. It doesn't feel like we had the restart very long ago. He is lapping 4 seconds faster than anybody else. In qualifying, he was only 2 seconds quicker. In race pace, he's doubled that. There is Stacey then. We're not going to see much of him in this race. We better have a look at him now because he's so much faster than the rest. We're enjoying the battles behind. But Will, one of the young drivers, there's a huge diffuser they've developed, totally on the back of that car. He raced this car in the Los Solis Trophy many years ago when he won that. But over the last few years, Rob Boston Racing have developed this car that's just putting a lap on that Storm and Cam BMW that we mentioned a little bit earlier on. But Will is as Team Boss Rob Boston was saying, is driving this car superbly. And he's very shortly going to have that 30-second gap again that he's looking for, Johnny.
Yeah, so crucial during the mandatory pit stop because an extra 30 seconds will need to be served. But if you're leading the race by over that, and it shouldn't be too much of a problem. Now, talking about Andrew Rath, as I eventually did, that car's definitely going slowly in 8th position. Has it already lost a place?
Yes. That's the other dark side car behind, the similar livery, but for the Golf, so that's got parking behind.
Looks all right though now, coming out or into and out of Siemens. So whether that was just a brief hiccup, does it get back up to full speed? It's certainly able to match the pace of the Scott Parkin car then behind.
Looked like Scott Parkin had his hand out the window trying to get air into the cockpit. He's got to drive this car for another hour and 17 minutes, so that's a slight concern, you would think. There is Stacey again. He's 26 seconds ahead now. He's done another 4 seconds on the car behind. But the car behind of Mark Grice is being caught by Alec Livesley. And the pair of them have had an interesting beginning to this race, so we'll look at that later. This is the battle for 3rd in Class B, because Joe Williams, with rain spots on our camera lenses again, has been caught by the Ginetta G40, another car that started life as Ginetta Junior but has been upgraded. This is the car of Chris Webster, who owns this machine, the car that was previously owned in the Rothko collection, so therefore has a Golf livery to it. And Chris Webster drives the car across the line. It's nowadays got a 2.5 litre Duratec engine. It's a 2015 machine. And again, very different sizes and shapes in this battle, Johnny.
Yeah, great to see, because the Ginetta that is traditionally from one make racing, whether that be in juniors or the G40 Drivers' Championship of, well, various different levels that you can get to. But it's amazing what you can do with the Ginetta G40 and how much souped up you can get it. Chris Webster's done a wonderful job sharing that car with Tidmarsh, Matthew Tidmarsh. So we'll see the driver change again a little later on in the race, but for the time being, a good dice at the moment with the 88 VW Golf heading into and out of Rocket. Joe Williams versus Chris Webster is a battle I think that will continue on. Chris has decided the best way of getting the airflow correct is to at least open his driver's window, but the passenger window stays closed.
So he continues to battle with Joe Williams, who is from Herefordshire, only started racing last year, has done a little bit of racing in the production Golf Series, but nowadays enjoying the Club Enduro Championship. This car previously raced by Mark Grice and Will Beach, who are in second place. They had a Golf before. This is it. It's a 2-litre turbocharged car from 2010, which is prepared by Joe's Williams race team. So they make their way up towards the line. This for battle for 13th overall. Class B continuing to be led by Scott Parkin, who is 4 seconds clear of Chris Plaskett. But again, both those drivers with success penalties, more for Scott Parkin. So that is another battle that could change. I've noticed, though, the rain starting to fall, which means some of the drivers are electing to put their window wipers on. And for Will Stacey, well, on the previous lap, his lap was a bit slow, but I think that was just traffic. He's still in the 33s, but I guess that's the other thing the teams might be waiting for. If they perhaps will need to change tyres at some point to put the wetter tyres onto the more heavily grooved tyres, they don't want to be having to do that out of a mandatory stop.
Yeah, if you can do the two at the same time, then that will reward you hugely. A little bit of grass taken there by Will Stacey. He's pushing so hard to dispatch and therefore lap Chris Webster in the sky blue of the Golf livery. So he's now sitting between Webster's Ginetta and Joe Williams's Golf.
He's now 36 seconds ahead of Mark Grice, so he's got the gap he needs. He was 6 seconds faster on that last lap. It's ridiculous, isn't it? I know there may have been traffic involved, but that is an extreme rate of pulling away. The battle for second is about to go into traffic, and Mark Grice is continuing to keep Alec Livesley at bay. They're just heading up towards Rocket now, and then Joel Oswick and Colin Gillespie not that far behind. So they just see them in the distance. You can see the rain falling as well there, potentially heavier than we've seen yet. But it's a great battle. As I say, this is quite similar to Croft, but just that Will Stacey not involved and well up the road. And we've got the battle instead for second position, now going through a couple of back markers.
Again, I'm judging it by Alpha Live's camera lenses, but the rain seems to be worse down at Hairpin and also the top end of the circuit at Rocket, which tends to be where the weather closes in. I don't think it's as bad coming out of turn one and into the banking, so probably everyone's having to adapt depending on where they are around the circuit. This is the view to Siemens, definitely lots of windscreen wipers in action there, and also important to judge whether you're on intermittent or full wiper setting. Joel Oswick, I think, is somewhere in the middle there. Oh, and a squirm from the BMW coming out of Hairpin. I think that's as he dropped the rear left tyre on the very wet grass there, but controlled neatly. So second and third right together. Mark Grice ahead of the Ginetta driven by Alec Livesley, and another car returning to the racetrack, which is the Lithuanian Honda.
Yeah, that's right. So Pipiras, who we thought had a significant failure earlier, we told hit a cone of some description earlier. That car has returned. Importantly, if they can get that car to 50% completed race distance, they will score points. And as there's only 3 cars in Class C, that means significant points on offer as well.
He arrives, though, right in front of the second and third place fight overall, and it meant that Mark Grice and Alec Livesley possibly had to get out of the throttle. I think that was definitely the case for Mark Grice, who still has that bit of bodywork trailing. He won't know anything about that, but it's something for the officials to keep their eye on, just to make sure that the outer skin of the wheel arch isn't working its way further loose. To be honest, I've seen that bit of bodywork start to loosen at about the 12-hour mark of a 24-hour race, and it hangs on for the rest of it, so it's not an immediate concern. The Ginetta a little wide at Peel, then heading down the hill towards Siemens. Just lost touch of Mark Grice in this occasion, and that is allowing the BMW of Joel Oswick to get a bit closer.
So this battle, we haven't yet really seen terribly much side-by-side action, but that might be about to come as we're coming up towards the halfway distance. We're 11.5 minutes away from that now. The lap time still pretty close to dry pace. We're not seeing any type of spray or anything like that at this stage. Looks like the second place car in Class C about to go a lap down Matthew Steng. He's not that far behind the class leader, David Lawrence, who just goes through shot there now. But Livesley, a wide line. And Oswick well out over the curb, sideways in the M4. How often have we seen that when it starts to rain? Cars get up over the curbs. I'd imagine the front-wheel drive cars won't be so bad, but a car like the M4, which has got a lot of brake horsepower, doesn't want to be doing that too much for Joel Oswick, and that's at least the second slide we've seen out of a slow corner for him on recent laps.
Yeah, well, it's very easy if you then do get up the curbs and start to rotate to spin all the way around and into the pit wall. So that is not the place that you want to be testing how much grip is out there. Once you've gone over the limit, it may be too much to get back again. As you say, so much power going through those rear wheels of the M4 in the hands of Joel Oswick. He heads up the hill then with clear sight again of the, seems strange saying it, Seat versus Ginetta battle of two very, very different cars, but nevertheless evenly matched. And the Mark Grice driven car, who's going to be the quicker of the two there between Mark Grice and Will Beach, or is it about the same?
They're pretty similar nowadays. Mark Grice the more experienced, but Will's been getting quicker and quicker, and probably nowadays he's just as quick as his co-driver, Mark Grice.
Okay. So this is going to be a strong attack all the way through the race as the lights are starting to flash now from Mark Grice, a slower Honda Civic to negotiate next as traffic.
Yeah, let's see how they deal with that. I think the Class C leader, David Lawrence, who heads that class by 9 seconds. He keeps to the right-hand side of the circuit, and not a problem for that battle of a second place to slice through. And because he was on the inside line of that back marker, Joel Oswick's not got to worry about the curb on the exit of the corner. And just behind them, doing a good job, is Colin Gillespie, who was a podium finisher the first time he raced this car. Again, very different lines into the banking for Livesley and Oswick. The exit at the very least is certainly where Livesley's got the advantage. It's been an eventful race for Vitus Papirias, hasn't it? He's had a spin. The 32-year-old from Suffolk in that Lithuanian coloured machine. There's a Class B leader, that is Scott Parkin, and he leads the class now, but only 6 seconds over Chris Plaskett, who's about to go a lap down on the race leader, Will Stacey, as they come up across the line. So Stacey's at the line. He's now half a lap ahead of anybody else, and the next half a lap covers many, many cars. But here's the battle for third between Alec Livesley and Joel Oswick. Oswick with the wipers still on for the driver from Hertfordshire. The 20-year-old mechanic then runs in what is 4th position at this stage. And they are now putting a lap on the Porsche Boxster of Michael Downey, who runs in 15th position overall. Still, rain falls. But it does seem, Johnny, that it's just not as heavy as perhaps some people were expecting today at this stage.
Yeah, don't want to speak too soon, I suppose, but many will have been keeping an eye on the radar of weather coming in. Now, the Ginetta peeling off to the left, indicating one of the earliest pit stops with the green flag out, so we don't have to worry about that bit of regulation. We're not on the safety car, and we are inside the window. So here comes the Ginetta G20 of Alec Livesley to hand over to Adam Bessel, who is ready, suited and booted, and already jumping to the aid of his teammate to get him out of the car safely.
Yeah, so what happens there is the driver will get out, both drivers will stay out while the refuelling is done, and that is what's going to come up next. Now, yesterday, this team weren't able to do their pit stop within the time, the minimum, or well over the minimum time in the road sports race, although this is a much longer pit stop time, but of course that includes the refuelling. So we'll have to keep an eye on that, so if it goes much over. So it's 1 hour 7 to go. So if the car is still there with less than 1 hour and 4 to go, that would suggest that's an issue. So we'll try and remember those numbers in 3 minutes' time. But you can see the pit stop ongoing. Now, an early pit stop for this team, I wonder, Johnny, if that will start to push the hands off the competitors, thinking, well, let's go on a similar strategy to this machine.
I think when you've got one car that's pitted and others haven't, definitely the advantage sits with the car that's already made its stop, because, you know, if there's a safety car, the pit lane, will remind you, will close. Pit lane window in total is what, 20 minutes?
No, it's still 15 minutes to go.
15 minutes to go.
Yes,
so it stays open for a long time. Yeah. But the longer you wait, the more... Not the more likely the safety car is, but the higher risk for me, because you may be locked out of the pit lane effectively before you can do the mandatory stop. So it's much better to have it in hand. It also depends on the the agreement you've had beforehand with your co-driver as to how much seat time you're going to have, because if there's an equal amount of payment coming in, then they want to get their money's worth. But this is as close to half distance, I think, as Alec Livesley can cope with, as Adam Bezel eases himself into the cockpit.
And I would suggest this should be done within 3 minutes then, because they've still got quite a bit of time. So as long as they can strap him into that G20, that should be fine. This is the battle for 11th in the race. This is newcomer Matthew Stockford, who's out there in the Audi RS3. And Stockford is a disabled driver who's, making his debut in any racing in this Team Dynamics run Audi RS3, who has the Area Motorsport Golf slice up the inside for Chris Plaskett, the 31-year-old from Surrey, who's in a Class B car, who makes his way through.
So that was Matthew Stockford losing a position to Plaskett. Joe Williams going pretty strongly as well in the VW Golf number 88. But Alec Livesley is currently displayed on our timing screen as in 12th position. But remember, that car is still losing places, it being the first pit caller to hand over to Adam Bezel. And actually the scrapping that involves Matthew Stockford's booted Audi TCR is not yet done. The Audi had a good exit coming out of Church, but in turn has now lost a position to the BMW that was tucked in behind. So that 330i that has gained the advantage once again. Plenty of place changes, therefore, just outside of the top 10. Meanwhile, Will Stacey continues to charge on and is happy to circulate at 1 minute 35, 1 minute 34s on occasion. He can go quicker should it be required, but a mammoth lead now. Oh, a spin for the green BMW that I was mentioning earlier on. Let's just give you the gap for the overall race leader. It's 1 minute and 2 seconds, bearing in mind he needed 30 seconds, Josh, in his back pocket.
Yeah, it's on the end of ridiculous, really, isn't it? An impressive drive indeed from Will Stacey. Luke Handley is in, so that's one of our front runners in 51, another of the front runners out of what is 7th position currently for the Area Motorsport run Volkswagen. Joel Oswick has got himself onto the back of Mark Grice in his Seat Cupra, and they're lapping Joe Williams, one of the front runners within Class B now. He's still involved in that battle with Chris Webster in the Ginetta G40. So this is the stage of the race, because it's such a long pit window, that it takes quite a long time for things to play out. And unlike perhaps other series that have a much shorter pit window, but it means that strategy certainly plays into the occasion here, Johnny, where you can pit, let's say, throughout the majority of the race. Those pit windows have changed over the years. Originally, it was any time in the race you could stop. So sometimes you'd have cars stopping on lap 2 or 3, so they thought, yeah, that's not a good idea. So we brought in this pit window. And now the most recent change for this year is having this no pit stop under safety cars, which again adds another strategy element.
Well, certainly elsewhere around the world, I'm thinking the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship in the US, you get a full course caution, as they would call it there, and that automatically closes the pit lane because of the huge advantage that pitting under a safety car or a full course caution carries. So, but I like this. You get to a rule set and you go, well, it's not quite working, let's adjust it to make the racing more interesting.
I'm not convinced all is well. Rob Baker, who said he doesn't get involved in the running of the car on the weekend, has got a laptop plugged into the car, I reckon. Let's see if we can get a view of that. Certainly, he had a laptop plugged into the car, which would suggest that all may not be well with Luke Handley's car, do you reckon, Johnny?
Maybe checking something like a minor misfire. It's got to be electrical, you have to think, and very easy to work out the diagnostics of a racing car these days by plugging laptops in and getting data downloaded that way. But they want to be able to, I mean, it might be a case of literally downloading it onto the laptop, then getting it back in the garage before you can fully work your way through what they were trying to find out. But I think they're probably wanting to make sure that it's safe, at least, to keep the car running. They're not going to do it any damage by continuing it on, but something minor may not be quite right with the number 1 VW Golf.
Also into the pit lane has come Andrew Raff in his Seat Leon Euro Cup car, and he's going to hand over to Phil Knibb, who owns the car. As you can see, just his name on the side. He has got a co-driver, and you can see there the man behind the championship, basically. Giles Grumbridge watching over the pit stops, making sure everything is done to the regulations. The regulations are all done for safety purposes. You can see there the driver behind, all geared up with a fire extinguisher, just in case anything goes awry, and all that, as I say, Johnny, all done in the name of safety.
Exactly, and these, part of the reason why you have a minimum pit stop time as well, so that everyone's not rushing like crazy to do a Formula One style pit stop as quickly as possible. It needs to be relatively sedate, so that all the I's are dotted and the T's are crossed there. Now, the little Lotus that we saw spinning earlier on, I think it's coming in the pit lane, but it had its right-hand indicator on, so Magdalena will need to remember that the pit lane is to her left, as the car comes down pit road for a pit stop, a legitimate pit stop this time. The car's already been in pit road after it was recovered by one of the Anglesey flatbeds.
And the race leader is into the pit, so Will Stacey has jumped out of the Lotus Elise. Rob Boston currently on fire extinguisher duty, but then he will take over the leading car that is there into the pits. Magdalena King did make her way down the pit lane, so I think learning that car and perhaps where all the dials are on it as well. But she will hand over to Amy Riley, who therefore will make her debut in the Club Enduro Championship. The second of these cars is the Class C leader. This is David Lawrence in the Honda Civic FN2, another of the foundation cars that 750 Motor Club and Tagiro have put together, I believe, run by Area Motorsport, as you can see on the side there. And David Lawrence is running in 14th position overall, leading the class, only though by about 9 seconds, and he has a 30-second pit stop penalty to serve as well, so that could change the order within Class C into the second half. So with Stacey in the pit lane, this has become the race lead battle we just saw out of shot there, which is Mark Grice versus Joel Oswick. A bit further down the road is Dylan Brichter, who continues on in what is going to become 5th position in the diesel Audi TT.
Yeah, Ryan Parkins TT, driven by Brichter at the moment, yet to stop then. That's why it has gained maybe a place or two during the pit stop cycle. So cars ahead of it coming down pit road, but the Audi we're still waiting for. Same goes for Will Stacey, who will eventually hand over to Rob Boston. But remember, they've got a long way to go of the pit lane being open effectively for the mandatory stop. Another pretty much 45 minutes to play with, should it be necessary. Luke Browse appearing over the brow there into turn number 1. And he'll be handing over to... Are they brothers, the Browse? Oh, we're not sure about that. Let's not even go there then, because it's always embarrassing when you get it wrong. Luke and Paul Browse sharing that bright green car.
And Amy Riley, we see there, get into the Lotus Elise after their pit stop. Lead battle across the line is pretty close. The report that we've got from downstairs is that Luke Handley's car was plugged in to clear a code which they believe was causing a misfire. So, as you thought.
Yes! It's so rare that I get things like that right, Josh. I'm having a mini celebration over here.
So, as you can see on our timing tower, now 0.4 of a second separate the two leaders, Mark Grice and Joel Oswick, who are 5 seconds ahead of Colin Gillespie and Cole Swift. They're in 4th position. Up to 5th position is Dylan Brichter, who shares with Ryan Parkin, who is the twin brother of Scott Parkin. And I feel I said something different earlier because I've had a text from Nikki over in Castle Donington. But Ryan and Scott Parkin, as she said, one of them must be older. So perhaps that's one for Andy McEwen to find out later.
That's true. By minutes or hours, who knows? But yeah, factually correct. It's nice to have you with us, Nikki. We gave you plenty of messages earlier on in the day, and then Josh said, I don't think she's actually watching this morning, but you are now, so good stuff. I hope you've got your feet up and enjoying the coverage from a distance. We are missing you, big style. I mentioned earlier on, the place is falling apart without your presence. Brands Hatch next weekend, did you say, Josh?
Well, no, we are.
The club is, and we hope that that's your target as well, Nikki, but don't rush your recovery at the same time. And there was Will Stacey charging hard through the traffic. Rob Boston, yes. Oh, did he have the pit stop? I missed that.
I talked about it.
I wasn't listening. Got too many things going on here.
Into the pits has come Matthew Stockford to hand over to Alan James, and our short-time leader, Mark Grice, has come in to hand over to Will Beach. So the German Autoworks BMW, I think, leads for the first time this season. So Joel Oswick is an overall race leader, as well as a class leader in the past and winner. And so that means Colin Gillespie will be second, and into third position will come Cole Swift. So Rob Boston returned to the circuit in something like 8th position in the Will Stacey owned Lotus Elise, but Rob Boston Racing run car. Scott Parkin, now that's going to be interesting, Class B. He leads by 10 seconds. He's got a 30-second success penalty, and Chris Plaskett's got a 20-second success penalty. So some pretty basic maths would suggest that they will be very close together when their pit stop cycle complete. There is the Stormin Camel BMW with that new sponsor, LTS Global Solutions. But where's the Camel?
Yeah. See, it's lacking for me. It's a nice colour scheme. I do like the white with the green and red, and a bit of blue as well, actually, but no camel. Come on.
Let's see if our cameraman can find a camel somewhere around the car. They must have a sticker somewhere, surely.
There's a very large area on the roof there that doesn't carry the sponsor's name, and I think it needs to go there. The face of a snarling camel. Although you might start to pick a fight with the Dutch crew Red Camel, who carry a very similar icon, mascot, if you like.
You don't want their race strategies on your case, do you?
Definitely not. No. My dear friend, and yours indeed, Paul Trustwell, who's looking forward to Le Mans in a few weeks. So that BMW, with BMW stamped through the rear wing struts there, I like that as well. Car 101, the little 1 Series BMW, still taking on fuel from the dump churn there.
There's certainly no camel there, though, so that's something for the next round of the championship, which I won't be at because it's at Spa, and that's a long way away. Probably, though, to be fair, not much further than coming here, is it, for me? Off the circuit has gone Papiras in the Civic. Didn't lose so much time that time, but his main aim in this race is to bring the car home. And now, if he went off at Rocket, is it getting wetter? I turn right. The commentary box window has got a lot wetter since I last turned right.
You can barely see Rocket now because of the droplets on our window to the right-hand side. Really good visibility normally from the commentary box here at Anglesey. It's on the top floor of the race control building. Fine really right in front of us where we can see the start-finish line and the flick back through church and school. Looking through the left-hand windows, that's generally fine as well over towards turn 1. So as I suggested earlier on, all the weather, the systems are coming in from Rocket and Peel and hitting that part of the circuit first of all. So some adaptive driving definitely necessary right now.
Nikki tells me she won't be at Brands Hatch next week, so best of luck with your recovery, Nikki, and we'll see you at a later date. I'm not sure when Johnny will see you, but I'll see you at a later date.
I'll message you, Nikki, because I'm intrigued by your recovery, shall we say. And we obviously want it to be speedy, but not too fast. So there's the 48 car of Rob Boston, who is now leading. Windscreen wiper properly on the top level there, flicking backwards and forwards, as we can head to the pit lane and to Andy McEwen with the driver that was earlier in this Lotus.
I'll tell you what, guys, you have definitely got the good job today. Yesterday I was out sunbathing, got a bit of a suntan, not any chance of that today. The weather really turning on us down here in the pit lane, which means that this man got out of the car just at the right time, I reckon. Will Stacey, dominant performance there in the first hour of the race. You pulled out, I think, nearly a 1-minute lead. Got to be happy with that.
Yeah, given that we had 2 safety cars as well. The Lotus goes well around here. The track suits it. We've got a lot of traction coming out the corners, especially. So we've been quick all weekend. So we knew we had the pace, about 2 seconds in qualifying, and we just had to sort of keep it clean, keep it tidy, not break the car. Managed to get quite a nice gap, then safety car, do it all again, a nice gap, safety car. But by the end, we managed to get quite a nice gap. Once it started getting a bit drizzly at the end of my stint, I sort of didn't gain quite as much, but we still managed to keep the gap going up. Handed over to Rob. We had a 30-second success penalty from the previous race for the win, so I'm not sure who else has the 20 seconds and the 10 seconds, second and third. So we had to sort of keep pushing to get a nice little gap.
You say that you avoided the worst of the weather. It did get a bit sketchy out there. I was watching from the pit wall, saw a couple of little slides out the final corner. Just showboating, or was it getting a bit slick?
They weren't intentional, they weren't intentional. I think there's certain corners where you can sort of push it a bit more. where you feel a bit safer to, and coming out of there, it feels quite a nice corner to, you know that if it is wet, you can soon get out of the power. Whereas if you're a bit uncertain about going into like a fast corner in the wet, you have to be a bit more cautious because you don't want to end up locking up and shooting off.
Noticed during the pit stop there, they were just checking the oil levels. I think they topped the oil up. Are you concerned about a leak at all?
Not a leak. I think that's just a standard sort of thing that we do because it drinks so much oil. I think that we get a 500ml bottle of water ready, full of oil, just to top it up during the pit stop. But I didn't have any problems with the car. It was all going all right. We had one thing during qualifying, on both mine and Rob's laps, we had the gear was jumping up from 3rd to 5th, and we found there's a loose engine mount, so we changed that. And it was okay then, but towards the end of that it did happen once or twice when it would jump up to 5th, but it's not too much of a problem, hopefully it sort of stays about that level and we can just sort of be a bit careful and nurse it, bring it home.
Awesome. Well, best of luck. I'm sure you've got a good guy out there, so I'm sure you're in safe hands, Rob. Hopefully he'll bring the car home for you. Well done, then.
Thank you. Thanks.
So Will Stacey's job done. The rain sort of coming and going, but I think it's here to stay now for the rest of this race.
Thanks, Andy. Hopefully you're able to find some friendly teams to keep you dry in their garages. We just saw a bit of a moment, I think, out of the final corner for Phil Knibb and his Seat, because he was pretty slow across the line. I wonder if he got out over those slippery curbs. Joel Oswick is leading by 6 seconds. His lap time is now 3 or 4 seconds slower than what they were in the dry. But no guesses who's still the quickest car out, though. It is that Lotus Elise of Rob Boston. But catching the top 2 is Cole Swift. He's catching Joel Oswick and Colin Gillespie in these conditions. All those cars yet to stop. Scott Parkin continues to lead Class B by 12 seconds. Both he and chaser Chris Plaskett also yet to pit. In Class C, I think we've seen both stops, and Mike Stanford is now leading the class. Problems potentially for the Audi TT in the pit lane here. The front wheel has been taken off. Now we've moved. There's more problems in the pit lane of more significance, because the car now blocking the pit exit, which is the Stowe Market Glass BMW M3 GTR that's just about been moved out in time, Johnny.
Yeah, of the brows, so that was not ideally placed. It's now to the outside. Phil Dryber will go in the... No, still Colin Gillespie, it must be. Yeah, that car's not stopped yet, so still up in second position. Chasing down ultimately Joel Oswick's BMW M4, but there's about 8 seconds between them. But yes, as the Browse BMW was trying to make a stop, it had just suddenly cut out completely. Rejoining was the 1 Series BMW car 101 of Grove and Turner, and that was just about able to exit the Parc Ferme area and avoid the slightly bigger 3 Series BMW that was being pushed by the Marshalls. Meantime, a place change at the end of that lap, which sees Chris Plaskett get ahead of Dylan Brichter's Audi TT that he shares with Ryan Parkin, now down to 6th position. Ginetta in the Rothco Golf colour is now in, so the G40 of Chris Webster to be handed over to Matthew Tidmarsh.
So the Browse car is in. I wonder if it ran out of fuel.
Might be as simple as that, mightn't it? Yeah, good shout.
And into the pit lane has come the 20 car. I'm told this has been black flagged, the Vitius Imperius car. I believe for driving standards. I've seen the car off the circuit a few times. And that car has been brought in, perhaps to check, make sure it's not a car problem that's caused the car to go off on a few occasions. Because we thought that car was damaged, didn't we? Which caused one of the safety car periods. But now that car in the pit lane by order of the officials. Here's Cole Swift, who continues to catch Colin Gillespie. The gap now there just a couple of seconds. He was a second faster on the last lap. He's going to put a lap on Alan James in this Audi RS3, which I think the RS3, Johnny, a really good-looking car, and good to see. We had a couple out at Croft. We got this one that Alan James, you can see there, out in that Stockford Anderson liveried car that's being run by Team Dynamics.
I remember the early development of that car, which was done in part by James Kay, who was working basically with a factory team to get a good TCR setup. And it was James who initially took it to places like Dubai to do much, much longer races than really what TCRs are designed to do. But they stand up to the test. I mean, they're so well built, according to the sprint race regulations of TCR, that you can comfortably do a 12-hour and sometimes a 24-hour race in that TCR category. They're attempting 2 hours today, though.
So we saw pit stops earlier, didn't we, for the Ginetta of Alec Lisley and the Seat Cupra of Mark Grice. Adam Bessel has come out in front of now Will Beach by about 17 seconds. And that will be because of the success penalty from Croft for the Grice and Beach team, who finished second. So they had a 20, there they are now. They had a 20-second longer pit stop, and that has dropped them, therefore, behind Adam Bessel, because they're 17 seconds behind. So without the success penalty, that would be the other way around. And that is another new regulation, which I think came in for last year, the success penalty. But it just means you have to work that little bit harder if you've done well in the previous race.
Audi TCR being caught now by the 27, the 27 Seat Cupra that was started by Mark Grice, and Will Beach now is right on the tail of the only Audi TCR car in the entry. So the Stockford and now Alan James driven car after the driver change there. So there's the Dayglow yellow and black Cupra, with Audi right with it for company heading through Siemens. Yellow flags being waved up at Rocket, I noticed. Or were they blue flags, perhaps? I couldn't quite tell the colour, but in these longer races, we will see quite a lot of blue flags as traffic needing to be aware that quicker cars wanting to get through.
I also wondered if they were yellow flags as well. That particular window is covered by water at the moment, so you can't really see out of the commentary box in that direction. Rob Boston, by the way, about 50 seconds ahead of Adam Bessel after their stops. Now the Class B leader in, and the Team Darkside team are looking at the front right corner of this car. So Scott Parkin, who won the class last time out. Now, were they just making a setup adjustment there to the suspension? Perhaps we're thinking about the rest of the race. Also into the pit lane has come Cole Swift to hand over to Rob Baker.
Carrying all sorts of sponsorship, I noticed, including Bilstein. So that's harking back to its German heritage of the VW Golf. Some rather weather-worn treaded tyres there. Still a fair bit of life in them, though, in fairness. That's a tyre that will have come off the car, I think, as they are trying to refuel it as quickly as possible. Well, not as quickly as possible, but within the time limit, so as not to stretch over the 3-minute pit stop minimum time frame. Over the line will go the number 6 Audi. That car having dropped down the order now that Ryan Parkin has taken charge of that. Joel Oswick leading the way on 41 laps.
Yeah, I thought they were doing some work on that Audi TT during the stop, so I think they probably it was a longer stop, and they've fallen behind Handley and Phil Nibb as well, I think, during the course of that. There's the other Darkside car, the Class B lead-in machine, or they were, before that stop. So whatever they were doing to the right corner seems to be done. There's Rob Boston. His lap time, 1 minute 35.2. So track conditions seem to be getting better again. Now, after being called in by the officials, I'm guessing they've had a word with the team and the driver. And is Vitus Papirius going to be allowed back into the race? It looks like he is. So I think that's what the black flag was. It wasn't to disqualify him from the race, but to bring him to the pit lane, let one of the officials have a word, and then he can continue on his way.
Seems fair enough to me. Obviously it's delayed him, but he'd already been delayed anyway with needing to be recovered from out on the circuit. So he was many laps down. There's problems here, though, for the 27 car of Will Beach. Now, where is he crawling on the approach to Church Corner? And this Seat Cupra all of a sudden has no fire in the belly. And it was not right up there as it was during Mark Grice's stint, but came across the line in 8th position and is now apparently dead stick. And the Lithuanian Honda going about the same sort of speed, tucked in behind. Is there a concern from Vytautas that he's not able to overtake? Perhaps he thought there was a safety car out on track, but Vytautas Piperas has now picked up the speed as the Cupra in question has taken to the club circuit cut through and is going to park it, quite possibly, in, well, that's a semi-vulnerable position there. Double waved yellows covering this area, but is this going to necessitate our third safety car, Josh?
Well, because the problem is that the driver's not really got anywhere to go, has he? So that is a problem, I would imagine, for Will Beach and Mark Grice. Now, if I was Joel Oswick's team, I would say pit now and try and get in before the safety car is potentially deployed. If it's not deployed, it doesn't really matter. One car that has come in is the 16 Honda, the Matthew Stelling and John Peerless car from Class C. I would think also, although the car is in a semi-vulnerable place, it's not sort of one you need an immediate safety car for. You can wait and see if the car can get back going, but the marshal changes from a green flag to a safety car board, and it hasn't worked out for Joel Oswick or the second place car, because I don't think either of them managed to pit before this safety car was called for.
Question is, were they in a position to be able to get in time? Are radio communications perfect to Joel Oswick and indeed Colin Gillespie? Well, they either didn't get the message or they're not obeying it. Saying, no, I'm in a real good run of form here, I don't want to interrupt this. Well, the good thing is that's not going to be a long recovery because the car can roll. It's not as if it's being crashed. So 15 minutes to go, we've got 40 minutes to go. They've still got 25 minutes to play with here.
Although I think we might be hearing the Capture Motorsport or hearing a gearbox problem for Will Beach on the radio. So perhaps if it's
locked in gear, then okay, that's a different story.
So we'll see what happens next. It's certainly not the best of place that he could have parked it, I wouldn't have thought. Because on the left-hand side of the circuit, there's a perfectly good cut-off point. But
true, yeah.
He may not have been aware of that. Anyway, safety car is called in sort of the middle of this pits window because we've had a lot of cars stop, but not everybody. And what we've got to see here, because of course the safety car will pick up Joel Oswick, is whether the likes of Adam Bessel will be on the same sort of run as Rob Boston, or whether he'll get caught behind the safety car. He's right in front of Oswick, so he should get called through, which he does now. So basically, I would think the race for the win will be between Rob Boston and Adam Bessel. And Bessel's been going quite quickly in the G20, as you see there. So that's a really big advantage, isn't it? When you're the last car on the lead lap, if you like, and then you can claw your way back to the train. Although, was that a bit of smoke? Has the ref Lear corner on the Ginetta G20, bizarrely, as the safety car comes out, appears to have a problem. We'll keep an eye on that as the car comes back into shot.
Yeah, I don't know whether that's a wheel bearing issue or maybe a brake that's grabbing, but he's weaving away here to try and work out what it is. I wonder whether there's a sort of crunching noise being heard in the cockpit as well of the Ginetta G20. It's had a lot of development work done over the years to it, as we were hearing earlier on by Alec Livesley. He's the one that knows it back to front. Adam Bessel now on board, and if they have got radio communication, I'm sure Adam has got plenty of questions for Alec Livesley about this problem. It might be the hub that's somehow crying enough. I wonder whether he might be having to pit here, and obviously not for the Mandracy stop because the Ginetta's already done this, but it's well over to the left-hand side, and the car now applying the brakes. Yeah, it's going to come into the pits here for them to check it out. It's not a bad time to do it whilst we're under safety car, but it looks like it's going to lose the lead lap because of this, Josh.
I think we're able to go down into the pit lane while we're out in the safety car. Andy has good points to cut in, so let's head down to Andy McEwen with the safety car.
Well, more drama then for one of our front-running cars, and well, we've just seen William Beach pulling off at the side of the road in the number 27 Seat. I've got Mark Grice, who is his co-driver, here with me. Mark, a brilliant stint for you over the first part of the race, brought the car in second place. This must be really, really disappointing.
Yes, it is. The car felt good, and we had a couple of safety cars which helped because it just let me cool the tyres back down. It's really hard round Anglesey on tyres, so that really helped, and I managed to get the Ginetta on the restart of the first safety car, and I just got my head down. I could see the BMW catching me of the number 2, and I just thought I'll just keep my head down. Then he sort of caught me a bit more, and then the rain started coming. I thought this is the time to pit now, why people are slowing a little bit under the rain. And then Will's gone out and he's done a few laps and he's complained about a noise on the gearbox, and then he's come to a standstill.
That's so unfortunate. These cars usually pretty bulletproof, designed to do endurance racing, of course, but you can at least take some solace from the fact that, you know, the car had pace whilst it lasted.
Yeah, we have pace. We had pace at the last round at Croft as well, so that is really good. It's just Will will be very disappointed. He's not managed to get much time in his car, so I've got the stint in it, so hopefully we can just take what we can from the meeting and go from there.
And it looked like you enjoyed yourself. You were right in the thick of the battling, weren't you there? A very lively first lap, it seemed.
Yes, it was. Yeah, it was just a matter of keeping out of trouble. We'd had that rain in the assembly area ready to go onto the track, so we didn't know how greasy it was, but then we got a double green flag lap to warm the tyres up. So I knew I could push a little bit. I had a little bit of contact with the Ginetta, just tapped me into turn 2, and he got back past me because I'd already passed him. And then I followed him for a while until the safety car, like I said earlier.
Well, it was really good fun watching you out there whilst it lasted. Really unfortunate the way it's ended, but better luck next time.
No worries, thank you very much.
So Mark Grice then out of the race, our third safety car of the day, and still some teams who haven't yet made their mandatory stop, and this was not good timing for them.
And just in front of you, Andy, I think is your next port of call, because the Ginetta that Mark Grice just referenced is being pushed into the garage with that rear left wheel issue of some description. The team had a look, Johnny, and I think we're quite confident they weren't fixing it in a hurry.
But the wheel they took off was the rear right wheel, and the smoke was coming from the rear left, I was pretty sure. So I was puzzled as to the sort of angle of attack from the team. Adam Bessel got out with not very much discussion with those tending to the back of the car, though. So maybe he just knew from the sounds inside that Ginetta that it was done, but there was a lot of smoke coming from the rear left. I wonder whether it was a wheel bearing or something rubbing, but as I say, to check it out, they actually took the opposite side rear wheel off, maybe to peer into the wheel arch and offer an answer. I don't want to say the result, but we're hearing it was a wheel bearing failure. And what did I say?
I think you might have said you thought it was.
I think I might have said a wheel bearing failure. This is very unusual for me to get 2 out of 2 so far.
It feels like you've done long distance racing before, Johnny.
What can I say? Once or twice. Joel Oswick, the downside here, yes, he's not going to be locked out of the pit lane for much longer, but everybody else is bunched up behind him now. So the advantage that he had when he does finally get to do his mandatory stop, which must be when the safety car has retracted and we've been withdrawn into the pit lane, the hit is going to be so much harder now for the BMW M4 driver.
And in Class B, Scott Parkin right behind the leader, which we haven't had Chris Plaskett or Joe Williams' pit stop yet, but I would suggest that is a disadvantage for Scott Parkin, because closer you are to the front of the queue means you've probably gained less out of the safety car, I would imagine. You can see that the broken parts of the Ginetta are somewhere around that shot, and this shot shows more rain falling over Anglesey circuit at the moment, with the safety car yet to come in. I saw the flatbed pulling the Cupra around, but obviously not yet into a safe place to allow the safety car to come in. I think it's the third safety car period of the race, and we're yet to get all the pit stop cycled through, so we are yet to be able to give you a sort of true order at this stage. But out of the stoppers, Rob Boston is a full lap clear of Rob Baker now. And then Baker has Luke Handley, Phil Knibb, Ryan Parkin all behind. So that's a battle that could be for a significant position as this race plays out. A potential overall podium, I would imagine, there. So hopefully, Johnny, it'll be at the end of this lap we can get the safety car into the pit lane.
Yeah, track is clear, as we know, so happy to go racing again, should the officials be, we think. And in a moment or two, generally the message is sent to the safety car team at the end of the long straight into hairpin to say, right, you can extinguish your lights now. That gives everyone, well, as many people as possible, a clear line of sight of the safety car roof, and that the lights are no longer flashing down the Tom Price straight. Also, it's an intriguing start from Will Stacey early on in this race, wasn't it, where he properly backed up the field heading into hairpin. Wonder what sort of approach Joel Oswick will take. Will he follow the safety car into the pit lane? I would give it a lap, because you want to be trying to get into the pit road as quick as possible. And well, the safety car's not necessarily trying to do that. It's looking to enter the pit lane as safely as possible. So you might want to make sure that the pit lane entry is fully open before Joel Oswick goes in. He's got still 16 or 17 minutes to make his stop, although he's well over to the left. So actually, I reckon the Phil Dryburgh-driven car will be, or is that still Colin Gillespie?
Yeah,
it's still Colin, isn't it?
Yeah.
So, but it's the VW Golf from the Dark Side team that will head across the line, not as our race leader, because both of those cars in question will follow the safety car in. So these are the two remaining stops being received. Then Colin Gillespie in the Seat Cupra and the BMW of Joel Oswick.
I wonder if the concern is if something happens on this restart and they haven't pitted, you might get close to the point where the pit lane will close in about 15 minutes' time. So both of those cars, and Chris Plaskett, who is another of the cars yet to pit, has come in. I think the only one left is Joe Williams, who, not unless he is below our commentary box, I think is into the pits. Not very much fuel needed in that BMW M4 to get it to the end. The mechanic has now got into the car, I believe that is. So is this, they've got the blowers on the car to cool it down, but the mechanic has jumped inside the cockpit of the car there, which sometimes would suggest a problem. So here comes the Luke Handley driven Golf, which is in 7th position at the moment and could end up in a pretty good position, I would imagine. So through the left-hander Siemens, the group comes. The rain still falling on the circuit at the moment, but when Rob Boston comes across, the line, Andy, he will take the lead of the race.
Yeah, and the car's then heading into the hairpin to complete that lap. We will have a new race leader in the form of Rob Boston in car number 48. And there he is, heading out of turn number 1 now and down into the banking, opening up the steering nice and neatly to make sure that he clips at the later apex at the banking. That gives him a much better and cleaner run off the corner and towards Church. Not exactly got a clear road in front, but it's just the Golf TDI that Rob will need to negotiate in the next couple of laps of Scott Parkin in the red and black colours of Team Darkside. Still got Colin Gillespie's, soon to be Phil Dryburgh's Tartan Cupra up on its internal jacks, and the Golf not too far away either. Audi TCR car being overtaken by a recovering 92. That was in the wars earlier on, the 92 Cupra, or Leon Eurocup to be exact, of Phil Knibb, and Knibb now ahead of the Audi TCR. Countdown reaches 0. The instruction to the team to release the airline and allow the Cupra down onto its tyres then, with now Phil Dryburgh at the wheel and raring to go. Chris Plaskett's going to be waved back into the race in a moment or two as well, just as soon as the 3 minutes on his Golf have elapsed.
So I think we're just waiting, Johnny, not unless you've seen it come in lately, it's Joe Williams who's yet to stop in his Class B Golf. So we'll wait for that to happen, as Joel Oswick has got back out into the race ahead of Phil Dryburgh and a larger gap between the pair of them. Now, Oswick's come out just in front of Boston, but that's a lap down, isn't it? So does that mean Oswick's second?
Quite possibly. Well, he's certainly ahead of Phil Dryburgh and Chris Plaskett, but it depends, as you say, where the Baker and Swift VW Golf is, because Joe Williams is still running in 5th position, and I certainly haven't seen that Golf come down pit lane.
Yes, we'll have to wait to the next lap and we'll get a better idea how the Class A order is looking, as the conditions are possibly a little bit bleaker.
There's Williams coming into pit lane now, so he was officially second. 30 seconds adrift of this car, the Lotus Elise, and the next car over the line. Is it going to be the Rob Baker-driven VW Golf, or is it perhaps more likely Joel Oswick's BMW M4?
Yeah, so I think we could have a good battle for what will become second. There's Oswick, And then Baker's just behind with the Class B car that's a lap back of Scott Parkin between them. But I would suggest this is going to become the battle of a second in the race between Joel Oswick and Rob Baker. There's our finals pit stopper of the day. That's Joe Williams, the 34-year-old from Herefordshire, who only started racing last year. And he'll be looking for a good result within Class B. And that's another class that we've just got to wait for these pit stops to fully cycle out to be able to give you the race leader. I think potentially some other long-distance races might be more simple to follow than this one has been. But with the massive safety cars and the variation in pit stops has added complex. But across the line, Oswick is 4 tenths ahead of Swift. So that will be, or Baker now. So that's the battle for second. The best part of the lap behind this car, which is Rob Boston, who has completed 49 laps. Actually, he's lapped them in side by side for second. Going into Church Corner, Rob Baker's on the inside of Joel Oswick. They are wheel to wheel as they come out of the corner. You can see them now with the BMW on the left-hand side of the circuit. On the right-hand side of the circuit is Rob Baker. They may be a lap behind the leader, but this is the battle for second place in reality between these two cars. And it's a great battle indeed, Johnny.
I also really like the complicated strategic races. I don't know whether it's some sort of masochistic tendency that I have. But yeah, side by side again. And that will be third position for a charging Rob Baker up the inside of Joel Oswick. We know the BMW is strong off the slower corners, but just didn't have the pace through the rear wheels coming out of Rocket and into Peel that time around. Endurance racing is complicated in its very nature, but then when you add weather and you add 3 safety cars and the fact you can't pit during those cautions, you really do have to have your wits about you, but keeps the brain ticking over, doesn't it? Windscreen wipers hard on though now. This is the wettest part of the circuit again, down at Hairpin, Josh.
Just behind them is Phil Dryborough as well. Now out in that Seat, the former British GT racer. He's also raced in IMSA and the Spa 24 Hours. So he's a very experienced driver, Phil Dryborough, but nowadays concentrating on racing with the 750 Motor Club in Club Enduro. And I just wonder if the BMW is sliding around on the more greasy track surface and whether that is bringing the front-wheel drive cars into a better place heading into the final stages of the race, Johnny.
Perhaps so. Something that everyone will need to stay on top of, and they'll be keeping an eye as well on various weather apps that are probably contradicting one another, actually. As some I've seen suggest the rain is going to ease off, but I favour Andy McEwen's attitude that it's probably stuck in now for the next 25 minutes, which covers the rest of this race distance. Good run for Phil Dryborough on Joel Oswick's BMW heading through School Corner, but we know the BMW is very good on its brakes. However, in these wet conditions, perhaps less so, because the slightly more nimble TCR is up the inside now. The BMW that can't quite get the rotation that it was enjoying during the dry conditions, now into Peel, and there's a nose ahead for the Cupra. Joel Oswick doesn't want to turn in on Phil Dryborough. The outside route through Peel was actually more beneficial for the BMW, and now Joel places the car perfectly right in the middle of the road, preventing Phil Dryborough from pulling alongside. That's what I've been waiting for all weekend. One of those bollards to be plucked out from the apex of Siemens, and it's finally happened.
So in this battle, you've got 20-year-old Joel Oswick just ahead of 63-year-old Phil Dryborough. So two people have got varying different life experiences. With Oswick there in third position, ahead of Dryborough. He's keeping Dryborough at bay despite sliding that M4 around. And he turns his way up across the start and finish line to complete what is lap number 50 in this battle for third place. Scott Parkin behind them is second in Class B and over a minute behind Chris Plaskett. So I wondered if the safety car period in the pit stop window didn't work out for Scott Parkin. That's absolutely the case. So Christopher Plaskett, the new Class B leader for the driver from Surrey in his 2-litre turbocharged Volkswagen Golf GTI run by Area Motorsport, that's now in 8th position overall. And then in third position in Class B, I think is going the way of Joe Williams. Yes, he's across the line now in third, just ahead of Matthew Tidmarsh and his Ginetta G40. So that's how the top four in Class B stands. In Class C, it is Mike Stanford who leads in David Lawrence's Honda Civic, ahead of John Peerless in Matthew Stenning's car. And then in Class A, the overall leader is Rob Boston by a lap. The big spin into the pit wall. Yes, only a very small contact into the pit wall. I think, in the end, for Edward Christie and his BMW. You can see there the car, which I think didn't make as much contact as it may have done. But if that car can get back going, this race may be heading into yet another yellow flag period, but we shall wait and see. His mirror is what has cut. I think that's all that he's hit, isn't it? The mirror, which has now ended up in the middle of the circuit. But for Edward Christie, I think otherwise, that car, luckily there's a bit of tyre wall, isn't there, between the concrete wall and the grass.
He's got the car restarted. You could tell that from the Alpha Live camera down on the scene. I was a bit worried because I thought I heard a massive thud, but I think that was actually the car on the ripple strip losing traction coming out of that final corner and up on the curb. Naturally, that's going to create a vibration, and it had done most of its spinning before it made brief contact with the tyre wall. The safety car lights are illuminated at the end of pit road, so it's raring to go, but it's not quite getting... Oh no, the boards are now out, so safety car boards and flags all the way around the circuit, and that is to retrieve the stricken BMW. The problem with its positioning is that it's facing the wrong way, and it's very difficult from there to do a safe U-turn after a blind bend.
Yeah, that's right. So 20 minutes on the clock. So Rob Boston will be pleased that he managed to pull out that full lap advantage over Cole Swift. Otherwise, that would have closed the pack down. What I was trying to do is give out the Class A in overall order before that drama happened. So it is number 48, Rob Boston, leading in the Lotus Elite. In second is car number 1, which is Rob Baker's Volkswagen Golf. In third position is car number 2, which is Joel Oswick's BMW M4. Then in fourth position is Phil Driver's Seat Cupra. Then in fifth position is Philip Nibb's Seat Leon Eurocup machine. In sixth is number 51, Luke Handley's Volkswagen Golf. In seventh position is number 6, which is Ryan Parkin's Audi TT TDI. And second through seventh, all Class A cars are on the same lap. So that is going to be a battle once this race gets restarted. Then the Class B leader is in 8th position, which is Chris Plaskett's Volkswagen Golf GTI, ahead of the TDI of Scott Parkin, who's in 9th. And then in 10th position overall is Alan James in the Audi RS3. The safety car has picked up the leader now. As I would suggest, Johnny, the rain is coming down further, increasingly coming towards the end of the race.
It's getting more wet, it's getting more misty as well, as that mist worked its way off the Irish Sea and straight onto this Anglesey circuit. The international configuration this weekend, but this place certainly no stranger to the odd bit of weather. I've done a few races of remembrance over the years, held in November, and that can be rather rain affected throughout as well, running 2 parts often. So, but it was glorious to see it in such sunny conditions, this venue, yesterday, and then very changeable today. You have to keep your eyes keen to the skies to know what's going to happen next. And for Rob Boston, well, previously Will Stacey was being asked to extend the gap on several occasions. Now Rob having to tend to his, what will this be, second safety car for Rob? Or first,
I think
perhaps?
for him, yeah, because the other 2 were early, weren't they?
Yeah, but we've had, well, this was the 4th.
Oh, yeah,
now,
I forgot about the one in the middle, yeah.
Yeah, so I'm just trying to remember whether during the 3rd one, whether Rob had taken charge of the Lotus. I think he just about had, yeah. And that was for the Cupra that got stuck in the middle of the track on the club section of the circuit, the cut through there.
Yeah, I was struggling without accountant in soon to help me add up the safety car periods.
Yeah. Yeah, well, we are trying to spin quite a few plates here, in fairness, and it pays to have a good... My memory's not bad, but when you're trying to commentate and remember things, never good at doing 2 things at once.
So we have got first and second together on the track, but there is a lap between them, so it's the cars behind Rob Boston who will be battling for second place. And frustrating again for Scott Parkin. He's got caught behind the safety car for the second time. If he was in front of the leader, he could have closed up on his class rival Chris Plaskett, but that's not the case. So I think in Class B, for Chris Plaskett, that's going to be just bring the car home in the finishing stages. Now, Ed Christie's not got back going, so the flatbed is needed, therefore. which perhaps suggests there was more contact than we thought there was with the pit wall and the tyre wall, or that car wasn't able to restart as willingly as we had hoped.
I heard it restart, but I don't know, because we didn't properly see it go into the tyres, because the pit wall is so high here at Anglesey, it actually prevents us from even knowing there were tyres there. I didn't know that it was tyre protected, but it seems sensible because it's pretty frequent that cars lose the rear end coming out of the final corner and then head towards the intersection of the circuit, or technically the outside of the circuit at pit wall. But yeah, there's obviously concern, at least for Edward Christie's car, and it being recovered safely. But the flatbed's arrived on scene. It's one of those snazzy flatbeds whereby the flatbed itself doesn't quite detach, but it is able to drop to 45 degrees and makes inching this bright orange BMW up onto the flatbed much, much easier. So it's virtually there. It'll probably be made safe. Ed's still in the car, by the way, as it's being recovered. He can't get out because the driver's door's right up against the concrete.
As you can see now, there is some damage, isn't there? I don't know if we can get that shot back that we just had a moment ago. But if you look at the front of the car, if we can move forwards a little bit and down, there's a bit of damage, isn't there? So the car did just clip the tyre wall. Hopefully not too bad, but a bit of bodywork damage at the very least.
Engine is running, though. Just maybe didn't want to do any more damage to it before it is checked. Rear-wheel drive, it being a BMW E36 M3, but might have buckled a steering arm potentially, although it looked like a very light graze indeed. Anyway.
See, Andy McEwen is surveying the damage, so if he wants to begin a mechanic's garage, he's starting today.
Yes. He's probably writing down a quote to get it fixed right now, actually, notepad in hand. And Edward Christie is not particularly enjoying this ride because he wants to be going forwards at a high rate of knots rather than being gently eased onto a flatbed. There's nothing to say that, well, once they've checked the BMW, I suppose it could rejoin for a bit of testing mileage, or he might just decide to scratch today because the weather conditions aren't ideal anyway, and you don't want to risk another off.
No, that's right. So hopefully we're going to get a few more racing laps in. There's 14 minutes on the clock, and I think we're down to something like 18 runners. The two Class C leaders are together on the track, but separated by 3 laps, I think. So for Mike Stanford and David Lawrence, they're looking to be in a good position. Class B looks pretty settled with that best part of the lap lead to Chris Glaskett. So it's all about, and again in Class A, it's a full lap lead as well. So it's all about the second place in the race on this restart, and whether Rob Baker can keep Joel Oswick behind. And then for Oswick, he's got all those front-wheel drive cars behind him who will be looking to chase over the remaining laps that we have in this motor race for round 2 of the Tegewa Club Enduro Championship. And a reminder of how the season continues. So if you're at home and would like to get involved in the Club Enduro Championship, do check out the 750 Motor Club website. All the details are there. But the next round of the championship will be at Spa. Actually, I think the next round's at Alton Park. For some reason, I didn't write that down. So that's good preparation. Alton Park is the next round because I've been told there's lots of entries. Then they go to Spa in July, Snetterton in August, Donington Park in September, and then Silverstone on the Grand Prix circuit the day after the Burkitt Relay in October. So a month per event for Club Enduro. And this year 2 hours, the longest distance. But at Spa, it's a double header, or it's 2 races that then get combined, sort of Creventic style, where you have one race, I think it's on the Friday, and then one race on the Saturday, 100 minutes each, and it's like the safety car comes out in the middle.
So do they wave the checker at the end of the first part and then effectively form the grid from the result of the first bit of the race?
Lap gaps, I think, stayed the same, and Joel Oswick stops.
No! What's happened there? Well, I did talk about heat soak earlier on and the fact that cars do not like to circulate at slow speed. The car that was in 3rd position has pulled off the road on the exit of the banking and is thankfully in a relatively safe position for everyone else to overtake it. But Joel Oswick's BMW, that has been a real star of this race to this point, would appear that it's going to go no further unless he can do some sort of reset on it. He's just turned the engine off, I think, or certainly taken his foot off the brake. Quick chat with the marshals. Their indication was, I think, straight toe or not going any further. Further conversation being had.
There was head in hands from one of the guys on the German AutoWorks headset, and now a big shake of the head. So I think whatever Joel is telling the team would suggest bad news. Well, the car stopping suggests bad news, really. But some of the team now are all heading back to their garage, aren't they? So they are expecting the BMW M4 that was running so well in only its second race to be heading towards the pit lane. And this is going to extend the safety car period.
Exactly. So it's not only...
At least we don't get a fifth one.
True. At least, well, it's not only horrendous news for Joel, but also for us because it's denying us more green flag racing. The benefit of it happening still within this safety car is that we didn't get back to racing for, say, a lap, and then have to throw the safety car out again to try and pick up the race leader, and that really would have been a significant further delay. Might have even meant that the race ended under safety car. Flatbed, another flatbed has been sourced, thankfully, so not the one that was tending to the BMW E36 M3 of Edward Christie, but instead a secondary one, and hopefully this again can be a relatively quick recovery. We might only have about 5 minutes of racing though by the end of all this.
Yeah, if that. Not an ideal race for the Club Enduro Championship. This pause is a good time to say we'll be back next week on Alpha Live, which I think is going to be announced officially later. So we can give you breaking news on Alpha Live that we will be back with 750 Motor Club Racing next weekend at Brands Hatch. And if I thought through this announcement better, I could have told you what's at Brands Hatch next week, which I shall do in just a moment's time.
You have an interesting approach to note-taking, I have to say, Josh, because sometimes your notes aren't even right, and you have to remember that they're not, don't enlist all of the tracks we're going to go into later on in the year. And this time,
So
you do have the categories
yeah.
in front of you now at Brands.
I just thought if I thought through that announcement better.
All in the preparation, as I find. Don't do any.
So next weekend, we're on the Indy circuit. 4, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 13, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20 races for the 750 Motor Club. We've got a double header for the BMW 116 Sprint and the 120 Coupe Cup, which is a new series for this year, which was won by Steve Stoper a couple of weeks ago at Silverstone. So it's already enticing interesting names out. Matt Neal was also out that weekend, as was Tim Harvey, who hopefully didn't exceed track limits at any point. Also racing next weekend is the Hot Hatch Championship, a full grid of hatchback cars, the Type R Trophy for Honda Civics, Classic Stock Hatch has a double header as well. So it's this weekend a bit of a saloon car, a sports car feel, and sports car feel to a saloon car feel to next week. Dramas though during the announcement, Johnny.
Yeah, because the towing strop, I'm never quite sure what it is, it's a strop I think, has snapped. So as the flatbed started to pull the Joel Oswick BMW away, whether something's locked on the BMW, which might explain its failure and preventing it from going any further in the race. It's saying, no, I'm happy here on the grass. I don't want to go back to the paddock, and they're going to have to rethink that again. Hopefully it's not split the strop completely in half and it's just come away from the towing eye. No, I think a bit of the strop is still attached to the BMW, so a new one is going to have to be sourced, or they're just going to flip the flatbed down to ground level and pick the beamer up that way. Unfortunately, this is eating into the time yet further.
What were you saying about avoiding the race being finished on the safety car?
Yeah, well, I've been trying to avoid commentators' curses all weekend, but hit several of them right on the head, unfortunately, over the last couple of days. Had you completed the lineup for Brand?
No,
Sorry
we'll
to leap over you there.
Hopefully somebody else doesn't have a drama during the course of this. So yeah, we said Classic Stock Hatch Clios, F1000, Jedi single-seaters, also Formula V, 116 trophy for the endurance race, which I'm told has a huge entry, a capacity entry with many, many reserves. So we look forward to that. 750 Formula as well, and Toyota MR2s. And you'll be pleased to know that Ian will be back for that, so he can have very much well-prepared notes and announcements next week, because I'm sure he will do.
He's just that way inclined, isn't he? Being an accountant and all. Likes to have everything in order, and quite right too. unfortunately, this race has been far from in order because it's been so difficult to read from our perspective, from a spectator's viewpoint, but also if you're trying to work out the best strategic approach to this race, then that probably went out of the window at the first safety car. Remember, inside the first 25 minutes, we'd had 3 of them, I think. They came thick and fast. And then during the second driver stint, generally speaking, there have been 2 of them. Certainly that's the case for Rob Boston. Orange BMW that collided with the pit wall of Ed Christie is wanting to rejoin. Waits for the red light to turn green at the end of the pit lane, and it's back in the race again. Virtually all of our retirements have then gone on to return to the race today.
Yeah, so that's as long as the car picks up speed, which it hopefully will do. We will see some more of Ed Christie during the course of this race. And hopefully we see some more racing. Because, that's what we've come to Anglesey for. And with a bit of luck, we will get that over the course of at least one racing lap. Although I'm starting to doubt that.
It would be nice, but I am starting to head towards your opinion, should we say. We've still very much got to decide who is in second position between Rob Baker's Golf, Phil Driver's Seat Cupra, and the Nib and Rath Seat Leon Eurocup car, although that's a few cars back in the order. I reckon Baker and Driver must be nose to tail, though, in the train. Yeah, in fact, they're right behind the race leader. So first, second and third is as they are on the timing screen, albeit there's a full lap between the Blue Lotus and then the Rob Baker-driven VW Golf in the white, red and black livery. The BMW of Joel Oswick is now on the flatbed, but the flatbed's being lowered to the full horizontal position. So that's going to get going in the next, I'd say, 30 seconds. You wouldn't be able to restart, and in fact the lights would need to go out right now. So it's going to be one more lap behind the safety car, but we shouldn't need any more. What lap times are they doing? About 3 minutes. I think we will get one racing lap to finish things off.
And like you say, there is a second position battle to settle the overall podium for sure. So that is where eyes will go towards, I would think, over that potential one racing lap. And the BMW's got to be tied yet to the flatbed, hasn't it? So Johnny's optimism is hopeful for this one racing lap.
Well, the hurry up is being given to the flatbed recovery guys because they're happy now with that BMW being secure. And as long as it gets going, I mean, these flatbeds do not hang around when they're being driven by some of the people here at Anglesey this weekend. They're probably wannabe racing drivers. So let's see whether the safety car and the flatbed can have a bit of a race that the flatbed must win in order to leave the track clear. The McGann needs to go as slow as possible, but it's giving little choice but to overtake it. That might decide it, folks. Depending on whether is there a cut-through maybe that the flatbed can park over by the rescue units, maybe at school?
Well, they can take the cut-through to the pit lane, I guess.
That's another great option, yeah. That really is, I mean, you know, I'm grabbing here at very short straws indeed, but that's possibly the only way that we can force one racing lap out of this 120-minute affair. Thank you for sticking with this, folks, whether you're either here at Anglesey in person or watching on the Alpha live stream. We were promising you an entertaining finish to this, but unfortunately, with the recovery going somewhat south of Joel Oswick's BMW, that's rather prevented us from kicking on and providing a good scrap for second and third positions.
Well, the flatbed is moving now, which is a positive moment in the last 20 minutes. And the pack is up at the top of the circuit. This is where it's a good job we're on the international circuit, where we've got a bit more time to play with before the safety car is back with us. So hopefully this flatbed truck will now turn right through the club circuit, which I'm not sure if that's used. Oh, at all at Anglesey, but it's not being used by the flatbed truck either at this stage.
There's another option to turn right, and it's going to take that. So that is that's always the bit of the circuit I forget, but there's a shorter version that uses the hairpin, isn't there? That might be the school circuit, possibly. I might have created a name there entirely of my own back, which I'll take responsibility for, but it's the school cut-through anyway. And because of that, it will be able to access the pit lane ahead of the safety car. So a neat bit of driving, going to go straight into the paddock with Joel Oswick's BMW. Got 1 minute and 26 seconds left out on the clock. The lights are out. We are going to get, Joshua Barrett, that one remaining final racing lap of the weekend.
And Rob Boston's doing the Will Stacey thing of backing everyone up, even though he's got a lap advantage on those behind. So I guess as long as Rob Boston goes across the line now, he basically wins the race because no one else is going to do the Rexa Quick extra lap in the time allotted. And I think Baker knows that, so he leaves space between himself and Boston because he has the battle to deal with Phil Driver. We get green flags eventually here on the start and finish straight. And it's a very good restart actually by Rob Baker, and he has gapped the chasing car, the Seat Cupra of Phil Driver. So I think if Driver is going to get second place, Johnny, he's got to do something special over the next just under 2 miles.
Yeah, maybe it was all in Rob Baker's mind to get the business done nice and early. It's not always about dictating the race start when you are the race leader. Yes, you can't go ahead of the race leader making it start, but you can also get a jump if you're in second on the car in third, which is exactly what Rob Baker has managed to do. And the distance far too great, surely now, with only half a lap to go for Phil Driver to take the fight to Rob Baker, who has been well and truly at home in the car that he has prepared. There was a brief worry during the pit stop that there might be a misfire that car needed to be on, or the team needed to be on top of, so they plugged the laptop in, but it was a minor scare, and it has continued on at a decent speed. Best lap of the race for the Golf in second position is a 1:37.4, but that's nowhere near the ballpark that the Lotus has been in. 1:32.7 is still the best lap of the race. Further behind, you've got the Nib and Rath Seat Leon Euro Cup car, number 92, that we caught a glimpse of a couple of moments ago. That's running in fourth, ahead of Luke Handley's VW Golf in fifth. And then the Ryan Parkin Dylan Brichter Audi TT, looking like it's going to finish in sixth place, Josh.
It's going to be 2 wins out of 2 for the Rob Boston race in Lotus Elise. Will Stacey drove solo at Croft. Rob Boston has helped him to take the victory at Anglesey by a full lap. A dominant performance by Will Stacey and Rob Boston. Second went the way of Rob Baker and Cole Swift, with in third position Colin Gillespie and Phil Driver, just holding off the attentions of a charging Phil Nib on that last lap, who got within 0.6 of a second of the car ahead. And then, as Johnny suggested, it was Ryan Parkin and Luke Handley behind. Across the line, celebrating the Class C victory there, was Mike Sanford, who helped David Lawrence to victory with Ela Krylov absent this weekend. And already across the line to take the Class B victory is Chris Plaskett, and he is the first different winner we've had between Croft and here at Anglesey.
I don't know where that place change happened for Ryan Parkin, but he got ahead of Luke Handley on the final lap. Handley had been leading with a lap to go, so there was at least one overtake there. Audi TT ahead of VW Golf.
Good spot, Johnny, thanks for that. So let's have a look if we can guide our way through the final results of the weekend here at Anglesey. A win for Will Stacey and Rob Boston in their Lotus Elise by a lap over Rob Baker and Cole Swift. Third went the way of Colin Gillespie and Phil Driver, and Phil Nib and Andrew Raff took fourth. Fifth for Ryan Parkin and Dylan Brichter, gaining that place on the last lap ahead of Luke Handley. Class B and 7th overall went the way of Christopher Plaskett ahead of Scott Parkin. 9th overall for Matthew Stockford and Alan James, and Joe Williams in 10th. He is on the podium in Class B. 11th for Matthew Tidmarsh and Chris Webster. 12th for Michael Downey. 13th for Class C winners David Lawrence and Mike Sanford. 14th went to Paul and Luke Browse. In 15th position was Joel Oswick, who had pulled off at the end. 16th, second in Class C for John Peerless and Matthew Stenning. 17th for Nick Grove and Carlo Turner. 18th for Amy Riley and Magdalena King. In 19th, Edward Christie. 20th, I think still to be classified a finisher because you only need to complete 50% of the race for Alec Lisley and Adam Bessel, who finished in the garage, as did Mark Rice and Will Beach. Despite a troublesome race for the 20 car of Vitus Papirius, I think that car will finish third in Class C and within 50%, so therefore classified as a finisher. And the only car non-classified, not completing 50% of the race, was Dan Orsano and Charlie Dark. So that completes our racing this weekend at 750 Motor Club here at Anglesey. Thanks for coming along, Johnny. It's been a good time up here in the commentary box, even if the last 20 minutes wasn't quite what we were hoping for, but some good racing throughout the weekend.
Thankfully, Anglesey had banked some really good action prior to that. It's unfortunate that the rather curtailed 2-hour race is the lasting memory, I suppose. But I mean, yesterday was just a cracker from start to finish, and we had some really intense fighting as well earlier on in the day with the sprint race element of Sunday. I've loved being back, in fact, with the 750 Motor Club. I had 2 bites of the cherry last year. I'll just wait patiently by the door for my next set of tickets for the 750 Motor Club. Hopefully not too far away.
We look forward to seeing you again soon, Johnny. As I badly made the announcement earlier, let's do it again. Next weekend we are back on Alpha Live at Brands Hatch on the Indy circuit for a 20 race programme which will feature BMW 116s and 120s, Hot Hatch, Type R Trophy, Classic Stock Hatch, Clios, F1000, Formula V, 750 Formula and Toyota MR2. So I look forward to a shorter journey next week to Brands Hatch to join Ian Stoneman and Marcus Pye. But the last words will go to Andy McEwen, who's down in Parc Ferme, and he's going to try and catch up with all our class winners.
Well, what a fantastic end then to the weekend here. We had a bit of everything in that one, didn't we, on the track and as far as the weather goes, but we end up with basically the same story from start to finish, and that was the number 48 car dominating that race. Rob, we had a chat earlier on. Take your winners garland and start now to enjoy the fact that you brought it home in one piece as the race winner.
Oh yeah, it was great. I normally like a good bit of racing, but I was very happy just to be behind the safety car and bring it home there. Yeah, I mean, Will did such a great job. The team did a great job. Thanks to Gaz Shocks, the car has been on rails, so testament to that. The lads did a great job, and yeah, I just had to look after it, get clear after, before the safety car, but yeah, after that it was just bring it home, keep it in one piece, and he did just that, so I'm thrilled. It's a great, good day.
I had a chat with Will when he got out of the car, and he said that he felt he'd had the easier stint because just as he handed over, the heavens opened. But you don't mind a bit of rain, do you?
No, I didn't mind. I wasn't sure of relative pace, but the lads did a good job of keeping me up to speed of gaps and what was going on. So yeah, it felt under control just about.
Congratulations. The Anglesey maestro these days we call Rob Boston. He's had lots of success here over the years, and another race victory here today. Now, in the Class B rankings, Christopher Plaskett was the Class B winner. There he is. Christopher, congratulations. What a topsy-turvy race that was. Were you aware in the closing stages that you were in the lead of the class?
I was being told, yeah. I was being told. Car was epic. They went on a wet setup, I think. I went dry. So I think it just benefited us, really, yeah. So, yeah, it was good.
And I guess in that case, then, the safety cars coming out towards the end maybe played into your hands. If you've got a dry setup, that's when it was at its wettest.
Yeah, definitely played into my hands, 100%. I think also we pitted just after, as the safety car came back in, so they hit traffic, and I think that came us when we came out the pits, we could catch up, so I think that helped.
I'm guessing most of the teams out there, they'll develop some sort of a pit strategy, if you like, but when you have 4 safety cars and all the changeable weather, that goes out the window, right?
100%, yeah. I mean, no one really knows. There's a new regulation this year on what the best time to pit is, but I think whether it helped us or not today, I think the pace was good, and the cars are epic. It was Class B, same setup as what Luke Hanley had previously, so yeah, the cars are awesome. Area know what they're doing.
Yeah, I've heard that before. Congratulations then, Christopher, on the Class B victory. And finally, over to Class C, where David Lawrence and Mike Stanford were victorious. And, well, likewise, really, within Class C, very hard to know what was going on. Not the biggest entry, but lots of very evenly matched cars. Must be happy to come out on top.
It was. I feel we were a bit lucky in the end. I don't know quite what happened to him, but we gained a couple of laps in the end. But, you know, a win's a win. I'll take it.
How hard is it to keep track of where you are within the race when you're actually out on track? Because not everyone's got radio communication. You can only put so much info out on a pit board.
I would imagine if you've not got a radio, you've not got a clue. Luckily, we have, so I knew everything that was going on. I knew when he was in the pits, when he was out. I knew how far behind he was. So it was really quite easy, to be honest. I know exactly where everyone was. So, straightforward.
Now, the Class C car's not the most powerful out there, but even in those conditions, we saw a couple of the Civics having some wobbles out there. How tricky were the conditions?
I'm lucky. The tyres we've got are fantastic in these conditions, so it wasn't that bad. I was really grateful, even though he was a couple of laps down, he still got out just behind us. So we still had a great play for the last few laps, so it was a really good fun. It's my first race, first endurance race, club endurance race. So.
Not a bad start. You might have to stick at it now.
Well, hopefully.
Congratulations then. Fantastic end to a fantastic weekend here at Anglesey. As Josh has just been documenting, plenty more 750 Motor Club action coming up in the coming weeks. Do head over to their website, follow them on social media for all of the information on upcoming live streamed events and perhaps an event coming up at your local racetrack. Hopefully, we'll have some slightly more favourable weather next time we bring you our live 750 Motor Club action. But for now, from Anglesey, from myself, Andy McEwen, from Johnny Palmer and from Josh Barrett up in the box and the whole Alpha Live crew, thank you very much for joining us. We'll see you next time.